Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Accepted Ghidorah's Power. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Human beings are creatures who learn over time that love, peace, and unity are needed for happiness. Yet people also have fragile, influenceable minds that can turn them into monsters. This is the story of how the most loving soul, despite his flaws, slipped into darkness and loneliness as his world became cruel, revealing that no one is immune. City of Kuo. The alarm sounded and Issei woke refreshed. He wondered why the girls had avoided speaking with him the day before and assumed they were simply busy. Issei reflected on the aftermath of the Trihexa battle. Both he and his opponent had been badly wounded in that clash. They had fought fiercely and, after a long recovery, found a fragile peace. Drake had told Issei he had done well. 10 months had passed since then, and things had mostly gone smoothly. During a recent mission they had found an injured young man and taken him to Citri Hospital. When the patient regained consciousness, he introduced himself as Horiyuki. Since then, Horiyuki had fit in with the group, often getting close to the girls, which made Issei uneasy but not judgmental. Lately, however, Drake had not spoken to him for 2 months, and that worried Issei. Issei decided to train since Drake would not answer him. He hurriedly dressed and left, and Mickey called out to ask if he would join them for breakfast. Issei told his mother he would eat later and that he was going to train, and Garu wished him luck. He ran and worked out in the park squats, sit-ups, push-ups, jump rope, endurance drills until he was exhausted. Still, a nagging feeling told him something was wrong. Strange premonitions and visions visited his mind, which he dismissed as nightmares, though they would not remain merely dreams. 3 hours later, because Drake still had not responded, Issei received a call from Rias. Rias sounded upset and demanded that he come to the Gremory territory immediately. Issei tried to speak gently, but Rias cut him off and insisted he come at once. She ended the call, leaving Issei unsettled, and he prepared to go. He bought chocolates and roses for the women close to him: Rias Gremory, Akino Hymenma, Asia Argento, Kuroka, Kaneko, Rosweiss, Elmahild Karnstein, Ravel Phoenix, Irina Shido, Zenobia Korda, Valerie Lucifer, Yasaka, and Lufei. He intended the gifts as simple gestures of care. When he arrived at the Gremory mansion, the guards escorted him through halls crowded with the Gremory entourage, the Citri entourage, the Maus, representatives from other factions, Rias's parents, Milikas, Serorg, and many others. His own parents were not present. He felt the weight of their gazes and sensed that something was terribly wrong. A thought echoed in his mind that this might be the beginning of the end. Issei stepped forward and accused Issei of betrayal, alleging that Issei had provided information to an organization that sought to destroy the factions. Issei declared that he had been wrong about Issei and ordered the guards to seize him. The guards restrained Issei roughly, delivering a painful blow to his abdomen. Issei thought he must be the target of a terrible mistake and could not believe it might be true. Rias demanded to know what was happening and accused Issei of being scum and a traitor, saying she regretted having loved and revived him. She declared disgust and then added that she would not complain because at least she had Horiyuki by her side. Horiyuki responded that this was true. Issei reacted with stunned confusion. Akino laughed and mocked him, saying he was a pitiable fool who had failed to notice what was going on, and that they had given themselves to the man they truly cared about. Her words were meant to shame him. Issei began to cry. Yasaka looked on with a severe expression and said she regretted having fallen in love with him, and that she had once thought he might be a good father for Kunu. Kunu rejected him, saying she hated him and that he was not her father but a traitor. She declared that she was glad to have Horiyuki as a guardian instead. All the women he had trusted spoke terrible things that broke Issei. Those words began to shape the course of his life and set events in motion that would lead to disaster. Venelana recalled that she had once considered him as a potential son-in-law. Zeoticus called him disgraceful. Riser accused him of abandoning his sister. Horiyuki intervened and told Issei that he could proceed. Issei then pronounced judgment, declaring that Issei Hayadu would be condemned to spend his life in Tartarus, that he would no longer be the pillar of peace, and that he would be stripped of his role as protector and of the dragon gales. Issei could only react with disbelief. A ritual was performed by Issei to extract Drake from Issei. Issei cried out in pain as the separation occurred. Drake denounced him as a traitor who had sullied his name and declared that Horiyuki would be a better host. Drake then entered Horiyuki's body. Valerie, speaking coldly, said she had once considered him a rival but now found him insignificant and looked forward to having someone of her level to carry on her line. The condemnation continued from many quarters. Serafal attacked his character. Odin forbade him entry to Asgard. Azazel banned him from Grigori. Michael declared that even in death his soul would not find paradise. Gabriel admitted she had almost fallen in love with him before everything collapsed. Issei finally shouted for the guards to make him suffer, ordering a harsh public punishment. The guards dragged Issei through the city of Lilith as a spectacle. They destroyed monuments and symbols associated with him, and the shows and programs that had celebrated him were cancelled. Even children turned away in disdain. The guards stripped him of his possessions, bound him to a post, and carried out a prolonged, humiliating public punishment that left him weak and exhausted. The whole city watched. After a long ordeal, the guards chained him and took him to Tartarus. The place was bleak and oppressive. He was led, bound from head to toe, into a chamber where heavy chains restrained him in a standing frame. Issei told him that he would spend the rest of his life there and that his suffering would begin the next day. This was only the beginning. Issei's ordeal would become a crucible for his soul, and the sentence passed down that day would set in motion events that threatened the balance of the supernatural world. He wondered whether the punishment was truly just and necessary as he faced the long night. Ahead, Tartarus. In that prison, cold and desolate, where hundreds of prisoners languished and chaos reigned, even cruel souls pleaded for mercy. It was a world of nightmares. There, Issei Hayadu, the former pillar of the factions, the former Azure Dragon Emperor, a renowned dragon, lay chained in the putrid, dark place where everything had begun. Issei wondered aloud why they had done this, tears spilling down his face. An unseen presence asked if he truly needed to ask such a question. Issei tried to locate the voice in the absolute darkness and asked who was there. There was no answer. Frustration rose in him and he demanded again, louder and angrier, who was there. The voice called him pathetic and clarified that it was not located anywhere in the prison but inside his mind. Issei told himself it was a hallucination and insisted it was only his imagination. The voice denied that it was a hallucination and explained that it spoke through his head and his body. Issei demanded to know what the presence was and ordered it to show itself. The presence obliged and materialized in smoke, identifying itself as Ghidorah. Issei reacted with disbelief and anger, asking what kind of being Ghidorah was. Ghidorah insisted on respect, claiming to be an omnipotent being. Issei questioned the claim of omnipotence, doubting that anyone other than a god could be truly omnipotent. Ghidorah described itself as a dragon, a creature with power greater than any that had existed for centuries. Issei acknowledged that Ghidorah was a demon dragon and asked why it was speaking to him and what it wanted. Ghidorah replied that it was the king of monsters, the lord of terror, a kaiju of pure malice, and made its presence known with a deep, rumbling roar. Issei dismissed the display as nonsense and demanded to know what Ghidorah wanted from him. Ghidorah said it had learned what had been done to Issei and asked if he did not want revenge. Issei asked why he would want that. Ghidorah explained that revenge would make others suffer for what had been done to him. Issei refused, saying he would not take that path and telling Ghidorah to find someone else. Ghidorah noted Issei's restraint and asked why he would not avenge himself. Issei reasoned that there would be no gain from vengeance. Ghidorah suggested that it was a matter of getting used to it and offered to help Issei escape in exchange for assistance. Issei asked what kind of help Ghidorah wanted. Ghidorah revealed that it, too, was trapped and dormant in that infernal place but could communicate through minds. It offered to free him, give him power, strength, and immortality if he agreed. Issei refused again. Ghidorah pressed him to think carefully and questioned whether his punishment was truly fair or necessary. Issei did not have an answer to that. It seemed neither fair nor necessary to him. He told Ghidorah to leave and not return. Ghidorah hesitated, then warned that Issei would need it because worse things were coming. Ghidorah predicted that Issei would lose the people he loved, and only then might he change his mind. Ghidorah said it would be available when that time came, and then it faded away. After the presence vanished, Issei awoke to find himself still chained. Issei wondered if it had been a dream. Was it just a dead dream? Issei wondered whether what he had seen had been a dream, but he could not forget what the three-headed dragon had said, that what was coming would be worse, that he would lose the people he loved, and that when that happened he would finally come to his senses and the dragon would still be available. The dragon had also said it was just and necessary. Gremmery territory, after Issei's trial and imprisonment. Issei felt it was a quiet day but grew bored and decided to find his sister and the rest of his retinue, along with the other faction leaders. Once they were assembled, Issei proposed they amuse themselves with the prisoners locked in Tartarus. Azazel agreed. Rias expressed a desire to see Issei in pain. Odin urged them onward. Yasaka insisted the man deserved to suffer and said Kunu wanted the same. Horiyuki invited the others to join in. Together, they set out for Tartarus to further torment Issei. While the group moved toward Tartarus, Issei replayed memories of the words people had hurled at him in Lilith City as he was taken in chains. In the flashback, he had been beaten and left battered. His chest and back bore the effects of 40 lashes, but he remained standing. He did not move until a guard prodded him with the butt of a spear and knocked him down. He lifted his head, remembering how those same people had once praised him for saving them, and now they spat at him and cursed him. He rose with his head injured and continued toward the carriage, walking weakly as insults and spitting followed him. He stumbled and fell again. A child shouted an insult and ran off. A brief neutral bridge. A child's face lingered in Issei's memory before the scene moved on. Issei forced himself into the carriage and was taken to Tartarus. Back in the present, the prison doors opened and the faction leaders entered. Issei saw them, the leaders, his former lovers, Horiyuki, Akino's father Barakiel, the Citri retinue many faces he had once known. Issei laughed and commented on how broken Issei looked. Yasaka called him a filthy traitor. Michael asked how Hayadu Issei felt. Issei answered weakly and sarcastically that he felt just fine. Azazel asked whether the others knew why they had come. Issei asked what purpose they had in visiting a traitor. Rias said she had come to see him suffer. Horiyuki agreed. Issei watched them and felt nothing but disgust and a dull sadness, not because of betrayal, but because he felt they were living a lie. Drake observed that this man was a better bearer than the humans considered, and stronger than they were. Issei replied that he only hoped, when the truth came to light, that Drake would find mercy. Drake sensed something ominous, a feeling of disaster that could threaten the supernatural world, but he dismissed it. Akino regarded Issei with a mocking pity, and Issei said he had seen better days, then demanded again what the faction leaders were doing there. Issei said he had brought someone with him. Issei grew annoyed and strained against his chains. A guard struck him with a rod and told him to be silent in the leader's presence. Kuroka and Kaneko laughed at his state. Milikas called him a bee, and Issei gave Milikas a cold, serious look that unsettled him. Introduced Issei's punisher, Kiyomiai. Kiyomiai bowed to the leaders and then faced Issei, the torturer's appearance marked by a distinctive scar. Roswise handed Issei over to Kiyomiai. Kunu spat at him and told him she had wanted him as a father and hoped he would suffer. All of this surged through Issei's memory as they mocked him. Issei defiantly told them that they would not break him and accused them of being blinded by Horiyuki. He warned that they would not be forgiven, declaring that when they realized their mistakes they would come crawling back for forgiveness, but he vowed there would be none. Kiyomiai reacted to Issei's anger by stepping forward, striking him, and drawing a knife, threatening him in a manner that recalled the torturer's own history. Kiyomiai then leaned in and spoke about his tragic past. He described how his family life had been shattered by a violent, alcoholic father, and how that tragedy left Kiyomiai with the scar that defined him. The leaders laughed as Kiyomiya closed the distance to intimidate Issei. They left Issei with Kiyomiya and closed the cell. Darkness fell, and Issei was left alone with his thoughts. Tartaro. After the leaders left, Kiyomiya continued to punish Issei with a series of painful, stylized actions presented in an anime-like manner. His fingers were forced and twisted, a heated iron was pressed briefly against his back, his head was plunged into icy water, and he was struck with a barbed whip. Kiyomiya ate his lunch and asked Issei if he knew anything. Issei replied with a single, confused word. Kiyomiya spoke weakly, saying that there had once been a man who wore a crown of thorns, who was treated unjustly by soldiers and by the crowd, and Kiyomiya asked if Issei was not going through the same thing. Issei replied angrily that maybe, but that all he knew was that Kiyomiya was a demed lunatic. Kiyomiya responded with a mocking seriousness and told Issei that he should be grateful he had been silenced when the opportunity arose, then added that he would come to play again tomorrow and left, calling out to Hyodo as he went. Issei remained thinking. The man Kiyomiya had mentioned sounded familiar, and he remembered the famous Jesus of Nazareth, a figure said to have suffered unjustly and to have carried his burden before a public execution. Issei wondered if they were not so different after all, since he too felt he was suffering his own trial here. Later, Kiyomiya played a disturbing video. Its contents were unsettling. Alone, Issei wondered if this was his destiny, if this place was his crucible and if he had to bear his pain here. He fell asleep with those questions in his mind. In Gremry territory, the factions were gathered for a meeting, the Gremry entourage, the Citri entourage, faction leaders including the Egyptian, Norse, and Greek representatives. Issei announced that they were assembled to discuss an organization responsible for terrorist attacks. Azazel explained that the organization called Apocalypses had been discovered committing murders and attacks against humanity. Seraphal called them monsters. Odin observed that this seemed worse than the now-defunct Brigade of Chaos. Zeus asked what they should do. Issei said that, as far as he could tell, they did not seek power but acted for pleasure. Irina and Zenobia had discovered that the group intended to create a device capable of killing gods. Zenobia condemned the idea and noted they had confidential information linking the plan to a traitor. Asia prayed that the Lord would give Issei eternal punishment. A chilling thought drifted through the room. God would not save them, first because God was absent, and second because what was coming could not be stopped. Elmenhild reported that her faction had been tirelessly searching for those members without success. Ravel called Issei a disgrace. Zeus asked whether they had imprisoned him in Tartarus. Hades confirmed that those domains were his and that no one normally escaped from there. Seraphal said Issei was suffering an eternal punishment with irritation. Barakiel lamented that he had once thought Issei was a good boy, calling him a son of a beach in frustration. Issei slammed the table and ordered everyone to stop mentioning that man, then refocused the meeting on how to stop the threat. Gabriel said he and his brother would look for clues, and that his fiancée Horiyuki had the red dragon, whom he trusted. Michael suggested that each faction strengthen its own defenses to avoid future attacks. Issei agreed they would remain in communication and that protecting their factions was the priority. Issei, still angry with the Gremry entourage and others over Issei's actions, remembered something he had been holding back, something that could increase Issei's suffering but would also change the fate of the factions and the supernatural world. He chose only to seal it away. When the other leaders left, Issei remained with the Gremry entourage, Horiyuki, Issei, Barakiel, Michael, and Odin. Issei then decided they should all change and make a visit to Rias, and afterwards to Issei, to show them not to toy with the factions. In Tartarus, Issei began to wake and once again heard the voice of Ghidorah. Ghidorah mocked his appearance. Issei demanded what Ghidorah wanted now, calling his words nonsense. Ghidorah replied that he had proposed a plan and asked what Issei had thought of it. Issei shot back that Ghidorah could shove his proposal and wondered which of Ghidorah's heads he was even speaking with. Ghidorah said he was speaking with the middle head. The others were asleep but had been told about Issei. Issei told Ghidorah to go to hell and dismissed him. Ghidorah warned that Issei was playing with fire and could get burned. Issei told him to stop his nonsense. Ghidorah insisted that Issei had a duty to fulfill. revenge against the factions and everyone else. Issei rejected that as not his duty. Ghidorah declared that he was Issei's potential source of salvation and that Issei, in turn, could be his. He urged Issei to accept, promising that with Ghidorah's power no one would stand in their way. Issei asked what would happen, and Ghidorah answered that those close to him would be in danger. When Issei demanded to know what Ghidorah meant, Ghidorah revealed that Issei's parents would be targeted. They might be harmed because of Issei's so-called transgression. Issei reacted angrily, straining his chains and making the walls creak as he fought the idea of his family being endangered. Issei was terrified. He remembered them and feared. They could do anything to him, but his parents were all he had left. Issei asked what would happen to his parents. Ghidorah apologized to Issei and told him it was already written and that he had reacted too late. Ghidorah then vanished. Issei woke up and cried out for them to return, screaming in anguish. At the Hayada mansion, Mickey asked who they were and whether anyone had seen her son, explaining that he had not returned in a month. Everything that had occurred had unfolded within that same month. Garu asked if anyone had seen him. Issei told the group they needed to discuss something important. Rias explained that they knew where Issei was and requested that the parents not accompany them. The parents accepted. The factions, filled with anger, laughed and left the parents unconscious. Issei declared it was time to pay another visit to Issei, laughing. In Tartaro's, Issei struggled to get free and screamed. The sin advanced further and showed no sign of stopping. Issei begged to be taken out, insisting his parents were in danger and shouting with rage. Original sin, since the time of Adam and Eve, had been borne by everyone from birth until death, and this sin was said to be the cause of eternal punishment. Chapter 4. The Original Sin. It is said that death stalks the world every day. The first death of humanity was Abel, when his brother Cain killed him, and God punished him eternally. Death cannot be stopped, and sins cannot be remedied without true repentance. The factions did not repent until it was too late, and the price of sin was death. The original sin had only begun, and nothing would halt its eternal judgment. In Tartarus, Issei was hysterical. He feared for his parents more than anything and would never forgive the factions if they harmed them. He trembled until the doors opened and the captors brought his parents out, bound and with bags over their heads. One was a woman and the other a man. Issei recognized them instantly and braced for what he dreaded. Issei mocked Issei as he presented the pair, and the gathered faction members laughed. Issei felt paralyzed by fear. He would accept pain himself, but never harm to his parents. The captors removed the ropes and the hoods, and Issei's parents flinched at the sight of him battered, exhausted, and changed. Mickey rushed forward, clinging to her son, and Garu stared in disbelief at the wounds he could see. Issei told them calmly that they had not been harmed, explaining that the factions had accused him of a crime he did not commit and had altered him into something else. His parents stood stunned, and nearby a man watched with a bitter smile while interacting with members of the Gremmery, Seraphal, and Gabriel. Issei cut the mood with a violent outburst, striking the Hayadu couple to the ground and berating Issei for the supposed damage he had caused to the factions. Issei begged Issei to spare his parents and offered himself instead. Issei declared that Issei needed to learn respect. He ordered guards to hold the couple and had knives placed against their throats as a threat. Issei pleaded desperately while his parents tried to soothe him, assuring him they would be all right and that they loved him. In a sudden, brutal moment, the couple were killed before the crowd, and Issei screamed in anguish. The faction members laughed at the spectacle, unaware that their cruelty had set in motion a fate they could not imagine. Issei then turned his cruelty on Issei himself, violently assaulting his face and leaving him writhing in pain. The Gremmery fainted from shock, and others mocked him before walking away and leaving Issei behind. 3 weeks passed. The factions celebrated their new Red Emperor. Many drank in revelry. The Gremmery, Seraphal, Gabriel, and Yasaka abstained, the latter claiming PR. Issei announced a grand engagement, proclaiming his new brother-in-law and sister's union alongside the Mao Leviathan and the leader of the yokai faction, Yasaka. The hall erupted in applause, but an uneasy tension remained. Issei called Horiyuki to the stage. Horiyuki accepted the microphone with an unsettling grin and thanked them for their trust, then shifted to a confession. He declared himself an ex-member of the Chaos Brigade and the leader of an organization called Apocalypses. He said his former organization had been destroyed by Valerie Lucifer. When Issei Hayadu had defeated the Beast of the Apocalypse and others had killed Horiyuki's Lord, Rise of him, he had been consumed by vengeance. Horiyuki explained that he had gathered rebels to form a new group with the aim of destroying his enemies and taking power. Issei had been an obstacle, so Horiyuki admitted to orchestrating a plan to eliminate him. He had used disguise and false information to frame Issei and had arranged kidnappings and killings to provoke his downfall, including the killing of Issei's parents in front of him. The hall fell silent. The factions, Issei, and everyone present realized the terrible injustice they had been part of and were overwhelmed with regret. Many wept bitterly and several fainted. Rias suffered deeply at the revelation she had turned away from a man who had sacrificed much for her, and now the consequences of those choices weighed heavily on her. Issei reacted with rage and vowed retribution. Horiyuki responded without fear, revealing that he had drained the power of the Red Dragon into a weakened vessel and that the dragon, trapped and weakened, had only just managed a faint apology as evidence of what Horiyuki had done. Horiyuki announced that the next phase of his plan would further break them, promising a surprise that would leave them shattered. From across Lilith, cars positioned at various points of the city signaled the final act of his scheme. Horiyuki set a countdown. The numbers fell and then the city was rocked by a massive explosion. A loud boom echoed through the city of Lilith. Cars had exploded and left widespread destruction. Horiyuki laughed like a psychopath and stepped into a magic circle to leave. Issei launched a sphere of destruction into the air and realized too late the sin he had committed. Nothing could fix it. Issei wept and begged to know what they had done. In Tartarus, Issei lay chained with a Biondifeld, haunted by the memory of his parents being killed before his eyes. Rage swelled in him until he did something that would threaten the factions once and for all. He called to a great dragon, shouting its name with a voice full of fury. The dragon answered him, questioning why he had been summoned. Issei offered his soul and body in exchange for freedom and help escaping the prison so he could take revenge. The dragon replied that it was present in his mind but bound by a seal. If he removed it, the dragon would grant healing and restore his sight. Issei obeyed. As he reached for the seal, memories of betrayal, deceit, and his parents' deaths filled him with even greater anger. With force he broke the seal and the dragon awoke. Its enormous roar shook Tartarus and was heard across the underworld and the heavens. A ray of light entered Issei's body and healed his sight and wounds. Madness crept into Issei as the dragon spoke in his mind, three heads smiling as they asked what he would do next. In that odd, charged moment, Issei began to sing the Hail Mary, his voice carrying through the cavernous prison. Far above, the memory of Noah's flood was told as a warning. Long ago, a global deluge changed the world when divinity rejected humanity's transgressions. Noah was commanded to build an ark, take his family and representatives of the animals, and endure the flood that cleansed the earth. The story warned that a similar judgment loomed and that original sin had been judged with the harshest of sentences. At Castle Gremory, the revelation brought chaos. The leaders were devastated and the populace reacted with hypocritical displays of grief. Many began to rebuild statues and walls in honor of Issei, even planning an enormous monument for him, convinced that nostalgia could hide their guilt. None of those efforts would absolve them of their actions. In Lucifer's chamber, Issei dreamed of a field of flowers where Issei stood surrounded by Rias and the others, friends and family all happy. The vision twisted into a hateful darkness, flames flaring like a scene from the underworld, and an ominous figure with yellow eyes appeared, revealing all his friends fallen. He awoke with a cry, shaken and crying, pleading for Issei's forgiveness. That moment marked his repentance. When the Gremory household learned the truth, they reacted with shock and made private, painful decisions. Rias vowed to rescue Issei from the asylum, heal him, and marry him so they could begin a life together far from the pain they faced. Aquino promised to bring him back and live by his side, hoping to build a future together. Kaneko, tearful, swore she would free him and reward him for his suffering, committing herself to a shared life. Kuroka resolved to rescue him from Tartarus and give him a warm, constant home. Zenobia declared that when Horiyuki was stopped, promises from the past could finally be fulfilled. Asia and Irina prayed each night for his safety so they could someday form a family. Elmenhild vowed that once she had him in her arms she would not let him go. All the others shared the same desperate wish, to restore what had once been. This phase of shocked bargains and determined promises could be called negotiation. In the yokai faction, Yasaka rampaged through the halls, furious at Horiyuki and determined to make him answer for what he had done. Kunu wept, longing for her father's return. Yasaka comforted the child and promised that when Issei returned they would try to grant the family the closeness they missed. Yasaka swore she would make Horiyuki pay, but she restrained the vision of cruelty into a vow of retribution rather than graphic violence. This stage was driven by anger. Within the Grigori, Azazel drank in remorseful silence, recognizing his error and accepting that forgiveness might not come. He resolved to accept the consequences of his actions. This was acceptance. Foreign divinities reacted with disbelief and denial. The gods of Greece, the Norse, and Egypt were incredulous. Odin could not accept the truth, Zeus refused to believe it, and Ra vowed to deal with the offender himself. This final reaction was denial. Back in Tartarus, Kiyomiya entered Issei's cell and found him motionless, blindfolded and expressionless. Kiyomiya noted that it was a day for games and challenged him, but Issei did not respond. Kiyomiya asked again if he did not wish to speak, the question hanging unanswered in the cold air. The captor said he would make Issei talk as he presented a tray of intimidating devices. The captor added that he would see how long Issei could last without speaking. At that moment, he heard Issei's chains rattle and Issei began to sing an eerie melody that sent a chill through the room. Issei began chanting the Hail Mary in a long, strained voice while others echoed the prayer. The cell trembled and cracks spread through the stone as the lights flickered and went out. Kiyomiya, for the first time in his life, felt true fear. When the light returned, Issei was no longer chained. Issei rose silently from behind Kiyomiya without the other man noticing. When Kiyomiya turned, the sudden violence began. Issei removed his blndfld and his eyes shone yellow. With a low, crushing voice, he spoke about fear and God and asked Kiyomiya whether he feared death, whether he feared God, and whether he feared him. Kiyomiya trembled and demanded to know who he was. Issei whispered that he was the king of terror. What followed was a swift, brutal confrontation described in stark, non-graphic terms. Issei struck Kiyomiya down, inflicting severe injuries that left him helpless. He broke Kiyomiya's arm and badly damaged his hands, then drove Kiyomiya to the ground and continued the attack until Kiyomiya stopped moving. Issei's hand was stained from the struggle. Issei went to the chains that had bound him. With a single powerful effort he ripped them free from the wall, tearing stone and metal from their anchors. He moved like a flash and the guards immediately shouted for the prisoner to be captured. Issei found 2 knives and secured them to the chains. Lightning began to dance around him as he swung the makeshift weapons with terrifying speed. He called it a game, the punishment of God, and then unleashed it. The chained blades swept through the guards' ranks, striking down many in a chaotic, overwhelming assault. He fought with brutal efficiency, disabling his opponents in rapid succession. Finding explosives, he set them and then used the chains to tear at the prison walls. The explosions collapsed sections of the structure and set the cells of Tartarus ablaze. A wounded guard crawled free, and Issei seized him. Pressing a finger to the guard's lips, Issei forced him to carry a message to the factions. The attack had been carried out by a serial killer who had also abducted Haid Issei. Issei threatened the guard that if he revealed Issei's true identity, his family would be killed. The terrified guard obeyed and fled on a horse to deliver the false story. Issei proclaimed that the factions had given birth to their own executioner. He declared himself the king of terror and vowed that none could stop him, insisting that their greatest mistake would haunt them and that he was the consequence of their sins. With that, the Tartarus arc ended and the arc of vengeance began. The next chapter opened with a reflection on beginnings, the Genesis, the start of creation, the coming of life and the emergence of original sin. The origin of revenge was portrayed as ancient and unavoidable, present from the first moments to the final hour. In the Council of the Factions, all were gathered with hollow faces and red-rimmed eyes from weeping, while others had become numb. Issei announced his decision to retrieve Issei from Tartarus. Odin said that the time had come. Zeus offered an apology to Issei. Ra said that when Issei was freed, he would show deep respect and gratitude for what was done to save him. Issei promised the greatest rewards, the return of Drake and vast territories. Azazel erupted in anger and sorrow, arguing that freeing Issei would not remove hatred or the desire for revenge. He reminded the council that they had killed Issei's parents before his eyes and taken his sight, and he feared the consequences of their past actions. At that moment, a wounded messenger from Tartarus arrived. The messenger, battered but conscious, reported that the prison of Tartarus had been destroyed. The news left everyone stunned, the weight of the report hanging heavy in the hall. The Tartarus guard reported to Lord Issei that nothing remained. He alone had survived and everything lay in ruins. The Gremari, Yasaka, Kunu, and Serafal, who had also suffered losses, were terrified and fainted. Valerie, who had also suffered a loss, was furious and grabbed the guard by the throat, demanding to know if her dragonling was safe. The guard did not answer, and Valerie shouted for him to respond. Issei intervened and ordered Valerie to stop. Issei then asked the guard if Issei Hayadu was alive. The guard hesitated, remembering Issei's warning that if his identity were revealed, he would kill the guard's wife and little daughter. The guard explained that the man responsible had kidnapped Issei, claimed to be a serial killer, and called himself the King of Terror. Fear spread through the factions at the news that a serial killer had abducted Issei. Search's aura flared as he demanded more information. The guard said only that the kidnapper had vowed to destroy the factions and all living beings within them. Most dismissed this as a madman's boast, but Issei felt a cold unease. Issei blamed Horiyuki for the attack and vowed to kill him personally if responsible. He ordered the guard taken to the Citri hospital to have his wounds treated. Rias was distraught and feared for Issei's life. She felt driven to save her pawn and the man she loved. Issei told Rias she could not act yet. Issei's condition made him unlikely to speak. Venelana agreed with her son that they needed to learn the cause first. Zeoticus tried to calm Rias and promised that once Issei was rescued, Rias would be allowed to marry him as she wished. Issei then said he would attempt a spell to restore the life of her parents because he regretted his past actions and wanted to make amends by giving everything he had to bring them back. The narrator noted, however, that the fate of many loved ones in the factions had already been sealed and could not be easily undone. Issei had left Tartarus and gone into the human forest. At a moonlit lake he wept, speaking to his mother and father and apologizing for failing to save them. After his tears, he rose with a cold vow. The factions would pay for their sins, he would make them suffer and take away what they loved. A yellow flash emerged from his body and formed a small, chibi-like presence. Ghidorah had appeared. Ghidorah reassured him that they would help him seek vengeance. Ghidorah then introduced the three personalities within itself, the left head representing tranquility, the right head representing revenge and hatred yet capable of calm, and the middle head representing sadistic cruelty. Issei gave them English names: peace for the left, revenge for the right, and cruel for the middle. The three agreed. Ghidorah offered Issei immortality but warned of its price. He would be forced to witness those he loved being born and dying over and over. Issei, having already lost those he loved, accepted the price if it meant seeing them reborn as better people. Ghidorah granted immortality by infusing Issei with a surge of lightning and heat. Ghidorah then told Issei that to kill the factions he would need intense training and careful planning. Issei referenced the story of creation and asked why he could not create anew in 7 days. Ghidorah found the idea interesting and agreed to begin a 7-day regimen of training and planning. On the first day, Ghidorah taught Issei to summon lightning, control thunder, move with superhuman speed, and regenerate from injuries rapidly. He put Issei through a grueling physical regimen to build endurance and strength. On the second day, Ghidorah taught Issei a technique called the Reaper of Souls, which summoned 3 spectral heads that drained life energy from targets and could permanently extinguish a target's life force if necessary. Ghidorah explained that, as a dragon with 3 distinct personalities, Issei would also develop 3 corresponding aspects within himself. On the 3rd day, Ghidorah formed 2 dark katanas shot through with crimson lightning to increase lethality and conceal their presence. He trained Issei in superhuman strength and other techniques that would be revealed later. On the 4th day, Ghidorah retrieved chains from Tartarus and imbued them with power, attaching kunai to Issei's waist. This weapon set allowed Issei to grab and hold objects at range and call lightning from the sky by striking the ground. On the 5th day, Issei's appearance shifted as he adopted a new look. He learned more deadly techniques, including one called Inferno Post-Mortem. On the 6th day, Issei drafted detailed plans, lists of targets, trap designs, contingency strategies, and backup plans in case anything went wrong. He wove an assassin's suit to conceal his identity. By the end of the day, his plans were complete and he felt strong enough to confront even the most formidable foes, including the Great Red, Ophis, and Trihexa. On the 7th day, Issei rested and gathered his strength. Issei told Ghidorah that everything was ready and that his revenge would begin tomorrow. Ghidorah replied that from now on he would live inside him. Issei reacted in disbelief and angrily called him a son of a beach. Ghidorah clarified that he would inhabit Issei's mental space and could emerge whenever he wanted, expressing surprise that Issei had accomplished everything in 6 days and noting that the best part was that Issei relied on his own power rather than Ghidorah's. Issei insisted that Ghidorah should only help when necessary. Ghidorah refused to miss the fun, reminding him that he had the suit and the weapons but still had nothing to cover his face. He would call himself by the name they once used, the King of Terror. Issei put on the mask he had taken from the desk and felt its presence settle over him. He announced that he would play a new game called The Punishment of Sinners and that, before anything else, he needed to make the matter political so the factions would understand his message. With that resolve, he donned his suit and set off. As Genesis is the beginning of original sin, this would be the beginning of Issei's revenge. That evening at the Demon Council, the elders were discussing the disappearance of Issei Hayadu and the plans for his rescue. Elder 1 explained that Hayadu Issei had vanished a week earlier, apparently taken by a murderer known as the King of Terror. Elder 2 admitted he had not heard that name in centuries and thought it once belonged to a dragon. Elder 3 added that Issei was powerful, but after recent events he was vulnerable and could be harmed. Elder 4 agreed and proposed launching search and rescue and investigation teams. Elder 5 noted it strange that a killer of that caliber left no message, and Elder 6 dismissed the possibility as someone seeking attention. A strange laugh interrupted them, and Elder 1 asked who was there. A figure stepped into the chamber, Issei, wearing the outfit of an assassin and the mask. He greeted the council. Elder 7 demanded a reason why his guards should not tear the intruder apart. Issei used the mask to deepen his voice and demonstrated a simple trick with a pencil placed on the table, suggesting he could make it disappear. When an order was given to remove the intruder, Issei moved with sudden speed and neutralized a guard who advanced on him, ending the threat. Issei then announced that he was not an ordinary being and that he knew the council was searching for Hayadu Issei. When Elder 3 asked how he knew, Issei replied that everyone knew that name and moved the conversation to the larger picture, the fall of Tartarus and the fall of the Red former emperor. The elders confirmed that Tartarus had been destroyed by a deranged attacker who had kidnapped the former emperor for unknown reasons. They worried about what further harm might follow. Issei spoke about human minds being manipulable, about how people were led by lies and empty words, and about the brittle nature of human loyalties. He suggested that the man they called a killer might be driven by revenge or other motives, and that no one could be trusted. When Elder 6 asked where he was going with this, Issei said plainly that he sought vengeance and that he would punish the sins of the supernatural with judgment. He declared himself the King of Terror. Elder 1 shouted for the guards to attack. Issei produced a small remote to show he had more than theatrics, and when the elders accused him of brazenly entering their hall and taking one of their own, he answered that his actions were not for pleasure but for vengeance. He said he would judge all supernatural beings for their sins. Issei then revealed that his message would be like the angel of death. In a swift, precise motion with his blades, he incapacitated the elders and seized control of the chamber. He secured the council staff inside and arranged a visible, grim warning outside the building to ensure the factions would understand the severity of his intent. The people trapped inside were terrified. Explosives had been placed around the perimeter. Issei soothed them with a cold promise that they would be part of a message. A hostage asked what was happening, frightened. Issei explained that this was a parting gift, meant to split attention and leave an unforgettable sign. He assured them they would not be subjected to drawn-out suffering. He pressed the detonator, and the explosives outside erupted in a dramatic, destructive blast. The Demon Council was destroyed in the explosion, the message delivered in a single, catastrophic moment. Issei watched with a marked smile beneath his mask, which also hid the scar at the corner of his mouth. In the territories of the underworld factions, the explosion echoed and alarm spread among them. Issei left a yellow three-headed dragon symbol as his message, and beneath it he inscribed initials that meant his sin and punishment are sealed, followed by the title King of Terror. He stepped back and laughed. He believed that sin had always been bound to humanity and that God punished it, warning that without repentance the flames of hell would consume the unrepentant forever. In the days of Abraham, his nephew Lot and his wife had traveled to a city called Sodom, a place rife with sin and corruption. God sent 2 angels to lead Lot, his wife, and his daughters out of the city, and then rained fire and sulfur down to cleanse the wickedness there. The angels commanded that no one should look back, but Lot's wife disobeyed and turned to a pillar of salt. Disobedience to God carried a price, and sin's consequence was death. Issei felt pleased as he arrived at his hideout, an abandoned warehouse, and a sinister smile creased his face. He asked Ghidorah how long they would take to notice the warning. Ghidorah ordered him never to use that nickname again and replied that they would likely discover it sooner than usual and put a bounty on his head. Issei dismissed that for the moment and turned to his plan. He said it was time for a faction to be wiped out completely and mused over several possible targets in a scattered, almost playful manner. Then, with certainty, he declared that he knew who the target would be and laughed. Elsewhere, Issei grew frantic. He could not find a spell to bring Issei's parents back to life and feared the new threat called apocalypsis. He was also distressed by the disappearance of his brother-in-law. In frustration, he overturned the books scattered on his table and cried out at his inability to find an answer. Grayfia stopped her duties to console her husband. She reminded him that they were in this together and that they would find a solution, that together they were strong, and that their son was upset and had not left his room. Issei promised to speak with their son later and thanked his wife. She reminded him that supporting him was her duty. He calmed somewhat, but the weight of his sin remained, and what lay ahead threatened to drive him further toward madness. The women of the Gremory household grew increasingly unhinged with worry and longing. Rias, distracted and sleepless, found herself imagining a future with Issei and thinking of simple names for the children she dreamed of having. She stitched small garments and spoke of family in a dreamy, obsessive way. Akino's longing took on a possessive tone. She insisted that when Issei returned she would keep him close and that they would build a life together. Kaneko confessed that she missed Issei's warmth and imagined a peaceful life in the countryside surrounded by many kittens and a home where they could be happy together. Kuroka expressed a wild, intense longing to be reunited with him and promised that when he returned they would never be apart. Asia prayed each day at a small altar with pictures of Issei, pleading for his safe return and hoping to form a family together. Irina recalled childhood promises and urged him to keep them, promising a gentle reprimand when he came back. Zenobia, fierce and determined, declared that when Issei returned she would make sure they united and that she would not let him fall into the same loneliness again. Rosweiss, fond and concerned, urged him to return to his duties, reminding him of the connection between student and mentor. Each of them waited and hoped in their own way, the household bound by worry and an intense longing for Issei to come back and for the looming threat of apocalypsis to be stopped. Ravel teased that she had plans for his return. She warned that if her brother discovered he had abandoned her, he would be in trouble. In a mix of proud and obsessive tones, Ravel suggested that Issei should come to her so they could give her parents the grandchildren they longed for. That way her brother could not harm the future children's father. If everyone was spiraling, a single word could push them further. Imagine Lu Fei's reaction and Elmahild's. At least Serafal remained steady thanks to her sister, but the most critical states belonged to Yasaka and Valerie. Valerie had descended into full obsessive mode, ready to fiercely confront anyone who approached or spoke to Issei. Albion remained silent, unable to recount what had happened. Valerie insisted that Issei's beloved would come to save him, and that afterward they would withdraw from battle and retreat to a quiet home where they would grow closer each day. She imagined a family with children, some with white hair and others with brown like his, and declared that she would become the new matriarch of the Hayadu family while Issei would be her partner and protector. She looked at him with an unsettling, obsessive smile and vowed to protect him at any cost. Yasaka held herself together for the sake of her daughter. She kept her feelings hidden and focused on supporting her child. His daughter had been unstable and had said disturbing things about a future sibling, which left the family unsettled. Yasaka spoke to Issei in a manic tone about family and leadership, leaving disturbing implications. Issei sat over a poster board, writing out the plans for his next attack. He wanted it to be perfect and to make that entire faction suffer. He thought that his love made him see her like a star and then declared his plan finished. Ghidorah called him insane and warned him to be sure. Issei asked whether their targets could resist radiation or chemicals. Ghidorah tersely told him not to ask. Issei prepared to go to work. Issei might have been calm if a soldier had not told him that the Demon Council had been wiped out and the innocents who worked there were dead as well. Azazel, Michael, and Issei went to the site and found the place in ruin, the council eradicated and the scene staged as a warning. Michael asked who could have done such a thing. Azazel suggested the Horiyuki organization might be behind it. Issei blamed the man who had kidnapped Issei and vowed to kill him if he found him. As the guards cleared the scene, they noticed a symbol on the ground, a yellow three-headed dragon and a phrase in Latin translated to English as his sin and his punishment is sealed, with the title King of Terror. Issei insisted this was not that organization, it was the BSRD who had taken Issei. Azazel wondered if someone wanted to politicize the attack. Michael said that appeared to be the goal, and they needed to be alert because they did not know what the attacker sought. Issei ordered everyone to return to their factions and remain vigilant. They were now facing two threats. Issei donned a mask and assembled a weaponized combination of chemicals and radioactive material, designing reactions meant to devastate those he targeted. He remarked to himself that chemistry did teach useful things. Ghidorah teased him about being an anime scientist. Issei compared his plan to the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, a rain of fire and brimstone that left no survivors. He declared his intention to make the faction fall and called his chemical payload the Ghost of Sodom, and he said he had a special surprise reserved for the faction's leader. In Grigori, Azazel was drinking in his laboratory while waiting for a package that would help him begin a search for Issei. His assistant brought the package in. Azazel's phone rang with a taunting caller who identified himself as Issei and urged Azazel to open his surprise. Azazel realized the voice and feared the worst. When he opened the box, it contained a timed explosive. The device detonated, destroying the laboratory and killing Azazel and his assistant in the blast. From elsewhere, Issei watched as missiles streaked toward Grigori, their flashes mistaken by the people below for distant lights. The missiles carried the radiation-laced payloads Issei had prepared. They fell on the faction, unleashing a wave of destruction that devastated entire districts and shattered the defenses of the targeted group. All of Grigori succumbed to darkness, with cries and death sweeping through the streets. Chaos consumed the city. People fell under a shadow that seemed to devour hope. Even children wept as they vanished into the turmoil. Explosions and missiles continued to fall like a rain of fire and brimstone. Issei laughed at the spectacle and declared that this was personal, leaving his assassin's mark as a warning of vengeance. He noted that Barakiel had been in Grigori and did not survive. A guard informed Issei that the Grigori faction was under attack. Issei and the other faction leaders were stunned and rushed to the ruined city with their retinues. They found the place devastated and all life extinguished. Issei wept bitterly upon discovering Azazel among the dead. Azazel had been found lifeless and badly damaged. Michael reacted with disbelief, and Issei blamed the attack on Horiyuki's organization, Apocalypsis, vowing that when he found them he would make them pay and take personal revenge. Ghidorah asked Issei what his next move would be, and Issei proclaimed that the Exodus would begin. The Exodus tells the story of Moses. As an infant, he was placed by his mother in a basket and set on the Nile to save him. He was rescued by the Pharaoh's daughter and raised in the royal court. As he grew, Moses killed an Egyptian who had mistreated an Israelite and fled. Later, Moses received a divine message instructing him to free his people. Meanwhile, a soldier from Apocalypsis reported the destruction of Grigori to their leader, Horiyuki. The soldier explained that the attack had apparently ruined their plans to take the city and that the perpetrator called himself Rex Terroris. Horiyuki reacted with grim interest at the name King of Terror. Some of the men laughed and called him crazy, amused by the name. A soldier asked if they should find the man and kill him. Horiyuki replied that, on the contrary, he wanted the man to join his ranks. The soldiers expressed surprise. Horiyuki explained that if the man was insane enough to destroy an entire faction, he would be unstoppable if on their side. A soldier volunteered to organize a search to recruit him and then left. Horiyuki pondered aloud who the so-called King of Terror might be. With Issei, Ghidorah praised the earlier display as impressive. Issei noted that the target had been the first on his list and that the next strike would be against a faction with vast wealth. They needed funds to cover their expenses. Ghidorah suggested attacking the Egyptian faction, and Issei acknowledged the idea, calling his brother clever. Ghidorah admitted he had met many crazy people, but Issei was worse. Issei reassured him that he did not intend to destroy that faction yet, only to send a message, and told his companion to rest because the next day would be long. At the factions, everyone had gathered for Azazel's funeral in a demon church. Issei sat with his head bowed, overwhelmed by guilt and helplessness. He could not imagine what to do. Milikas admitted that he missed Issei and wanted to ask for forgiveness when they found him, hoping Issei would train him as his disciple. Issei, sounding more despondent than usual, told his son that when they found Issei, he was sure Issei would agree. Venelana called the perpetrator a heartless monster and demanded to know why this had been done. Xioticus calmed her, promising they would find the culprit, make him pay for his cruelty, and learn where their son-in-law was. The Gramarye entourage was quiet. Although Azazel's death did not affect them deeply, their thoughts were on Issei and the futures they imagined with him. Rias wondered why she had to be at the funeral when she should be searching for her husband and attending to her duties. She only hoped the burial would be over soon so she could rest and dream of being reunited with Issei. Sona asked why that man sought to destroy them. Saji promised he would defeat the villain himself and bring back proof of the victory. The Citri entourage looked tense and worried. Leifri said that if Issei were present he would protect them all and vowed to keep him by her side, joking that her brother needed many nephews. Serafal swore she would kill Horiyuki and the so-called king and recover Issei, promising her sister many nephews and half-joking that she hoped to see a very large number of them. Valerie remained silent during the ceremony, but inwardly she vowed to find Issei, bring him back, and never let him go. After the funeral and the burial of Azazel, everyone returned to their factions. Issei fell asleep, but a nightmare tormented him, and the unrest would follow into the next day. Issei called out, asking who was there. An unknown voice laughed and taunted that he would lose everyone he loved. Issei demanded that the stranger show himself. The voice told Issei he was sentenced and that he and his people would die. Issei ordered the voice to be quiet. The voice repeated that he would lose everyone, that he would see them all die and attend a funeral every week, laughing cruelly. Issei cried out for the voice to stop. Issei woke up terrified. Grafia saw him and comforted him as he began to cry, while his thoughts fixed on his brother-in-law. Dawn arrived. Issei remarked that it was time to send the message to Ghidorah. Ghidorah agreed. Issei said they would have breakfast later, but for now they would make the Egyptian faction feel despair. Ghidorah criticized Issei's words and asked how he intended to deliver the message. Issei considered two options: appear before them personally or call them by video. Ghidorah preferred the video. Issei donned his suit and mask and prepared to transmit his warning. He knew without doubt that what was about to begin would be the start of a harsh reckoning. In the Egyptian faction, the gods met in conference to discuss the attacks by Apocalypsis. Ra complained that the attacks would not stop and insisted they must keep their people safe. Osiris urged calm and a search for a solution. Seth, though resentful, admitted Osiris had a point and told Ra to stay composed. The gods were in agreement when suddenly their surroundings darkened and an unfamiliar image appeared in their temple. Ra asked what was happening. The image revealed Issei in his suit and mask. When Issei adopted his assassin persona, he introduced himself as the King of Terror. Anubis asked if this was the man who had destroyed Grigori. In his King of Terror persona, Issei confirmed that he had and said he had done so for reasons only he understood, telling Anubis to be silent. Osiris demanded to know what he wanted. The King of Terror laughed and said he sought only that they meet a few simple demands. Seth asked what those demands were. The King of Terror stated plainly that he wanted all their gold and riches. Isis asked what would happen if they refused. The King of Terror threatened to bring chaos to their cities and warned that the suffering he had caused in Grigori would pale in comparison. Ra asked who he was to threaten gods. The King of Terror replied that he was nobody of note, that he sought a peace in which they did not exist, and that if they refused he would bring desolation, 10 desolations that would annihilate all life in their faction. Thoth declared he would not allow such a thing. The King of Terror challenged them to do nothing and watch their people starve and turn on one another, promising 10 plagues that would strike everything and that they would be unable to stop. Ra demanded to know what 10 plagues he meant. The King of Terror laughed and said they would learn the consequences soon enough. The image vanished, leaving the gods bewildered and enraged. Back with Ghidorah, Ghidorah echoed the question about 10 plagues. Issei affirmed that he intended to bring the 10 plagues of Egypt, and that each plague would come with a message meant to force them to change course. Ghidorah laughed in surprise at Issei's resolve. Issei prepared to begin. When God saw Pharaoh Ramses refuse to free his people through Moses, he sent 10 plagues upon Egypt to force the pharaoh to relent. If the Egyptian gods opposed him, they would suffer dire consequences. One of those plagues would be the one that condemned the pharaoh, and the same fate would be dealt to the factions by Issei. Issei prepared the first threat with Ghidorah at his side. Issei declared that they would begin with the warnings as he armed himself. Ghidorah asked what he intended to do. Issei noted how crystalline the faction's waters looked and then, without hesitation, cut his hand and let his blood fall into the waters. His wound closed almost immediately, but the blood spread and stained the entire water supply crimson. Issei explained that this was the first plague. The waters turned to blood, and it would be their opening strike against the Egyptian faction. The Egyptian gods reacted in alarm. They had gone to drink from their reserves and were horrified when the water looked like blood. Osiris exclaimed that the water was blood. Seth and Anubis were stunned, and Isis suspected that the man she had seen was responsible. Isis attempted to purify the water, but the corruption was beyond her powers. The blood, woven with a dark magic, could not be cleansed. The gods feared for their people. Amon said the man had gone too far, and Ra roared in fury, vowing he would never bow to the whims of the man who called himself the King of Terror. Meanwhile, in the Gremri faction, the council gathered to discuss the attack on Grigori and the assault on the demonic council. Circe planned to capture the man responsible once they knew his appearance and to force him to reveal what he had done with Issei. Venelana counseled restraint and urged vigilance. They needed to strengthen their faction and gather information. Xioticus reminded Circe that they needed concrete clues before acting. A single mysterious man had already managed to destroy a faction by himself, and underestimating him would be disastrous. Circe agreed to focus on the safety of their people. The women present remained quiet, each lost in private thoughts about what might come next. The meeting remained tense until Ra stormed into Circe's domain in anger. Ra announced that the King of Terror had threatened his faction and had turned their water to blood. He also revealed that the intruder had shown his appearance, the same masked figure they had all heard rumors about. Issei ordered an immediate search and raised a reward for his capture. He wanted the man alive. Ra left confident that Issei would act. Issei began planning the second plague and summoned the Egyptian faction again. Ra returned with the others and found the same crimson water. Anubis cursed the intruder. The man calling himself RT addressed the faction and asked whether they would accept his proposal or stand aside. Seth refused violently and flatly rejected the demands. RT responded that the answer was incorrect, and then he unleashed the second plague. Issei released a flood of frogs that swarmed the land, frightening both the people and the gods. The amphibians did not cease, and the gods debated whether killing Issei would stop the calamities, but some feared the consequences of such an action. Issei told Ghidorah that the display would be beautiful, and Ghidorah said he could hardly wait to see it. 2 days later, Issei summoned them again. RT asked if they would accept now. Ra remained defiant, refusing once more. Issei then sent a plague of lice and swarming mosquitoes that tormented the people and gods, harassing everyone and wearing down their patience. 3 days later, Issei called again. RT inquired about their decision, and Thoth reiterated their refusal. Issei followed with a plague of flies, sending swarms to infest food stores and spread filth across the land. The gods and the people were disgusted and pushed to the brink. RT checked whether they would accept. Isis answered no and stood firm. Next came the pestilence upon the livestock. Issei's magic caused the herds to fall ill and disappear, leaving the people without food and water. The cries of the suffering echoed, and even some gods were shaken by the scale of the disaster. 2 weeks passed before Issei spoke again. RT urged the leaders not to cling to pride and to accept the terms. Horus responded with absolute refusal, insisting that they were gods and would not bow. The conflict continued to escalate as each side held fast to its course, and the plagues pressed on, testing the limits of gods and mortals alike. "We will yield to you, foolish human." Chapter 2. RT warned that their pride would not save them from starvation. Issei responded by unleashing a plague of painful sores across the entire faction through corrosive chemicals. Even the gods suffered, but their pride kept them from yielding. 15 days later, Issei called again. RT asked whether their pride had allowed them to think clearly. Ra replied angrily that his answer would always be no, despite the sores on his skin. Issei then summoned a rain of fire and hail, sending small missiles to strike the Egyptian faction and calling down a violent storm. The people were terrified. They did not want to suffer like Grigori, but Issei only fired missiles without chemicals, because he had another plan. RT demanded that they set aside their pride and accept his terms. Hathor shouted that she would never comply. Next, Issei released swarms of locusts and grasshoppers to frighten and weaken the Egyptian population. After 10 days he visited the gods again, but they refused once more. Issei followed by casting a curse of darkness over the faction, plunging their lands into shadow and blocking the sun for which Ra was responsible. Crops began to fail. For days later Issei made one final visit. RT stated that now they would accept. Ra declared that they had endured too much and would not be bent by plagues. RT said he had no other choice and that his final plague would force them to weep and to repent. The gods mocked him, calling him a pathetic human, but those words sealed their fate. RT laughed and warned that if they continued to mock him, the angel of death would judge them all and no one would survive. The gods were stunned. A chilling sense told them they had made a grave mistake. Ra asked which angel RT meant. RT laughed again and told them to wait for the final plague, insisting it would be the last thing they saw and that his face would be the last they remembered. Then he ended the call. Alone with Ghidorah, Issei admitted he had tried to resolve things peacefully but would now act by force. Ghidorah expressed eagerness to see Issei demonstrate his power. Issei proclaimed that the angel of death would judge them all, and that he himself was that angel. He laughed as he declared that the avenging force that once struck Egypt had returned to claim vengeance and to manifest divine wrath, and that no one could stop it. Silence followed, heavy with the promise of what was to come. At the chapter's end, when Moses saw Pharaoh's final obstinacy, he went to his family and instructed them to mark the doors and windows with lamb's blood, warning that the final plague, the angel of death, was coming. It would kill all the firstborns of Egypt. That plague had already been fulfilled, and it was beginning again. At midnight, Issei sat in quiet reflection, thinking about everything that had happened in his life. He remembered moments he would rather forget and felt the weight of his immortality and choices. Haiwa, one of Ghidorah's heads, noticed Issei's mood and asked if something was wrong. Issei replied that he was only remembering past events he wished he could forget. Haiwa urged him to rest for the moment and cautioned that although he appeared calm, he still harbored anger over what had happened. He reminded Issei that he carried their 3 personalities and warned that what would begin tomorrow could draw him into a conflict from which there might be no escape. Issei accepted that he might not escape. He felt ready. He declared that the Egyptians would fall the next day and nothing would prevent him from completing his mission. Afterward, he planned to seize their treasures and return to the human world to start anew. When Haiwa asked what he would do when everything ended, Issei admitted that he did not know. Most likely he would move to another city, begin again, and live without marriage or children. He acknowledged that his immortality came with a price he would carry alone. Haiwa observed that Issei had matured considerably. Issei reflected that seriousness was sometimes necessary to act in important matters. He could not look back or give up now. A war was approaching, and he intended to finish what he had begun. Haiwa promised that he and the other heads would always support him. Issei thanked Haiwa, and they decided to rest. Tomorrow a great battle awaited, and the fate of the Egyptian gods would be decided. The Gremry group gathered to discuss Issei and how to bring him back. Rias presented a small pink vial and explained that demons faced low FRTLTY, and this vial could help secure their future in a way she believed would be permanent. She also described a spell she had discovered that could erase memories. Since Issei could not find a way to restore his lost family, Rias felt she had no choice but to use the spell so he might forget those tragedies and remain with them. Aquino teased the idea with playful confidence, while Kaneko expressed a quiet desire to have Issei close by. Kuroka and Rosweiss encouraged Rias to proceed, and Ravel and Asia spoke of their hopes for Issei's return. Aquino briefly imagined being able to comfort him in her own way, but the atmosphere remained focused on bringing Issei back safely rather than anything XPLCT. They were united in their determination to see him return. There was a brief pause in their plans as each of them contemplated what it would mean to have Issei back. They moved forward with a shared resolve. Yasaka was knitting tiny clothes for the sibling Kunu longed for as she hummed a lullaby. She imagined the cradle and the small garments, eager for the day their family would be whole again. Kunu entered with a wide smile, excited at the thought of finally holding her brother. When Yasaka asked what Kunu would do when the child arrived, Kunu said she planned to care for the baby closely and give it all the love she could. Yasaka reminded her that patience was needed and that when the father returned, they would welcome the child together. Kunu trusted Yasaka and dreamed of a future where their family would be together again. Both mother and daughter shared the same fierce hope and determination. Elsewhere, Valerie bore the signs of recent conflict. She had been obsessively searching for the one she called her mate, hunting renegade demons in a desperate attempt to control her anger. In a moment of misplaced fury, she had attacked an innocent girl who had only mentioned the name of the Red Emperor, and the aftermath left Valerie shaken by what she had done. Albion confronted her, saying he no longer recognized who she had become. Valerie's reply began but then trailed off, the words lost in the tension of the moment. Albion washed his face and asked whether the other was upset because he had killed an Albion girl. Albion then accused Valerie of murdering an innocent girl. He accepted the issue with the renegades, but he could not accept killing a girl for merely mentioning Issei once. Valerie replied that the girl had brought it on herself by mentioning Issei. Valerie claimed that no one could name Issei except her because he belonged to her alone. She insisted that if the girl had been in love with him, that was unacceptable. Albion told Valerie she had gone mad and that he no longer recognized her. He accused her of being obsessed with Issei. Valerie answered with fury and obsession, declaring that she would do whatever it took to recover Issei, to take him away from the Gremrys and from Yasaka, and to make him hers. She vowed she would not share him with anyone. Albion watched in horror as the arrogant, selfish Valerie he knew crumbled into someone consumed by a dangerous, all-consuming love, capable of anything to get Issei back. Later, Drake was revealed to be contained in a vessel because his sphere had weakened and he refused to bond with another bearer. He longed to see his companion again, for he believed Issei alone had the honor of being his partner. Drake apologized to Issei in his thoughts, pleading that perhaps Issei would hate him but promising he would not give up. He vowed to become the best companion and to restore the glory and honor they had shared, unaware that learning Issei had another companion would shatter him. Issei could not sleep. It was almost 2 in the morning, and he decided to move his plan forward. He told his brothers that the Egyptians would fall now. His brothers Haiwa, Zenkakuna, and Fukushu were awake and responded with eager agreement. Issei prepared himself. He put on his suit, tied his hair back in a ponytail, donned a mask, took up his weapons, and set out for the Egyptian faction. The final confrontation was approaching. The Egyptian leaders were gathered and discussing the recent havoc. Ra accused a dangerous madman of causing great harm to their faction. Osiris urged calm and assured his father they would capture the culprit. Seth vowed to bring that person's head as proof. Anubis sensed that something was coming, and Isis shared the uneasy feeling. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked their village. The gods rushed outside and found their town in flames, with people shouting and children crying. On the horizon they saw an imposing figure in a mask and leather outfit. The figure spun chained blades that sparked against the ground every time they struck, creating a terrifying, stylized display of power. The scene unfolded like an intense anime confrontation, the air charged with impending battle. RT laughed and announced that the Angel of Death had arrived and was coming for their heads. RA asked if he was truly the King of Terror. RT replied that he was, reminding them that he had promised retribution and that their arrogance would bring them to their end. Horus declared that they were gods and he could not kill them. RT dismissed them as pathetic fools and proposed a game in which they would already be losers. Osiris asked what game, and RT coldly said that they were all bound for hell and that they were the winners of his wager. Seth erupted with rage, vowing to kill him. RT mocked their impulses and declared his intention to destroy everything they had created. Issei hurled his chains at the gods and forced them to fall back. The gods summoned their armors and took battle stances. Amon taunted Issei to put away his weapons and fight hand-to-hand. RT signaled that this was exactly what he wanted. Issei sheathed his chains and dropped all his other arms, inviting the fight. Amon charged at Issei and struck the face he aimed for, but Issei grabbed Amon's arm and made a move that sent a shiver through the gods. RT remarked on how sweet it was and invited his heart's turn. With a single pull, Issei disabled Amon, leaving him incapacitated. Amon screamed in fury and pain. RT laughed and joked about having a new back-scratcher. Issei followed with a kick that sent Amon flying into a nearby house. RT asked who was next. All the gods except Ra threw themselves into the fight. Osiris unleashed a barrage he called Resurrection Strike, launching hundreds of quick blows. Issei dodged them all like a shadow at top speed and used a technique he preferred not to rely on Ghidorah for. He warned that he would make every part of him hurt and unleashed Execution Ray. Chains of crackling energy with barbed light sprang forth, binding Osiris and shocking him. Osiris cried out in pain as the energy overwhelmed him. Seth attempted to strike Issei from behind, but Issei avoided the blow, and Seth's attack instead knocked Osiris down, rendering him unconscious. Seth cursed and called forth shadows, sending forth creatures of darkness. Issei trapped one of those monsters and destroyed it with a brutal, decisive action, recoiling at the grimness of the sight. He then used Paralysis Ray to freeze Seth and sent him flying several meters. Issei flew after him, pulled him down by the head, and dragged him across the ground as Seth bled and weakened. Issei declared that Seth would be the first to die and invoked Wrath of Heaven. Dozens of lightning strikes fell upon Seth, who began to convulse and lose coherence. Weakly, Seth asked what had been done to him. Issei told him to rest in peace. Seth's body convulsed violently until his life failed and he collapsed. The gods and Ra could not believe it. Seth, a powerful god, had died at the hands of a mortal. Isis screamed that she would kill the bestiard. She unfurled her wings, seized her spear, and drove it toward Issei's chest. What she saw next horrified her. Issei plucked the spear from his chest as if it were nothing, bent it like an old piece of metal, and immediately regenerated. He declared that he was immortal and, since they were using weapons, he returned to his chains. He spun them through the air, snared Isis's essence, and with a single lightning flash he extinguished it. Isis's body fell lifeless to the ground. RT counted 2 fewer and asked who remained. The gods watched their executioner in fear. Ra remained motionless, stunned. Only Osiris, Anubis, Horus, Thoth, Amon, and Hathor stood. Osiris cursed that Issei had murdered his wife. Horus swore vengeance for his mother. Both leapt forward and unleashed a combined attack they called Divine Judgment, a powerful burst of energy aimed to obliterate their foe. Issei met it with a single strike and sent the blast away. RT said he would kill father and son then. He approached and touched both, channeling Mortem Ray. Horus and Osiris screamed in agony as a massive explosion erupted, and both were struck down, reduced to lifeless forms by the devastating strike. Anubis attempted to use a technique, but Issei appeared behind him in an instant, grabbed his head, and snapped his neck, ending him without fanfare. Only Thoth, Hathor, Amon, and Ra remained. Thoth invoked wisdom of Egypt and manifested a jade sword. He struck true, severing Issei's arms temporarily, but Issei regenerated almost instantly and drew his 2 katanas. He smiled and prepared for action. Each clash of metal rang out in rapid succession. Their movements were so fast they blurred into shadows, and the rhythm of their duel felt almost musical. Thoth's blade and Issei's katanas met again and again. Thoth then activated Wisdom of Blood, causing blades of crimson energy to fly from his sword, each cut burning like hell. Issei pressed forward, faster still, and called Edge of God. His katanas hardened and sliced through the blood blades, countering Thoth's offensive. Hathor unfurled her wings and launched projectiles of heartbreak, raining scores of ethereal missiles across the battlefield. Issei darted through the storm and produced a kunai. He tested the weapon against Hathor, then threw the kunai. It struck her arm, and from the kunai erupted 3 spectral dragon heads that enveloped her and drew out her essence. The spectral dragons consumed her spirit, and she collapsed lifeless from the attack. Thoth, momentarily distracted by the horrifying sight, opened himself to attack. Issei took advantage and drove his katana home, striking Thoth down and ending him instantly. With all the other gods fallen, only Ra and Amon remained. Amon, weakened, proposed that they fuse as in ancient times to avenge their faction, and Ra agreed. A blinding light filled the area for a few minutes. When it cleared, an imposing figure stood where 2 had been. A voice introduced the being as the almighty Amon Ra, the king of terror, and declared that Issei would pay for what he had done to their faction. RT finally became serious. Amon Ra declared that Issei would die and drew a radiant golden spear. Issei wiped his 2 katanas and prepared for battle. RT taunted him, urging him on. Amon Ra charged with blinding speed and landed, revealing his imposing figure. Issei shook the dust from his clothes and assumed a combat stance. RT warned that only one of them would survive. Amon Ra proclaimed that Issei would die by the judgment of the sun and unleashed enormous spheres of fire. Issei dodged and sprinted forward with his katanas, activating his enhanced vision as the spheres accelerated. Using X-ray vision, Issei scanned Amon Ra for weak points and began to calculate his strikes with precision. Amon Ra seized his spear and Issei rushed with his katanas. Their collision carved a huge crater in the ruined city and the 2 fought relentlessly. Their weapons struck incessantly, each impact causing massive bursts of energy, both fighters equally fast and relentless. Amon Ra called upon a dawn-like attack, while RT summoned beams of fire. The blows grew more intense and chaotic, the battlefield erupting with flashes of power as they clashed. Ghidorah watched proudly, observing his bearer relying on his own strength. The 3-headed dragon's gaze followed the battle through Issei's fury. Amon Ra threatened to kill them with a beam of light, and RT responded with the judgment of 12 rays. Both warriors, badly injured but unyielding, kept striking until the conflict reached its climax. Amon-Ra prepared his final move, the rising sun, forming a colossal sphere nearly like a miniature sun and hurling it at Issei. Issei revealed a hidden tactic. He bit his hand and used a drop of his blood to trace a symbol on the ground. The sphere struck and exploded. Amon-Ra believed he had won. From Issei's ritual, a three-headed spectral dragon spirit materialized and absorbed part of the attack's energy. Issei then struck Amon-Ra and invoked a finishing technique, Infernus Post-Mortem. A blinding light enveloped the battlefield and a titanic explosion followed. When the smoke cleared, Issei stood healed, while Amon and Ra had been separated. Amon, missing an arm, crawled toward Ra. Issei saw him and stomped decisively, delivering a fatal blow that ended Amon's advance. He then walked slowly toward Ra, who lay battered on the ground. Ra weakly warned that even if Issei killed him, another would rise to stop him. RT sneered that everyone would end up dead. Ra said Issei would never find happiness. RT replied that he would never have it because they had taken it from him. Those words reverberated in Ra's mind. Issei removed his mask, revealing his face and the scar on his mouth from Tartarus. Ra recognized him and, in disbelief, shed tears. Ra called his name, barely able to believe it. Issei confirmed his identity and reminded Ra of his vow: everyone would die. When Ra asked why, Issei answered that his parents had been murdered in front of him and that such a wrong needed to be avenged. Issei seized Ra and, with brutal efficiency, struck him repeatedly, slamming him against a wall and leaving him broken and helpless. He told Ra that this would be the last thing he ever saw, then delivered a final strike that ended Ra's life. Ra fell motionless to the ground. With those actions, Issei had crushed the Egyptian faction. Issei entered the House of the Gods and took all their gold, sending it into a pocket dimension. He left his symbol behind as a message to the other factions. Ghidorah asked how he felt. Issei answered that he felt excellent and that it was time to return to the human world. When the other factions learned what had happened, they would come looking for him. He declared that the exodus was over and told Ghidorah that they should leave. Ghidorah agreed. Thus the Egyptian faction lay extinguished. Darkness filled the ruins and no gods remained alive. The angel of death had swept through and ended them all. Leviticus spoke of how the Levites taught animal sacrifices to show their love and respect for God. These sacrifices, however, would become the reason the world as they knew it descended into utter chaos. After Issei had utterly defeated the Egyptian forces, he gathered their gold and treasures. Before leaving, he defeated Ra and removed Ra's head. Issei declared that this would serve as a message of death and that it would be repeated. Ghidorah asked what he planned to do next. Issei decided to take a short rest and see what to do in the morning. Ghidorah accepted that. They departed, but Issei sent Ra's head to Circe as a warning. In Circe's council, he met seriously with allied factions Greeks, Norse, and Hindus to discuss the apocalypsis attacks and the menace posed by the serial killer known as Rex. Terrorus, the king of terror. Circe reported on the ongoing apocalypsis assaults and the trouble caused by the rogue killer. Shiva admitted he was losing patience. Zeus said he would personally kill Horiyuki if he found him and spoke with visible anger. Hades urged them all to calm down and asked Circe for his reports. Circe explained that he had seen plans to build an artifact intended to destroy them all and that important documents had been stolen. He noted, however, that the King of Terror did not appear to be allied with those responsible for the theft. Buddha stood and admitted he did not know for sure, but he asked them to consider who was more dangerous, Horiyuki or the King of Terror. Buddha argued that Horiyuki commanded a vast organization with heavy weaponry and an unstoppable army, but he relied on followers to carry out his plans. In contrast, the King of Terror was a lone killer who had destroyed the demonic council, taken down the Grigori, and struck Ra. Buddha pointed out that one required others to act and coordinate, the other operated alone with unclear motives. He warned that they should fear the lone assassin more than the powerful but dependent Horiyuki. Circe dismissed the idea at first, insisting explosives and missiles could be used by anyone and calling the killer an attention seeker who had kidnapped his brother-in-law. He promised that if he found the psychopath he would kill him, as he had done with Azazel, speaking with anger. Search's arrogance made him believe the King of Terror was merely another fool until a package arrived that would strip that arrogance away and leave only fear. A guard delivered a package addressed to Issei with a single instruction: "Open me." Issei accepted the package and opened it, only to see something he had never imagined. Everyone in the hall went silent and frozen. Inside the package lay the head of R.A. Issei found a note with the following words translated into English: "Let this be a lesson. Lucifer, begin to fear. The lights will go out. Life will extinguish. Those you love will perish. And you will do nothing. Signed, King of Terror." The note appeared to be written in a dark substance, and for the first time in his life Issei felt true fear. That fear began to consume him. They hurried to the Egyptian faction and found devastation the beginning of a hunt. The game had started and would not end until one of the main players fell. Shiva reported that the killer had slain all the Egyptian gods. Odin declared that the matter was personal for Issei. Buddha reminded Issei that he had warned them and that they needed to take the threat seriously, that man had killed the Egyptian deities, and no one knew what he might do next. Issei remained silent and in shock, sensing that this man threatened everything he held dear. Meanwhile, the Gremory household rested after long days of planning their lives with Issei. They kept certain feelings private, afraid of how others might react. Rias dreamed of a gentle, quiet future with Issei, a hopeful image of what could be. She awoke from the dream and returned to the present, the memory lingering as a soft reminder of what she cared about. Rias awoke from a vivid dream and lingered a moment before rising. Aquino had woken from a similar, intense dream, and the other catgirls had their own dreams as well. They all returned to the present. City of Lilith, 8 p.m. In a tower, a group of union members was cataloging documents that contained confidential information about the Demons faction. Union Member 1 explained that the file held details about territories, celestial dragons, and the causes of the war from millennia ago. Union Member 2 asked why they were not showing it to others. Union Member 1 said they had to keep it under custody because the files also contained valuable information about their own faction, and if it fell into the wrong hands everything would be ruined. Union Member 3 agreed, adding that the organization Apocalypsis might be preparing a weapon to destroy the factions. Union Member 4 warned that someone had already moved ahead. A psycho killer known as Rex Terroris had destroyed 2 factions on his own. Union Member 5 noted the various interests at play. Union Member 6 complained that a certain Horiyuki had been putting them under pressure. The Union members went quiet when Horiyuki appeared in front of them. He stood with 10 armed men behind him. Union Member 1 demanded to know what he wanted. Horiyuki told them he had come for the documents and ordered them to hand them over, promising to spare their lives if they complied. Union Member 6 challenged his threat. Horiyuki declared his ambition to rule the world and conquer the lands when his plan was fulfilled. Union Member 7 said that would not happen and that Horiyuki would have to kill them to get the documents. Horiyuki responded by ordering his men to act. The 10 operatives opened fire and the Union members were neutralized swiftly. None survived. Horiyuki retrieved the documents and announced that the next phase of his plan was about to begin and that soon the entire world would be at his feet. Horiyuki felt a rising power each time he threatened destruction and domination, unaware that his death was approaching and that someone would soon bring him to justice. In another building, Issei watched Horiyuki with binoculars and observed what had happened. Ghidorah asked why he had not simply killed Horiyuki. Issei replied in a low tone that he would act in his own time and that Horiyuki could keep dreaming he was superior. Issei added that he would force Horiyuki back to reality when he ended him. Ghidorah then asked why Issei had requested a sniper rifle. Issei said it was for his own amusement and that he intended to modify it, also mentioning that he needed it for a message he planned to send to the Greek faction. Ghidorah called Issei the best and the first and only bearer. Issei thanked him, pretending emotion, and said he would play with the enemy's mind to see how manipulable they were. Issei went to a secret location to collect his order, then returned home and went down to his basement. He opened the box and assembled the rifle until it was ready. He admired the weapon and told Ghidorah he intended to use it. Ghidorah asked if he really planned to kill someone with it and whether he had good aim. Issei replied that they would see when they eliminated their target. Ghidorah demanded to know how much it had cost. Issei explained it was imported from the United States and that he had spent $25,000. Ghidorah reacted with disbelief at the price, and Issei pretended not to understand the shock. Ghidorah hoped it would be worth it and asked if Issei planned to tickle people with bullets like that. Issei answered that Ghidorah thought so. Issei had summoned lightning into his hand and transferred his power into the revolver, which glowed with a red pattern and turned black. When he opened the chamber, he realized the gun no longer needed ammunition. Issei noted that it now had unlimited ammo. Ghidorah called him an idiot at times. Issei told him to relax and said they should find their target, smiling darkly. With Issei, the news about the Unionists had reached him and he boiled with anger. At first he thought the culprit was the King of Terror, but then he recognized the markings and realized it was Horiyuki, who also left symbols. Horiyuki's symbol was a cross entwined with a snake. Issei swore at Horiyuki's name. He nearly tore his office apart in his fury, until a magical circle opened and Zeus and Hades appeared before him. Issei greeted Zeus and Hades and asked what they needed. Zeus explained that they wanted a favor. Zeus said one of their contacts, an expert in investigative crimes, would arrive that night and required protection because many people wanted him dead. Issei asked why this concerned him. Hades added that the expert would come to Search's faction to investigate the recent events, to uncover the King of Terror's symbols, his murders, and above all the movements of Apocalypsis. Issei agreed to help. Zeus mentioned he had almost forgotten. A businessman who worked with his faction would also be coming. Zeus wanted Issei to protect him as well. The businessman handled exports and carried confidential information, and if he fell into the wrong hands it would be disastrous. Issei accepted the task. Zeus promised to return the favor and left with Hades. Issei remained tense but resolved to help. Issei summoned a guard and instructed him to assemble the best bodyguards to protect both arrivals. After the guard left, Issei tried to relax but found his thoughts turning to someone whose life he had ruined. He wondered how Issei was doing these days. Night fell and rain pounded the grounds as the inspector arrived, escorted to the Gremory mansion. Issei welcomed him warmly. The inspector introduced himself as Detective Tartaro. Issei bowed and said it was a pleasure to have him there. Grafia brought tea for her husband and for Sir. Satoru asked if Issei had trouble with two threats. Issei explained there was an organization called Apocalypsis led by a man named Horiyuki and another problem: a serial killer known as the King of Terror. Satoru reacted, remarking that the King of Terror was a notable name and that dealing with those kinds of criminals was his specialty. He had handled cases like that many times. He asked what each of them sought. Issei explained that Apocalypsis aimed to take over the world, while the serial killers seemed to kill for pleasure, leaving symbols behind and having already destroyed two factions. Satoru was stunned to hear that two factions had been destroyed. Issei confirmed that the fallen angels and the Egyptian faction had been devastated and that the killer had even slain the Egyptian gods. Satoru said they were not dealing with an ordinary murderer. This one had to be professional and powerful. Issei produced a photograph of the attacker. Satoru studied the photo of Issei in his assassin attire and noted the cold yellow eyes. Issei asked Satoru to help uncover the killer's identity so they could take him into custody. Satoru observed that he saw only one thing in those eyes: vengeance. He suggested that something might have happened in the killer's childhood or life to drive him to target entire factions. Issei then asked Satoru to help find his brother-in-law, who had been kidnapped. Satoru identified Issei Hayadu and said he knew what had been done to him. Issei bowed his head. Satoru bluntly told Issei that Issei was likely dead. Issei said that response was unhelpful. Satoru allowed that it would be ironic if the King of Terror turned out to be Issei in disguise, but he dismissed the idea because Issei had been wounded and could not have carried out such an attack from Tartarus. Satoru agreed to help, for a fee, and Issei accepted. Satoru asked whether the killer left bodies as messages. Issei confirmed that the killer had murdered the Demon Council and their workers. Satoru inquired if anyone else had come to Search's territory besides himself. Issei replied that only Satoru and a Greek faction export businessman were present, the latter staying at the best hotel in the area. When Satoru asked if the businessman was well guarded, Issei said he was. Satoru's expression grew cold. He had evaluated the situation and realized the danger. Satoru informed Issei that the exporter would be killed by the King of Terror if they did not act. Issei froze at the news, surprised that the man before him could read people so quickly. He reacted immediately and shouted for guards. Issei ordered that no one be allowed to leave the hotel where the exporter was staying, that exits be watched, and that all doors and windows be secured. Guards rushed to carry out his commands as the rain continued to fall outside. The guard acknowledged the order. Satoru looked toward the window and thought the man was a king of terror, wondering what kind of person he could be. In a nearby building, at a window, the protagonist assembled his sniper rifle, lining up his victim. Issei chuckled to himself as he attached a suppressor, confident he would show Ghidorah his aim. Ghidorah, watching from elsewhere, thought this would be entertaining. Issei had hacked all of Lilith and Sabia's security cameras and followed the exporter's convoy. While the exporter spoke on the phone, Issei watched from the window and carefully calibrated his scope. He gave a final taunt to himself and fired. The shot struck true, and the exporter collapsed. Issei felt a surge of exhilaration. He changed clothes, disguised himself as a hotel worker, and entered the exporter's room. The guards had gone to dinner, and the exporter lay motionless on the floor. Issei laughed quietly, noting that the man had not been as clever as he had thought. He took the briefcase and pulled a note from his coat. Using a marker, he wrote "Let's start counting" on the floor, then placed the number 4 on the exporter's body. He said that the mark would serve as a warning and that more messages would follow, naming the Greek faction and declaring that next the target would be one of Zeus's daughters, ending with a sharp, triumphant laugh. To be continued. Zeta. City of Cage 9 p.m. Issei returned from Lilith carrying a rifle case and went down to the basement. He opened the case and found documents, files, and a USB drive. Issei wondered what the USB contained. Ghidorah asked who Issei was referring to. Issei said he would explain later and located his laptop. He turned it on, inserted the USB, and discovered hundreds of files about the Greek faction, their businesses, finances, and critical information about the gods. Issei murmured that Horiyuki would give anything to find this. Ghidorah observed that it seemed Horiyuki had wanted to kill the exporter and asked why Issei had done it. Issei explained that he had intended only to take the briefcase and learn about the business dealings. He had come for copper and found gold. Ghidorah asked whether Issei had planned to kill him. Issei admitted he had not planned to kill, only to take the case, though he had expected resistance. Ghidorah said he would note it in his notebook. They both felt hungry and decided to get ramen. Issei teased Ghidorah. They laughed, and then they left to eat. Searches and Satoru. Issei and Satoru arrived at the hotel. Together with guards they sealed off the scene after finding the exporter's body on the floor. Satoru noted the violent nature of the crime scene. Issei said there was more to learn about the man's past deeds. Satoru crouched by the body and noticed a message written in red marker that read "Start counting." He wondered what it meant. Issei called it another subliminal message. Satoru examined a nearby sheet and saw the number 4. He decided to collect the note and finish the on-site work. Issei used tweezers to collect a bullet found near the head as evidence. Satoru identified the round as an M24 sniper cartridge and concluded the killer had a precise, practiced shot, likely a serial offender. Using binoculars at the window, Satoru estimated the shooter had been about 70 meters away. Issei was surprised by how much Satoru could deduce without extensive tools. Satoru reminded him that he had 20 years of experience and wondered aloud about the identity of the killer, referring to the suspect as Rex Terroris. Issei sat at a ramen stall eating noodles while Ghidorah used a shape-changing technique to appear as a small dog so passers-by would not notice his true form. Issei teased that Ghidorah looked like a cute dog. Ghidorah told him to be quiet and enjoy the food. Both agreed the ramen was excellent. Issei said it was time to begin the next phase of his plan. He explained that, according to the documents, the goddess Athena would attend a faction meeting to represent her side because her father had other matters to handle. Ghidorah guessed Athena would do as she always did. Issei concluded that a convoy would protect her, which presented an opportunity. Ghidorah said he liked the plan. Issei paid for the ramen and prepared to execute his next move. They communicated mentally to coordinate without drawing attention. Valerie, a woman with dragon aspects and a troubled mind, was camping in a cave. A small fire reflected on her face as she sat alone. She tended to her surroundings and prepared for what came next. Valerie called out for Issei, a longing threaded through her voice. She often imagined being with him and had become consumed by the thought. Albion told her she was sick. Valerie insisted she loved Issei. Albion asked what would happen if Issei did not love her back. The question enraged Valerie. Her eyes flared red and she gripped his arm with fury. Valerie vowed that he would not speak that way about her again and that Issei loved her, and if he did not, she would make him. Albion responded with sarcastic caution, noting how dragons sometimes lost their reason over love. Valerie returned the insult and insisted she knew Issei loved her and did not care what Albion thought. Albion doubted it, reminding her of her involvement with another man and of a compromising recording she had shared, and he accused her of mocking the deaths of his parents. Losing her patience, Valerie seized Albion's orb and demanded he listen. She declared that what had happened with Horiyuki should never have occurred and that it had cost her dearly to purge his influence. She swore that Issei would love her, that she intended to be his wife and the mother of his children, and that she would do whatever it took, even betray factions and eliminate anyone who stood in her way to be with him. She finished by threatening Albion's life if he continued to interfere. Albion, terrified, yielded. Valerie warned him to be glad he had agreed and left him to sleep, while he muttered in his mind that Issei would never love her and fell asleep. Alone, Valerie spoke to the image of Issei in her mind, promising to rescue him and make him forget the past so he would depend on her. She dreamt of marrying him and raising children together. Her resolve had become a consuming obsession, and she vowed to stop anyone who stood between her and Issei, even if it meant turning against the supernatural world itself. Elsewhere, Zeus asked Athena if she could attend an urgent meeting. Athena agreed. Zeus explained that he, Poseidon, and Hades needed to handle other matters and that a convoy would escort her for protection. Athena insisted she could defend herself, but Zeus remained worried because Horiyuki's organization was still at large and there was a serial killer operating nearby. Athena accepted the escort and prepared to leave. Athena stepped into a magic circle and joined the convoy. Once inside a transport vehicle, she rode toward the meeting, unaware that that day would prove darker than she expected. The convoy arrived at the Gremory estate. Guards escorted Athena into a vast hall. Circe, addressing Athena with formality, expressed pleasure at her presence. Athena returned the courtesy and acknowledged the urgency that had brought her there. Circe explained that Zeus could not attend and had sent Athena in his stead. Various factions, including representatives of the Hindu group, had gathered for the meeting. From a distant vantage point, Issei watched through binoculars. He wore a mask and an assassin's suit, his sniper rifle at his side. Issei observed the assembly with a wry, teasing air and prepared himself for a confrontation with Ghidorah. Ghidorah warned Issei not to provoke him and promised retaliation if the teasing continued. Issei froze for a moment, taking in the warning. 2 hours had passed and the meeting had ended. Circe noted that Athena was leaving. Athena told Lord Lucifer that her father would worry if she did not get home. Circe told her to return safely, and Athena promised she would. The convoy moved along an empty highway until a sniper's bullet struck the driver of one of the vans, causing it to lose control and roll. The others halted immediately. Armed men jumped out to protect Athena, but a second shot hit a vehicle's fuel tank and triggered an explosion that destroyed the van and killed several guards. Only one survived. The surviving guard told Athena he would get her out of there, accelerated the vehicle, and sped away with her. Issei observed that the sniper had acted and decided it was time to move. Athena was terrified but thought the danger had passed until another car rammed into the van, flipping it over. The guard was injured and then saw an imposing man approaching. He tried to stop him, but Issei drew his revolver and shot the guard, who collapsed. Athena crawled out of the wreckage, dazed and wounded, and saw Issei. He coldly greeted her, then struck her with a hammer to render her unconscious and placed her in the car he had prepared. Issei then made a deliberate warning. He went to where a guard lay, bound the body and arranged it as a grim sign, placed his symbol on the ground nearby, and marked it with the number 7. He laughed and taunted Zeus to see how far he would go to get his daughter back. A short time later, in an abandoned warehouse, Athena sat tied to a chair. She was bound from head to toe, blindfolded, and nursing a painful wound at her temple. She began to wake, disoriented and aching, and demanded to know who was there. Applause and distant laughter answered. Issei identified himself as a man who sought vengeance. He removed Athena's blindfold, revealing the man responsible for so much turmoil. Athena recognized him and asked if he was the so-called King of Terror. He replied with a mocking tone before admitting his role, and he said he had taken her to send a message to her father. Athena spat at him. He wiped his face, sat down, and suggested they talk. Issei proposed a grim lesson about how vengeance perpetuates itself. If someone kills a child's parents, that child might grow up to kill the killer, then another child of that killer might seek revenge in turn, and so on. He described this cycle as endless until one of the principal players dies. He told Athena that he intended to demonstrate it more directly. As the conversation continued, Issei invoked the names of old gods and heroes Ares, Hermes, Hephaestus, Apollo, Heracles, and the air in the warehouse grew tense. Some of your little brothers had to be chosen. Athena asked why. Issei told her to just pick one. Athena chose Hermes. Issei accepted and announced he would demonstrate how the cycle of vengeance worked. Athena asked what he intended to do with her brother and tried to pull free from the chair. Issei replied that he would not harm Hermes, claiming whatever happened to him would be his own fault, and then left. Athena screamed for release. Zeus demanded to know what had happened to his daughter. Circe apologized and reported that there was no trace of her. Zeus exploded in fury at Circe for being entrusted with his daughter's safety and failing. Circe urged Zeus to calm down. Zeus spat a violent threat, while Poseidon and Hades pleaded for restraint and promised they would find her. Satoru watched the exchange with interest and made an observation about the case. Satoru examined photographs of the victims who had been burned in an arson attack and concluded that the pattern pointed to the King of Terror rather than Horiyuki. He explained that destroying an armored convoy and targeting a goddess required a reckless, improvisational killer who did not fear death. Horiyuki was cunning but not that reckless. Poseidon found the deduction intriguing. A guard interrupted and led them to the highway. There they found the body of the man connected to Issei's earlier confrontation. Satoru remarked that the King of Terror had made an impressive strike. Approaching the body, Satoru observed clear evidence of a firearm and noted characteristics that suggested a 357 Magnum round with magical enhancements from different sources. Hades asked what he had found. Satoru also noticed a new marking, the number he recalled that the number 4 had appeared before, and wondered what pattern the killer was leaving behind. Zeus swore that if the culprit had harmed his daughter, he would exact his own brutal justice. Hades urged calm and assured his brother they would find her. Elsewhere, the Citri retinue gathered. Sona asked Saji what information he had obtained. Saji admitted he still had no leads on Horiyuki or the serial killer. Sona cursed softly, worried that her resources were nearly exhausted. Tsubaki advised her not to tense. Momo urged a little faith. Ruruko reminded them that hope was the last thing to lose. Sona fretted that if the killer sought something more, having already struck the fallen and the Egyptian faction, what might come next? Saji promised to protect her despite not bearing Vritra. They exchanged anxious looks. Sona thought about Issei, fearing her sister was losing herself. In another place, Seraphol was not herself. In her room she had filled the walls with hundreds of pictures of Issei and drifted into an obsessive fantasy. She imagined being with him, marrying him, and building a life together with family. Layfrey worked a memory loss spell at Rias's request. She muttered in a wild tone about how the spell would keep Issei close for a long time. High above, Michael called for Uriel to discuss the angel's situation. Uriel answered. Michael reported poor results despite sending legions of seraphim and angels to search for Issei. He confessed a deep sense of guilt that felt like their sins were catching up to them and feared how their father would judge them. Michael worried most about Gabriel, who had changed and needed a seal in her room to keep her stable. Without it she might fall and become dangerous. Gabriel, separated and restless, passed her days dreaming of Issei. She imagined marriage and children, picturing what their family might look like and praying for the chance to be together. The instability of all of Issei's former lovers was growing worse. Each was nearing a breaking point where they might do anything to possess him, and in their desperation they risked destroying far more, potentially harming someone very important to Issei. On Olympus, Apollo, Ares, Hephaestus, Hermes, Heracles, Hestia, Helios, Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Persephone, and Demeter all gathered before the god of gods, awaiting the next move. Zeus gathered the leaders and explained that Athena, his daughter and niece, had been kidnapped. Ares reacted with fury and vowed he would make the culprit pay. Zeus told his son to calm down and prepared to explain further, but a guard sent by Circe interrupted, carrying a device that suddenly displayed a dark location as a live video feed. Hades asked what was being shown. The guard answered that everyone should look for themselves, since the video was being broadcast to all the factions. A man on the screen introduced himself with a deep, imposing voice. Zeus identified him as the King of Terror and declared that he would punish him for kidnapping Athena. The man on the screen laughed and sat down, announcing that he had Athena in his custody. The gathered factions Michael, Circe, Shiva, Buddha, Citri's entourage, and Phoenix murmured in shock. The man on the screen said he would not harm her yet, claiming he was showing some restraint. Ares threatened retaliation, but the man silenced him with a cutting remark about Ares's past, leaving Ares stung and silent. Zeus pleaded, begging the man to return his daughter unharmed. The man replied that it would depend on Zeus, and then he displayed Athena. She appeared on the feed, bound to a chair. Zeus cried out for Athena. On the video, the man mocked the scene and gave instructions. If Zeus wanted his daughter back, someone from Zeus's side should come to the abandoned Lilith warehouse at 1234 Judah Street to retrieve her. Circe ordered a guard to move toward that address. Zeus decided to send Hermes because of his speed. Hermes agreed, activated a magic circle to teleport, and raced toward the warehouse. Guards from Circe were already moving as well, creating a tense standoff between the factions. After a moment, the man on the video Issei turned off the main feed briefly. Athena called him a fool for revealing the location and warned that her brother would kill him. Issei laughed and began repeating a ritualistic line, "Hail Mary, full of grace," in a taunting, sing-song way. Athena demanded to know what he had done, but the feed cut between her pleas and his mockery. Hermes arrived at the address. The place was dark and silent, but a red-painted number 3 on the wall sent a chill through him. Unbeknownst to him, a camera had been planted, broadcasting the scene to the factions and to Zeus. Hermes called out for Athena. A phone rang nearby, and he answered it. The man on the other end laughed and taunted Hermes, challenging his speed and determination. Then the line went dead. The lights snapped on, revealing hundreds of fuel barrels and a detonator arranged around the warehouse. Hermes let out a curse and braced himself. City of Lilith. All factions, Nordics, Hindus, angels, demons, and above all the Greeks had gathered and watched the flames consume the building. They saw everything crumble, but the wall marked with the number 3 did not disappear. Circe reacted with disbelief at the sight. Shiva declared that the man they faced had hit rock bottom. Buddha warned that they were confronting a greater threat. Brahma admitted that things had spiraled out of control. Zeus wept. One of his sons had been killed, and the loss filled him with rage and a hunger for vengeance. Poseidon judged the killer a lunatic who had crossed all limits. Zeus called for Hades. Hades answered his brother, and Zeus asked that when he killed the lunatic he should make the killer's soul suffer in his chambers. Hades promised to do as requested. Satoru watched the exchange and marked the new number with a grave expression. He warned Terra that he was starting a war he would not be able to stop. Issei sat eating while conversing with Ghidorah. He asked Ghidorah what he would do when everything was over. Ghidorah shrugged and joked that maybe a vacation would be nice. Issei laughed at the idea, and Ghidorah retorted that Issei would be the one to pay. Issei was taken aback, then noticed movement nearby. Athena had awakened. She had fainted from the pain of losing one of her brothers. Issei observed that the sleeping beauty had finally woken, not by a kiss. Athena, with tears in her eyes, cursed the man who had caused her pain. Issei coldly told her that while he understood the pain, crying showed vulnerability. Athena demanded to know why he was doing this and what they had done to deserve it. Issei answered that the supernatural factions had committed a sin that could not be erased and that he had come to pass judgment. He insisted that if she knew what had happened to him, she would understand his actions. Athena refused to accept that justification and accused him of murdering innocents, asking whether he believed killing thousands of children could make anything right. Issei confessed that he no longer cared about anything, not his life nor the lives of others, but argued that children often grow up in places where sin shapes them into corrupt people. Athena called him a madman. Issei allowed that he might be mad, but he declared he had a purpose and would fulfill it even if it meant starting a war. Then he walked away. Athena vowed that he would never find happiness, that he would spend his miserable life alone and never know love. With Horiyuki seethed over the murder of Hermes, calling the killer a traitor who had taken what he should have taken. His guard asked what he intended to do. Horiyuki said he had expected them to be on the same side, but now considered the killer an obstacle. When asked about the weapon, Horiyuki was told it was ready and that with it he would be invincible. Horiyuki examined the weapon, named Armageddon, and proclaimed that with it the world would be his and that he would reign over all factions. He announced his intention to secure the future of his lineage. The guard asked what would happen if the assassin stood before him. Horiyuki replied that the man would have two options: join him or die for defying the new order. Armageddon was a weapon that granted its bearer superhuman strength, greater than a dragon god, and enhanced the senses to their fullest. It rested inside a black sphere and contained strands of trihexa DNA, the Great Red, and the celestial dragons Drake and Albion. Horiyuki placed the sphere within himself. He collapsed as dark energy coursed through him. His eyes glowed red and a radiant light filled the chamber. The imposing figure that emerged bore no resemblance to the old Horiyuki. He had become something more powerful, Armageddon incarnate. The guard trembled and asked if he was all right. Horiyuki answered that he had never felt better and that nothing would stand in his path. He roared, assuming a draconic form. A tremor rolled through the human world, and the factions Greeks, Nordics, angels, demons, and the Hindus felt the quake as well. The presence Horiyuki had unleashed announced itself across the realms. Issei rose, having sensed that presence. He told Ghidorah that their plans had changed. The Greek faction would die today. Ghidorah reminded him that Issei had planned to finish them in a week. Issei explained that while that had been the plan, Horiyuki now wielded a strange and dangerous power. If Issei did not move now, Horiyuki would steal his chance for revenge. Ghidorah asked if Issei feared Horiyuki. Issei answered that those who fear death should never be born, and that he had been born because he did not fear death. Ghidorah asked whether Issei truly believed he could face Horiyuki without fear. The question hung between them as they prepared for the confrontation to come. Issei spoke arrogantly, calling Horiyuki nothing more than another rival and insisting he would not let him steal all the glory. Ghidorah urged haste, telling everyone to move. Issei declared that it ended now and told Horiyuki to continue only after he had dealt with the Greeks, eager to see how long the other would last against the King of Terror. Graphia looked toward Circe and asked if he had felt it. Circe replied that the power was not normal. It equaled or even surpassed Trihexa, and he wondered if the seal had been broken. Graphia said she did not think so and asked what he believed it could be. Circe admitted he did not know, but instructed them to prepare everyone and alert the guards war was approaching. Graphia decided to go check on Milikas, who must be frightened. Circe murmured that he had never felt a power like that before and wondered whether the threat came from the King of Terror or from Horiyuki. Issei, dressed in his usual outfit, gathered all his weapons, and left the warehouse. He found Athena asleep and was reminded of Rias when she slept beside her, and the memory angered him. He threw a bucket of icy water over Athena to wake her. Athena coughed and asked what was happening. Issei said he wanted her awake, promising that if she wanted to see her family, he would bring them. Athena asked why he was dressed that way. Issei replied that it was none of her concern and that she would soon see what he was capable of. Athena scoffed that she did not believe he could defeat her family. Issei replied that the Egyptians had said the same, and look where they had ended up. He left, and Athena, shaken by his words, feared him for a moment but still hoped her father would stop him. A short while later, Issei and Ghidorah spoke together. Issei said it was time. They would strike the Greeks, then go after Horiyuki's head. Ghidorah encouraged the plan, and Issei vowed that the Greek faction would meet its end and that nothing would stop him today. Everyone would fall. After Hermes' death, the Olympians had gathered when a sudden rumble startled them. A figure approached slowly. Shadows and darkness seemed to move with each of his steps like a dance of dread. Zeus named the figure the King of Terror. The King of Terror announced that he had come to judge them and that they would die for their sins. He promised to test their strength and warned that Olympus would fall. Ares mocked the intruder for daring to appear. Hades told him that his chambers awaited, promising torture. Heracles threatened to make the newcomer suffer and break him in battle. The King of Terror laughed and dismissed their threats. Zeus accused the intruder of kidnapping his daughter and killing his son and vowed retribution. Hephaestus ordered preparations for punishment. The King of Terror declared that neither fallen angels nor the Egyptians had stopped him, and that the Olympians would not live to see the end of the day he was there for vengeance. Zeus responded by commanding his forces to attack. Helios unleashed a blinding blaze that flashed across the battlefield, momentarily stunning Issei, and Poseidon charged, knocking both combatants out of Olympus. Poseidon proclaimed that the mortals would witness the power of the god of the seas. The King of Terror taunted him sharply. As they fell from the mountain, both looked like tiny figures against the great bulk of Olympus. Issei drew his chained blades and anchored them into the stone. Poseidon plunged into the ocean below. The King of Terror cursed the sea god. The ocean began to surge, and Hippocampi rose, carrying a vast, towering manifestation of Poseidon. The King of Terror laughed at the sight, and Poseidon roared that the mortal would die. He struck with his trident, but Issei used his chained blades to gain momentum and scaled the slopes of Olympus with fierce agility, weaving through Poseidon's attacks. Poseidon ordered him not to flee, but Issei kept climbing, driving his blades into two massive stones and yanking their chains with all his strength to hurl them at the sea god, stunning him. Poseidon cursed and reared for another blow. Issei braced on another slab of rock, hooked his blades, and launched himself on the stone like a projectile. The rock struck Poseidon, and Issei leapt onto the god's body, wrapping his chains around him as he held on. Poseidon shouted that he would not be defeated by a mortal, while the King of Terror announced that it was time for the appearance of his dragon Ghidorah. In that moment, a brilliant light burst from Issei and a thunderous roar echoed across Olympus, startling the assembled gods. To be continued. Ghidorah and Issei had deceived Ares, and Ares coughed and fell onto a small mountain. Ares weakly protested that he could not lose to an insignificant human. Arti laughed loudly, mocking the title of Ares as the great and powerful king of war, and saying that the ravages of war had clouded his mind and strategy. Ares vowed to kill Issei by striking. He weakly lunged, but Issei caught his arm. Arti warned that such an attempt would not work. With all his strength, Issei disarmed and restrained Ares, then delivered a decisive, non-graphic blow with a massive rock that left Ares defeated. Arti sneered at Ares's fallen form and ordered Ghidorah to rise. The dragon obeyed, and Issei climbed onto Ghidorah with his chains. Together they began to ascend toward Olympus. The gods could not believe it. The great Ares had been defeated and humiliated by a mere human. Zeus refused to accept that another of his sons had been slain. Hera was devastated. Her son, her baby, was gone. Persephone and Demeter prepared to act as mother and daughter to resolve the matter, and Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, also joined them. Hestia declared that they would handle it. The three leapt and landed on Ghidorah's back, where Issei stood unaffected and steady, like a conductor on a moving bus. Demeter vowed that Issei would pay for killing her brother and her nephew. Persephone vowed he would die, calling him a monster. Hestia vowed to burn him completely. Arti mocked them, feigning fear and sarcastically claiming to tremble. Demeter, the goddess of spring, called upon her technique Winter Tempest and summoned a storm of snow that hardened into ice spikes on contact. Issei noted that he rarely struck women but declared that they would not be the exception, pulling 3 kunai and sending them in different directions. Persephone invoked the power of the queen of the underworld and unleashed a Stygian rain followed by a mortem ray. The two attacks collided, creating a thick mist that blanketed the field. Hestia used illumination to clear the haze, but Issei had already vanished. He appeared behind Persephone and struck, ending her life instantly. Demeter screamed in grief and rage. Demeter unleashed a devastating mortem ray in response. When her attack connected with Issei, the energy rebounded in a catastrophic burst that consumed her, leaving Hestia in shock and mourning over her sister. Hestia, overwhelmed and grieving, gathered her resolve and called forth the flames of Olympus, a vast sea of fire. Ghidorah intervened with lightning, blocking the inferno. Issei launched another kunai that split into 3 spectral dragon heads. Their energy struck Hestia and she collapsed, overcome. Ghidorah flew to Olympus and found Apollo and Artemis waiting. They challenged him and targeted Issei with a pair of lethal arrows, the arrow of Tartarus and the Olympic arrow. Issei used the blood katanas and, with precise strikes born of speed and clarity, pierced both gods where it mattered most. Apollo and Artemis fell, their arrows unable to stop him. Helios then charged into the fray on his solar chariot, attempting to blind his foes with a blinding sun burst. Ghidorah used a disappearance technique and struck Helios with chains of lightning that sent him crashing into the palace courtyard. Issei approached and delivered a decisive finishing blow that ended Helios without graphic detail. Having already overcome many divine opponents Poseidon, Hermes, Demeter, Persephone, Hestia, Apollo, Artemis, and Helios, Issei walked into the Olympian hall where Hephaestus and Heracles awaited. Heracles laughed at Issei's condition and launched himself in a furious assault, shattering part of the ground with a single strike. Hephaestus declared that Issei's sins would come to an end and called them rivals. Issei let his weapons fall and assumed a fighting pose, ready to test his strength against the mightiest demigod. The two clashed with titanic force. Heracles' raw power sent shockwaves through the hall, but Issei responded in kind, ramming his full weight into the demigod and raining a barrage of blows that showcased his own superhuman strength. Hephaestus intervened with a powerful kick that sent Issei flying. The battle raged on, each side unleashing techniques and strength worthy of legends. Ghidorah, having shrunk into a small form, slipped into Issei's body to lend support. The conflict between gods and mortals continued, and the outcome remained unresolved. The battle was far from over. Both attackers launched themselves mercilessly. Each blow struck like gusts of wind, clouds of dust obscuring sight. The three moved with blinding speed. Hephaestus charged, roaring that Issei should die. He delivered a strike that sent Issei skidding a few centimeters across the floor. Heracles appeared behind Issei and attempted to lock him in a crushing hold to break him. Issei reacted and seized Heracles by the head, dragging him along the walls with fierce momentum. Hephaestus threw himself forward without hesitation with both massive arms and pinned Issei to the ground, beginning to batter him. Issei sustained a minor wound, but it only seemed to fuel him. He struck back with a lightning-fast punch that connected with Hephaestus' chest and propelled him out of the room. Heracles reacted, catching Issei with his hands and wrapping him in a brutal embrace that seemed to twist his spine. Heracles declared that Issei should never have been distracted and vowed to end him. Issei cried out, clearly feeling the pain, but did not go limp. Hephaestus watched and laughed, convinced the fight was already over. Heracles, bewildered, demanded to know why Issei had not died. Issei taunted them, ridiculing the idea that a simple bear hug could end him. Regaining his resolve, Issei slipped free, seized Heracles by the arms, and with a single motion hurled him into Hephaesto. Both opponents slammed into the wall and became pinned there for a moment. Issei told them they were wrong to think he was just a mortal. He produced a knife and made a dramatic, controlled motion toward his chest that drew a brief, superficial mark. The mark glowed for a heartbeat and then healed as if by some strange power, leaving no gore or lasting harm. Heracles, still weakened from the earlier impact, scoffed that Issei could not possibly defeat them with such a small blade. Issei deliberately revealed his rapidly healing wound to Heracles and Hephaesto, leaving both stunned and fearful. He then crushed the glowing trace in a decisive gesture, leaving them to stare in disbelief. Heracles demanded to know what Issei truly was. Arti declared that he was the Lord of Nightmares, the one who would end all things supernatural and that no one would stop him. He proclaimed himself the King of Terror, the Angel of Death. Issei seized Hephaestus and flung him across the hall under Heracles' stunned gaze, then grabbed Hephaestus by the throat. Arti taunted Hephaestus about the 7 cervical vertebrae. Hephaestus coughed blood and told him to rot. Arti answered that Hephaestus would be the one to rot because no one would bury his corpse, calling him miserable and ugly, and reminded him that even his mother had cast him from Olympus. Issei stepped forward and invoked his infamous technique, Soul of Torment. His eyes darkened to a deep yellow, and Hephaestus was overwhelmed by horrific visions. Issei finished him with a swift, brutal strike that left Hephaestus broken and motionless. Heracles cried out in horror. Arti told Heracles that he was the Angel of Death and that Arti himself remained. Issei slammed Heracles into the ground repeatedly and pounded him until the god could no longer rise. Seizing him, Issei twisted sharply. Heracles collapsed and fell lifeless. Arti asked if Heracles had enjoyed the spectacle and called for Ghidorah, who replied. Arti announced that only 4 remained. Issei continued along the path and found Hera in shock, reeling from what had happened to her faction and recognizing the culprit before her. Arti spoke Hera's name softly. Hera accused Issei and struck him, saying she wished he had never been born and cursing his parents so she would not have to see the monsters they had brought into the world. Issei grabbed Hera by the throat. Arti asked if she wanted to know about his parents. Issei leaned close and whispered a truth about their fate that left Hera stunned and in tears. Hera, disbelieving, begged for mercy. Arti declared that he had none, especially not when she had involved his parents. Issei then delivered a decisive blow to Hera's midsection that killed her instantly. Arti muttered a cruel word about her. Issei pressed on. Only Aphrodite, Hades, and Zeus remained. Issei's primary target was Zeus. He intended to show Athena that vengeance would not listen to reason. Issei entered a hall, washed his face with water, and looked at his reflection. The mirror showed him with a face stained by blood, and the sight seemed to say that no matter how many times one keeps fighting, peace will not come unless one achieves it for oneself. Issei resolved to end it. When he turned, he found Aphrodite before him. She regarded him with a mix of curiosity and disbelief, noting that she stood before the God-Slayer, the killer of legends, the Angel of Death. Arti asked coldly what she wanted. Aphrodite said she had come to see him. Arti warned her to stay out of his way. She examined his warrior's form and complimented his physique. Issei snapped at her not to touch him, and she laughed lightly at his aggression. Aphrodite admitted she had been feeling lonely. Issei answered by reminding her that he had killed Ares and that Ares' body was sealed in a rock. Aphrodite dismissed Ares' significance and then made an ambiguous, unsettling proposal to Issei. Issei ordered her to stop. Ghidorah, observing, thought that there was something dangerous about her approach. Aphrodite reacted with surprise. Aphrodite grew annoyed but tried to continue the conversation. She urged him to consider her proposal, but he refused. A brief tense silence followed. Issei reacted with contempt and violence. He drew his katana and struck quickly. The confrontation ended with Aphrodite collapsing and dying in the sudden, stark aftermath. Issei continued on and entered a dark room where a voice addressed him. The voice noted the hostility in his presence and began to recount grievances. The speaker reminded him of the lives he had taken, naming Hermes and Poseidon, and accused him of causing pain to the speaker's beloved. The voice vowed that Issei's soul would be claimed in turn. Ghidorah, echoing inside Issei's mind, registered the accusation with incredulous disbelief. From the shadows, Hades emerged, the god of the underworld, his appearance unnerving and otherworldly. He reshaped the chamber to mirror his castle in the realm of the dead and made it clear that Issei would not leave alive. Issei met the threat with a cold, mocking smile and warned that his own soul was beyond Hades's reach. Hades discarded his staff and revealed a pair of massive, spinning clawed weapons. He launched them toward Issei, who leaped aside with a narrow miss. Issei observed the weapons' aura and suspected they fed on the souls of those struck by them. Issei responded by drawing his chained blades and whirling them. He challenged Hades, and the two engaged in a fierce, fast-paced duel. Their chained weapons clashed and tangled, sparks and force rippling through the room. Hades asserted that Issei's soul belonged to him, but Issei defied the claim and struck back with a headbutt. Hades invoked a surge of trapped spirits that surged toward Issei. Forced to react, Issei channeled a current of lightning through his chained weapons, making them blindingly lethal. He cut through the oncoming spirits, dispersing them in flashes of energy. Hades, enraged by the loss, pressed forward with a personal, vengeful fury for the queen he had lost. He struck Issei and sent him flying, then appeared behind him and grappled with powers that sought to wrench at Issei's essence. Hades attempted to drag Issei's spirit toward him, claiming it as his prize. Issei braced himself, forced free from the grasp through sheer effort, and responded with renewed ferocity. He charged at Hades, and when their forces met it, unleashed a colossal, blinding explosion that shook the chamber and sent shockwaves through the transformed hall. Both combatants spun their weapons and threw themselves into the clash with everything they had. Arti screamed in the heat of battle and Hades answered with a roar as their strikes filled the arena with explosions of force. Hades struck with a claw and Issei's arm was severed. Arti cried out in shock. Hades then howled, demanding that Issei die. Issei regenerated his arm almost immediately, which took Hades by surprise. Hades hissed and unleashed a chain of deadly strikes. Spiked chains erupted from Issei, catching Hades and causing him intense pain. Hades screamed as the chains dug in, and then he delivered a brutal kick that sent Issei crashing through 5 walls. Hades drove his claws into the ground to impale, and chains burst from the floor in every direction, making it nearly impossible for Issei to dodge. Arti noted that Issei activated a kind of X-ray perception. Through that, Issei could see where the claws and chains emerged from the ground. He used his chained blades to cut several lines free and launched himself violently toward Hades. Issei threw a blade that struck Hades in the head, forcing Hades to scream in pain. Hades retaliated by slashing at Issei with a claw, wounding him badly. Hauled on the chain attached to his blade, dragging Hades and flinging him away while his injuries began to knit back together. Although hurt, Issei kept moving. Both combatants continued without pause, trading attacks until one would fall. Hades, enraged, ripped a section of wall free and hurled it at Issei while vowing to torment his soul. Arti cursed back at Hades. Issei rose, bloodied and limping but fueled by rage. His eyes shifted from yellow to a burning red. He sent a blade flying that struck Hades' neck and pinned him to a nearby metal spike. With the chain secured, Issei slammed Hades against the ceiling with ferocious force. Hades' visage twisted under the assault, and Issei's fury would not abate until Hades broke free and collapsed. In the struggle, Issei seized Hades' weapons, the deadly claws, and prepared to end the fight. He threatened to crush Hades, then kicked him into the wall with finality. Hades, exhausted and weakened, spat an insult and barely managed a word. Issei, steady and resolute, declared that Hades would pay and that he would show who truly ruled the terror they feared. He removed his mask, revealing his face for the first time. Hades looked on, stunned and unable to speak. Hades stammered, trying to ask if it was really him. Issei affirmed that it was, reminding them that he had promised vengeance and that they would regret their sins. Hades, breathless and beaten, only managed a faint response as the confrontation reached its tense aftermath. Issei ordered Hades to be quiet. Hades lowered his gaze and wept, unable to believe that the man responsible for the massacre was the former pillar of the Alliance. Issei demanded that Hades look at him. Hades apologized, claiming he had not meant for any of it to happen. Issei rejected the apology, declaring that Hades would pay for his sins. Hades begged for mercy and asked what Issei wanted. Issei answered that he wanted to see Hades die. Issei struck with fierce determination and forced Hades into defeat. He seized Hades' dark implements, severed the god's hold on the world, and absorbed his essence. Hades collapsed, lifeless, and Issei finished him with a decisive blow that ended the confrontation. The battle for the gods had left the ranks nearly empty, only one remained: Zeus. Issei took a moment to recover, his wounds knitting back quickly. Ghidorah approached and checked on him. Ghidorah complimented Issei on his fighting and reminded him that only Zeus remained. Issei said he would take Zeus's head and present it to Athena as a warning that no one should challenge him. Ghidorah called Issei the best comrade he had ever had. Issei thanked him and said they needed to finish this. Horiyuki had to die. Issei walked to the main hall of Olympus and saw the king of gods seated on his throne. Zeus confronted him, accusing him of having no place left to hide. Issei reminded Zeus that he had promised to kill all of Olympus and that now only Zeus remained. Zeus vowed to make Issei suffer and pleaded that Issei would beg for mercy. Issei replied that the same had been said to the others, and look where they were now. Zeus grew furious and transformed into his combat form, declaring that he would personally punish Issei for his crimes. The two charged at one another without hesitation. Zeus used the heavens against Issei, unleashing countless bolts of lightning. Issei dodged and returned a crimson lightning strike that sent Zeus flying into a temple. Issei surged after him and threatened that Zeus would pay for his offenses. Issei hurled a sphere of lightning that shattered the temple. Zeus countered with a storm of thunderous spears that fell like rain. One of the strikes struck Issei's shoulder and sent him reeling. Zeus moved behind him and knocked him to the ground, blasting him with a volley of lightning. Zeus believed the fight was over as Issei lay still, but Issei rose to his feet unexpectedly. He thanked Zeus wryly for the massage and ripped off his upper garment, revealing a body marked by countless scars earned through rigorous training. Issei launched himself at Zeus and landed a brutal strike that cracked two of Zeus's ribs. Zeus scolded Issei for his insolence and warned that he would never see the light of day again. The ground trembled as Zeus summoned a radiant, powerful armor and promised that Issei would pay for his offenses, for the death of his family, and for the abduction of his daughter. Issei, exhilarated by the fight despite sustaining heavy damage, declared that he wanted to continue and see the full power of Zeus. Zeus unleashed his ultimate barrage, sending a storm of lightning crashing down on Issei and leaving him staggered and badly wounded. Zeus then formed a crimson sphere and hurled it. It exploded with searing force and left Issei severely damaged, though his regeneration began to work. Issei gritted his teeth, seized his two katanas, and told himself he still wanted to see what Zeus could do. Zeus called Issei a brat and initiated a devastating technique called the Dance of Thunder. The earth cracked and the clash escalated into a catastrophic collision that shook Olympus and the skies alike. Their battle roared on, each strike pushing both of them to their limits as the fate of the gods hung in the balance. The crater was filled with searing lava, and the thunderous blast had thrown Issei onto another mountain. Issei lay face down motionless. Zeus demanded that the young warrior surrender and insisted he could not defeat him, suggesting that any gods Issei had killed were the result of luck. Issei remained unresponsive and still. Zeus offered to spare him if he revealed the location of his daughter. Arti remained silent for a moment, then broke into mocking laughter. He told Zeus that he had given the storm god too much credit and had held back long enough. Issei rose to his feet without any visible injury, and Arti's eyes flashed a cold yellow that sent a chill through Zeus. For the first time in his life, Zeus felt fear. Issei walked forward slowly, drew his katanas, and RT declared that it was time to show the power of the King of Terror, the power of Ghidorah. A yellow light took the shape of a three-headed dragon and seemed to enter Issei, surrounding him with an intense aura. Zeus unleashed a massive sphere of lightning and thunder, attempting to prove he was the true king who could command the sky. He hurled the storm toward Issei in a desperate bid to end the battle. In a brief memory, Issei remembered training with Ghidorah. His strength had increased dramatically during their sessions. Ghidorah had been surprised and proud, and had warned Issei that he did not need to rely solely on his power but could call on it in emergencies. Ghidorah had taught him a technique called nightmare lightning, which could temporarily strengthen the body to its limits and inflict overwhelming force even against a god at the cost of intense muscular strain that would pass in a couple of days. Issei had promised to use it only with caution. Back in the present, Issei invoked nightmare lightning. His body glowed, and he vanished in a flash. Zeus believed he had the advantage, but he watched in alarm as Issei absorbed the oncoming sphere of lightning and rapidly slashed through it with his katanas. Issei then struck through Zeus's armor in a single decisive blow, triggering a tremendous, blinding explosion. The sky opened and rain began to fall, turning the battlefield into chaos. When the smoke cleared, the Greek faction lay defeated. Zeus, gravely injured and exhausted, struggled on the ground while everything around him was in ruins. Issei emerged from the dust and walked slowly toward the fallen god. Zeus dragged himself to a nearby stone and rested there. Zeus spat weakly that Issei was a monster. Issei answered that he was indeed a monster. Zeus called him the greatest evil. Issei replied that he was a necessary evil, someone who sought to punish sinners like Zeus. Zeus asked what difference it would make even if Issei were to die and accused him of lunacy. RT refused to reveal the whereabouts of Zeus's daughter and gave no clear answer, leaving Zeus uncertain. Zeus demanded to know what RT would do to his daughter. RT had once shown some consideration for Zeus, but he told the god that those doubts were over. Zeus fell silent. RT asked who he was. RT said he would show. Issei removed his mask and revealed his face, marked by the scar at his mouth. Zeus recoiled in disbelief. Issei confirmed what Zeus could hardly accept. Issei took responsibility for many deaths: Azazel, his faction, the Demon Council, the Egyptian faction, and for the slaughter of Zeus's family. Zeus wept and asked why. RT answered that it was because of what they had done. Zeus begged for forgiveness, but Issei said a simple apology would not fix what had been done. Issei explained that he had not acted for pleasure or hatred alone but for vengeance, because Zeus's side had killed his parents in Tartarus despite their innocence, and that crime demanded retribution. Issei grabbed Zeus by the throat. Zeus pleaded for mercy. Issei declared that he was the only king now, and Zeus invoked God save the king. Issei then struck, and Zeus, the king of Olympus, fell. The reign of the old king ended. Only the true king remained the king of terror. Exhausted, Issei rose again. He had to find Athena. She was the last hope of the Greek faction. He told Ghidorah that it was time, and Ghidorah agreed to follow. In an abandoned warehouse, Athena cried for help and struggled against her restraints, unheard. She hoped her father had stopped the threat. The warehouse door opened, revealing Issei battered, his armor torn and his mask broken. The moonlight made him look otherworldly. Athena recognized him and demanded why he was still alive. Issei told her that she wanted to see her father. He then revealed evidence that Zeus was dead and left it at her feet. Athena was horrified and screamed. Issei watched her reaction with a distant melancholy that reminded him of how he had felt when his parents were killed. Athena demanded an explanation. Issei declared his identity. He was Issei Hyodo, the former Seiyudai, and he accused Zeus of ordering the deaths of his family in Tartarus along with other factions. Athena, distraught, asked if he had been the Red Emperor. Issei said he had been, but no longer now. He was the king of terror, bearer of Ghidorah, and Athena was all that remained of her people. She called him a monster. Issei admitted he had always been that way and could not change. Issei produced a blade and, in a swift, brutal motion, struck Athena. She was mortally wounded and died. Issei cradled her briefly and set the evidence of Zeus's fall at her side. He left his symbol and a letter that read that sins are always punished and that he would be the one to make them pay. The letter was signed the King of Terror. Issei exited and closed the warehouse. Ghidorah asked what he would do next. Issei said the hour of truth had come. His next target was Horiyuki. He told Ghidorah to prepare, for the worst of wars was coming. He intended to eradicate those he considered tainted. Ghidorah approved. Issei named Horiyuki as the next to fall and urged him to pray because punishment for sins was on the way. The arc of the old order was drawing to a close. Issei would face Horiyuki wielding a new power called Armageddon. What came next would be chaos, and no one would be able to stop it. A massive explosion had taken Hermes' life. At Olympus, the gods were stunned and mourning Hermes. Issei showed the footage of the warehouse blowing apart. Athena cried for her brother, while Issei laughed and said this was a cycle of revenge, reminding Athena that he had warned her. Ghidorah then made an imposing entrance. His presence and appetite for battle unsettled Poseidon's hippocampi. Ghidorah roared and, with his 3 heads, unleashed 3 powerful beams that scattered the hippocampi and forced them back. Arti challenged them, telling Poseidon to face someone his size and calling him a coward. Poseidon answered with fury. Arti taunted Poseidon for shrinking himself to giant size out of fear of a human and declared that it was time for death. Issei mounted Ghidorah's back, spun his chains, and launched himself with the dragon's momentum. Together they struck Poseidon, breaking his final form. Issei carried the defeated god through the air and threw him into a nearby mountain. Wounded and exhausted, Poseidon crawled, searching for his trident. Issei stepped on the trident, seized it, and snapped it in 2. Poseidon said that he had shown too much mercy and warned that even if some gods fell, others would stand against Arti. Arti replied that all would fall and accused Poseidon of being one of those he sought to kill. Issei seized Poseidon, slammed him against the rocks, and then hurled him toward the ocean. Poseidon was defeated, and when his body struck the sea it reacted violently, sending surging waters that began to flood the towns of the Greek faction. Ghidorah took Issei in his claws and lifted him onto his back. Ghidorah told Issei that the fight was not over, and Arti urged them to go after the others. The dragon rose swiftly, headed for Olympus. The Greek gods watched in disbelief as Poseidon was defeated. Hephaestus wondered if it was true. Hades cursed the attacker. Zeus vowed vengeance. Ares, donning his war armor, shouted that he would take action and rushed in, intent on striking Ghidorah. Ares charged with all his might, armor gleaming. Ghidorah prepared to answer with lightning, but Issei leapt from the dragon's head, shattered Ares' spear with his katanas, and struck Ares hard enough to incapacitate him and halt his assault. Satoru had the numbers 3, 4, and 7 and began to analyze them. He reasoned that the sequence left 2 missing numbers and that 5 and 6 must be the ones absent. He consulted his computer and checked Judas Street at the Iscariot crossing, comparing intersections on his map. He noticed streets 4 and 5 were connected, as were 3 and 6. From that he concluded the location must be intersection 7, an abandoned warehouse. Satoru called Circe immediately. Circe answered, and Satoru explained the discovery. He had located Athena. Circe did not hesitate. He cut the call and gathered 40 guards. When the Demon King arrived at the intersection, he ordered his men to secure the perimeter. Satoru instructed them to open the warehouse. Inside was darkness and dust. When the lights came on they found Athena lifeless, and in her hands the presence of Zeus confirmed that he had been there. Circe reacted in shock and swore that this meant the so-called King of Terror had struck again. Satoru instructed the guards to go to Olympus and verify everything. If Zeus had been killed, then by deduction the other gods could be dead as well. Issei was resting to recover from his wounds. He thought that one more day and Horiyuki would be dead. Ghidorah asked what he planned to do afterward. Issei intended to leave the factions alone for a year of peace before the storm and the final reckoning. Ghidorah expressed doubts but admitted he had a plan and urged caution. When Issei mused that immortality had little meaning if he could not enjoy a worthy fight, Ghidorah agreed and told him to rest. Tomorrow he would sew another suit and find a new mask. Issei accepted and prepared to sleep. Horiyuki reveled in his power, certain that the next day would be his day of triumph and that the world would fall at his feet. A guard asked what would happen once he had dominion over the world. Horiyuki declared that people would become his subjects and dismissed any opposition, eager to unleash his newfound strength. The guard admitted surprise that Horiyuki had come to possess a sacred gear of his own design. Horiyuki gloated that no hero could stop him and that he had relished causing his enemies to suffer. He had heard that the King of Terror had destroyed the Greek faction. 5 factions still remained: Nordic, Hindu, angelic, demonic, and dragons, and he anticipated the emergence of the true Alpha. The guard left him to rest, and Horiyuki vowed that tomorrow would be his day of glory. The factions gathered and confirmed the devastation at Olympus. They moved to find the fallen and prepare burials. Circe cursed the relentless attacker. Michael asked for ideas to trap him, but Circe had none. Buddha observed that events had slipped out of their control. Shiva promised that when he found the culprit he would show how to defeat a human aggressor, while Odin urged calm and focus on burying the dead. Circe ordered that the bodies be cleaned and placed in coffins for a day of mourning, but privately he wondered where Issei was. Dawn came. The factions made final preparations for the funeral. Issei and Horiyuki readied themselves for the confrontation that could end with one of them dead. Ghidorah checked on Issei and asked if he was ready. Issei admitted his sorrow and shed small tears for his lost parents, accepting that they would never return. Ghidorah, who had once planned to use Issei, confessed that over time he had come to care for him like both a father and a brother and promised never to abandon him. Issei felt awkward at the sentiment but was deeply grateful and thanked Ghidorah through his tears. Ghidorah teased him as a crybaby and reminded him that the truth was at hand. Horiyuki would die because the end was coming. Issei was silent for a moment, then saw a photo of himself with his parents as a child. He summoned his courage and stood up. Issei went down to the basement and saw his new armor and mask beside his weapon. He changed into the armor. Horiyuki changed as well. Both prepared for what would be the decisive day. Issei tied his hair, looked in the mirror, and put on his mask. Horiyuki checked his weapons. As dusk fell, they were ready. Issei left his house and Horiyuki left his base. Both declared that today everything would be decided. Unknown location, northwest of Lilith, 5 p.m. Horiyuki's army advanced, making the ground tremble. Horiyuki proclaimed that the factions would feel his power and that he would be the new king. He called down night, and the sky darkened, frightening the people of Lilith. Strange whirlwinds formed overhead. Citizens pointed toward the sky, and children began to panic. Circe was with his son when a guard hurried to summon the demon king. Circe went to see and was alarmed by what he found in the sky. From far away, many supernatural leaders watched the disturbance. The Gremri, the Citri, the demon king Leviathan, the demon king Ajuka, the demon king Asmodeus, the phoenixes, dragons, the Norse and Hindu factions of the underworld. Valerie, Lucifer, and Yasaka and her faction also sensed danger. Horiyuki declared the world as his. He formed a small black sphere in his hand and unleashed it into the whirlwinds. From those whirlwinds emerged writhing shadowy tendrils that fell from the sky, striking cities and causing widespread, chaotic destruction in a dramatic, anime-like fashion. Citizens fled in panic. Lilith was under attack. Circe watched his city being devastated. His parents were also caught in the chaos. Milikas was frightened and hid in his mother's lap. Circe felt that the power he sensed was unnatural and wondered whether it belonged to the king or to Horiyuki. Horiyuki announced that the chaos would begin and proclaimed himself the new king and god. His soldiers descended on Lilith, laying waste to parts of the city. Circe joined the other factions to fight back. He would not stand idly by. Each faction summoned its own forces. Horiyuki unleashed a sweeping beam of dark energy that struck Lilith and toppled a large building, intensifying the turmoil. He laughed at the spectacle. From a distance, polite applause could be heard. An unknown voice applauded and praised the great god. Horiyuki and his army turned to look and saw Issei walking slowly, imposing from afar. Horiyuki demanded to know who he was. Horiyuki demanded to know why the other had mentioned his god. RT bowed and apologized to His Majesty, announcing himself as the King of Terror. The soldiers fell silent, and Horiyuki smiled. Horiyuki recognized RT as the king of terror and could hardly contain his excitement at having the so-called killer of gods and legends standing before him. RT accepted the praise with modesty. Horiyuki then introduced himself as Horiyuki, the new god of this world. RT greeted him respectfully and noted that Horiyuki appeared a little pale. A guard cried out at the perceived disrespect, but before he could finish his outburst, Horiyuki's chained blade flashed and the guard was struck down. The sudden violence shocked everyone present. RT offered a brief apology, explaining they had been occupied. Horiyuki said he was surprised and admitted he had, at times, considered killing RT for interfering with the gods Horiyuki had wanted to eliminate first. He accused RT of ruining his plans and asked if RT had plans of his own. RT explained that many forces had plans: the police, the gods, various factions, and that he had simply taken Horiyuki's bold plan and turned it to his advantage. Horiyuki found this interesting but then offered RT a proposal: join him, and RT would be given any faction he chose, serve as Horiyuki's right hand, and receive the honors and rewards he desired. RT found the offer tempting but declined. When Horiyuki asked why, RT answered that he had a mission and that he had not come after the other factions. He had come for Horiyuki. RT said Horiyuki was obstructing his mission and his revenge, and for that reason he was an obstacle. Horiyuki accepted the declaration of enmity and ordered his army to kill RT. RT revealed that he had been waiting for that command. Horiyuki's main army charged, but RT produced the Hades claws and unleashed a soul-stealing technique. He cast the chains that bound the claws and, in a dramatic display, absorbed the souls of Horiyuki's attacking soldiers. Horiyuki called the feat impressive and said he would deal with RT personally. Both men rose to face each other, staring from across the field. Horiyuki lamented that it was a pity he had to kill RT, but promised to remember RT as the one who had challenged 3 powerful factions. RT replied that one of them would leave alive from this place, and it would not be Horiyuki. They assumed fighting stances and charged at one another, each letting out a fierce cry as they clashed. Both sides prepared in sync. Horiyuki's army readied their weapons. Issei tied back his hair, examined himself in a mirror, and put on his mask. Horiyuki also arranged his arms. As dusk fell, both were ready. Issei left his home and Horiyuki departed from his base. Each declared that today everything would be decided. At an unknown location northwest of Lilith at 5 p.m., Horiyuki's army marched, making the ground tremble. Horiyuki proclaimed that the factions would feel his power, and he called upon night to fall. Darkness filled the sky over Lilith and the people grew fearful. Horiyuki announced himself as their new king. Strange whirlwinds formed in the sky. Citizens pointed and urged others to look. Panic spread among the populace, including frightened children. Nearby, Issei was with his son when a guard brought news of the disturbance. Issei hurried to see the sky and felt alarm. From distant realms, many watched the sudden chaos. Members of the Gremory and Citri houses, Mao Leviathan, Mao Ajuka, Mao Asmodeus, phoenixes, dragons, and other supernatural and mythic beings. Even Valerie, Lucifer, and Yasaka and their factions sensed the danger. Horiyuki declared that their world belonged to him. He formed a small black sphere in his hand and invoked catastrophic power. The sphere shot into the whirlwinds, and from within them emerged long tentacle-like appendages tipped with barbs. When those appendages descended, they tore through the sky and began to devastate everything they touched. People fled in terror as chaos spread across Lilith. Issei watched his city suffer and feared for his family. A child named Milikas hid in his mother's lap. As the defenders rallied, each faction summoned its forces to counter Horiyuki's assault. Horiyuki unleashed a spell he called Infernus Darkness. A massive black bolt struck the city and destroyed a large building. Horiyuki laughed at the spectacle. From a distance, applause rang out. Issei appeared, walking slowly and imposing. He clapped and mocked the scene, urging everyone to applaud the self-proclaimed great and powerful god of the new world. Horiyuki demanded to know who he was. "And why do you mention your god?" Issei, the one known as the King of Terror, bowed respectfully and apologized to His Majesty for his lapse in manners, presenting himself as the King of Terror. The soldiers stood stunned, and Horiyuki smiled. Horiyuki acknowledged that Issei was indeed the king of terror, and Issei affirmed it proudly. Horiyuki could not believe his luck at having the killer of gods, the killer of legends, the great king of terror, standing before him and expressed genuine delight. Issei appeared flattered. Horiyuki introduced himself as the new god of this world. Issei replied that it was a pleasure to meet him and noted that Horiyuki seemed a bit pale. A guard protested at the perceived disrespect, but before he could finish, Issei threw a chained blade that struck the guard and killed him instantly, an action that startled Horiyuki further. Issei apologized and began to explain, but Horiyuki cut him off, saying that Issei surprised him. Horiyuki admitted that sometimes he thought he should kill Issei for killing gods Horiyuki had intended to kill first. Issei had ruined his plans. Horiyuki asked whether Issei had his own plans. Issei replied that many forces had plans: police, gods, factions, and that he had simply taken Horiyuki's clever scheme and turned it to his advantage. Horiyuki found that interesting but said that was not the point. He had come to offer Issei something he might like. Issei asked what the offer was. Horiyuki proposed an alliance. Join him, serve him, and he would grant Issei any faction he desired and honor him as his right hand. He promised prestige and other rewards for loyalty. Issei considered the offer and declined. When Horiyuki asked why, Issei explained that he had a mission and it was not personal, but he had not come to kill those others, he had come for Horiyuki. Issei said Horiyuki was standing in the way of his mission and his revenge, making Horiyuki an obstacle. Horiyuki accepted the challenge and declared Issei his enemy, ordering his army to eliminate him. Issei had anticipated that response. Horiyuki's main army surged forward against Issei. In response, Issei drew the Hades Claws and unleashed a technique that absorbed the souls of Horiyuki's forces in a single sweeping attack. Horiyuki, impressed, decided to take on Issei personally. Both men rose and fixed each other with fierce, steady gazes. Horiyuki said it was a pity he had to be the one to kill Issei, but promised to remember Issei as the one who had threatened three powerful factions. Issei vowed that one of them would leave alive, and it would not be Horiyuki. They adopted fighting stances and charged at each other with battle cries. Their clash created an explosion that reverberated as far as Lilith. They gripped each other's hands, each testing the other's strength, and a crater formed where they fought. Horiyuki complimented Issei's strength. Issei returned the compliment. Horiyuki declared he would show what the new god of the world was made of. He kicked Issei hard enough to send him flying into a nearby small mountain. Issei taunted Horiyuki for the weak strike, and the jibe enraged Horiyuki. Horiyuki unleashed a technique called Dark Judgment, sending hundreds of red energy spheres toward Issei, who deftly evaded them all. Issei noted to himself that Horiyuki had indeed grown stronger. Horiyuki laughed with manic excitement. Issei threw a kunai at one of the spheres and invoked his ghosts of wrath, spectral dragons that absorbed the incoming attacks. He chided Horiyuki, saying that if he would not fight seriously, he had no right to call himself a god, and urged him to fight properly. Horiyuki accepted and announced he would show 25% of his power. A brilliant light shimmered and Horiyuki entered a berserker-like state, black veins appearing across his body. He proclaimed that a sacred gear called Armageddon granted him power superior even to a dragon god. Issei noted the ingenuity of an artificial sacred gear and prepared to fight in earnest. He adopted a calm stance as the wind lifted his hair like the topknot of a samurai ready for battle. His eyes glowed more intensely and he drew his katanas. Issei and Horiyuki launched themselves at each other. Their katanas met and caused another massive explosion. They traded blows at such speed and precision that ordinary eyes could scarcely follow the beautiful rhythm of their clashing blades. Each urged the other on in the heat of combat. Horiyuki struck violently and employed another technique, the katana of darkness, dark flow. Issei relished the duel, seeking to push Horiyuki toward frustration and make him suffer for his interference. Issei answered with a lightning katana, and when their powers collided, the resulting detonations flung both warriors apart. Each acknowledged the other's strength. Horiyuki declared he was tired of playing and that he would reveal his true power, the power of a god. Issei admitted he had been waiting to hear that. Horiyuki called forth his greatest creation, commanding it to rise and prove it stronger than the most formidable beasts. A blinding light filled the battlefield. From a distance, onlookers reacted in alarm and awe, noting the staggering power. The shockwave sent everyone flying. Armageddon appeared, a colossal dragon bearing the combined aspects of Trihexa, Great Red, Drake, and Albion. Horiyuki donned a new, imposing armor. He proclaimed that as master of Armageddon, Issei, the king of terror, would die that day, and then unleashed a devastating technique called Cataclysm. The dragon and its master fused into a massive black sphere and hurled it at Issei. The explosion was immense and inflicted heavy damage, slowing Issei's regenerative abilities. Issei cursed that Horiyuki's techniques interfered with his healing and called to Ghidorah to join the fight. Ghidorah answered eagerly, saying at last there would be a worthy opponent and that their battle would become legendary. Issei smiled, rose despite the wound, and laughed. He announced that he did not have the only powerful dragon to summon and prepared to reveal his own trump card. A golden light burst forth from Issei, dazzling everyone once more. When the light faded, standing before them was Ghidorah, the mighty three-headed dragon, returned to the battlefield. The confrontation between Issei and Horiyuki showed no sign of stopping, and neither did the battle between Ghidorah and Armageddon. RT unleashed dark lightning while Horiyuki summoned blood of despair. The collision of their attacks produced multiple explosions that sent both combatants flying. Ghidorah charged up a powerful lightning assault from his three heads, and Armageddon gathered purple fire in its maw. When they launched their attacks and the energies collided, a massive explosion tore through the area. The factions watched as the shockwave threw them back. Issei shouted that he had no idea what this was. Michael admitted he did not know. Odin warned that the power was too great. A soldier urged everyone not to stop and called out support for Horiyuki. Issei accused Horiyuki of being responsible and cursed him. When Issei regained his senses, he found that Horiyuki had rammed him and he had fallen to the ground. Horiyuki unleashed a plague of souls and hundreds of restless spirits surged toward Issei. Issei sheathed his katana and drew the Hades claws. He activated soul absorption and drew the spirits into himself, but Horiyuki still had an ace up his sleeve. Horiyuki ordered Armageddon to finish them and called down a tempest. He and Armageddon combined their powers into a coordinated assault and fired it at Ghidorah and Issei. Both collapsed, wounded by the impact. Issei winced and clutched his injuries, grimacing at the pain as he asked Ghidorah how the dragon was holding up. Ghidorah replied that he was in bad shape but could still manage. Ghidorah explained that the opponent's sacred gear allowed control over the dragon and that the control was anchored in the opponent's soul. If they could separate the sacred gear from the soul, the dragon would be powerless and vulnerable, and they could defeat it. Ghidorah stressed that they would need a plan and told them to listen carefully. RT cursed in frustration. Horiyuki demanded to know what he meant. RT taunted that it was over and admitted to having underestimated his opponent, calling it pathetic. Horiyuki sneered in response and vowed that the gods were not as strong as they seemed. RT reminded him that he had done what Horiyuki had not. He had killed 3 factions. Horiyuki, furious, cursed and threatened that his enemy would die. Ghidorah tried to restrain Armageddon, but Armageddon unleashed a deadly attack. A gout of fire mixed with Samuel's blood struck Ghidorah and hit Issei full force. RT screamed in fury. Horiyuki laughed and mocked that every dragon had a weakness. RT cursed Horiyuki and called his dragon pathetic despite its 3 heads. Issei watched Ghidorah fall motionless. In response, he invoked a storm of lightning to strike down the battlefield. Some bolts hit Armageddon but did little damage. Horiyuki appeared behind Issei and struck him with a killing blow he called Apocalypse Mortem. A red and black sphere burst into Issei's midsection and a destructive explosion followed. Issei was gravely wounded and his injuries would not heal. Horiyuki laughed again while Issei coughed up blood. Part of his armor was ruined and one of his mask's eye openings showed his yellow eye. He breathed heavily in pain. Horiyuki urged for an end and shouted for Issei to die, then slammed Issei's head into a rock. Issei was covered in blood and his vision blurred as he began to lose consciousness. Horiyuki declared that Issei's corpse would serve as a lesson to any factions who would not obey their new god. He tossed Issei into the air and Armageddon fired a jet of flame that worsened Issei's condition. Issei lay defeated as Horiyuki approached, promising to take his head as a trophy and calling him insignificant scum. Surprisingly, Issei began to laugh. Horiyuki demanded to know why he laughed. Issei laughed louder and mocked Horiyuki for failing to notice something important. Horiyuki asked what he meant, and Issei taunted him for not greeting his little dragon. Horiyuki roared and ordered Armageddon to destroy Issei, preparing a final attack. But on Armageddon's back, Ghidorah had recovered completely. Ghidorah clamped Armageddon with his claws and opened its maw. Two three-headed Ghidorahs unleashed countless beams into Armageddon's mouth, a massive energy barrage that left Armageddon critically damaged and on the brink of defeat. Horiyuki called to Armageddon, and Ghidorah mentally urged Issei that it was now or never. With a surge of strength, Issei drew the Hades claws and drove them at Horiyuki. Horiyuki reacted in shock as Issei declared that his soul was his. Issei used the claws to sever the bond between Horiyuki and Armageddon's soul, absorbing Armageddon's essence into himself. Without its soul, Armageddon weakened drastically. Ghidorah unleashed a final powerful strike that finished Armageddon, destroying Horiyuki's greatest creation. Horiyuki was stunned as his most powerful weapon collapsed. The power of the Trihexa, the great red energies, and the celestial dragons had all been for nothing. Issei moved quickly in front of Horiyuki and spoke the words that would decide the battle. He invoked a deadly invocation of fire. A massive explosion erupted and the shockwave sent surviving soldiers flying. A thick curtain of smoke spread across the battlefield, and when it cleared, Horiyuki was on the ground, crawling, bleeding, weak, and defeated. He coughed up blood and could not believe how he had lost. Ghidorah had returned to Issei's side, and Issei emerged from the haze walking toward Horiyuki with a steely, dangerous look. Horiyuki, desperate, threw a vial of Samuel's blood at him and begged for mercy. Issei caught the vial, opened it, and drank the blood. The act seemed to revive him. He rose, seeming almost like an unstoppable force. Horiyuki pleaded, asking Issei not to hurt him and begging for his life. Issei gripped Horiyuki by the neck and soothed him, telling him not to worry and that he would not kill him, at least not yet, because he had plans for him. Then Issei knocked Horiyuki unconscious with a single blow to the head and took him away. Issei addressed Ghidorah and thanked the dragon for fighting well, promising to repay the favor. Ghidorah joked that he was owed 30 bowls of ramen. Issei agreed and told him to rest. The factions arrived at the site where the two mysterious dragons had fought but found only ruin and destruction. Issei asked what had happened. Odin said he did not want to know and was relieved there were no confirmed deaths, suggesting they should forget the incident and focus on burying the Greek gods. Michael agreed. Issei still had doubts and wondered who the powerful three-headed dragon had been. 2 days later, in a demon church where the factions had gathered for the Greek faction's funeral, many of them wore formal attire. Hymns and chants filled the space and many coffins were present. Issei vowed that they would not let the event stand unpunished. Michael asked for the souls of the dead to rest in peace. Shiva remarked that it was unthinkable that a madman could have caused all this. Outside the church, as the city was being rebuilt, an odd signal appeared in the sky. The Maus and the funeral attendants went outside to see what it was. Issei asked what it could be. A hologram signal returned and revealed Issei wearing his mask. RT announced a greeting to the crowd and addressed them directly. Issei reacted with anger and called out King. RT then stated that he had an announcement that made him happy to give them, and then the transmission continued. The speaker insisted it was not about killing anyone, it was a message for the factions that would make them very happy. Citizens murmured, and the leaders and demon lords wondered what news was coming. The speaker reminded everyone that, if memory served, a man named Horiyuki had terrorized their streets and factions with attacks and fear. The speaker then claimed that Horiyuki was there with him, awaiting punishment, and revealed a frightened Horiyuki chained to a chair and struggling to get free. The factions could not believe it. one of the main instigators of their suffering, was now in the hands of another of their tormentors. The speaker presented the capture as professional courtesy, boasting that he had caught the man they had failed to catch and that he believed he had done them a great favor before declaring it was time for the main event. Issei stepped forward and, in a dramatic, controlled motion, used a knife to cut the tape from Horiyuki's mouth. Horiyuki then asked what Issei intended to do. Horiyuki felt terrified. RT said that there was nothing to fear, that the intention had only been to make him smile, and he laughed aloud. Issei pressed a knife to Horiyuki's mouth, deliberately mimicking the cruel act Kiyomiya had once carried out. Horiyuki screamed in pain, and the others watched in horror at his expression. RT declared that it was far from over, and he ordered metal clamps to be driven into Horiyuki's legs to hold him in place. RT announced that a powerful high-voltage current would be applied. The device delivered a brutal shock, and Horiyuki begged for someone to save him and pleaded for the pain to stop. Issei wondered how they had been captured and considered in his mind whether the man before them might be responsible for the dragon's appearance. RT said they should finish it and briefly ended the video call. Issei lifted Horiyuki and laid him on a bed. He bound him and rendered his hands unusable. Horiyuki cried out about his hands in desperate anguish. RT taunted Horiyuki to feel the same pain he himself had suffered when he had been tortured. Horiyuki, sobbing, denied any knowledge and asked what RT meant. RT then removed his mask to reveal his face. Horiyuki realized who it was and recoiled, insisting that the man should be dead. Issei confirmed that he had survived and said that, though weeds may never die, Horiyuki would not escape. He claimed he would make Horiyuki share the suffering he had felt when his parents were killed. Horiyuki begged for mercy, offering anything to be spared: money, favors, whatever was asked, pleading hysterically. Issei answered that it was too late. He put his mask back on, reactivated his camera, and RT announced to the unseen audience that they were about to witness the punishment of sin. Issei produced a knife and prepared to carry out his plan. Horiyuki sobbed and tried desperately to escape, but he could not get away. A tense silence followed as the situation reached its breaking point. A single roar made Horiyuki's hair stand on end. Horiyuki reacted with disbelief, insisting it was impossible and asking where the dragon had come from, since there was no historical record of it. RT laughed and taunted him, saying Horiyuki was not the only one with a surprise up his sleeve and challenging which dragon was stronger, Armageddon or Ghidorah. Horiyuki vowed to kill RT and his foul dragon. RT noted the insult toward his dragon, and Ghidorah answered with an even louder roar. Armageddon and Ghidorah locked eyes like rivals and charged at each other, clashing in a fierce, anime-style battle that sent shockwaves through the field. Factions watching from a distance wondered who these dragons were and, above all, what the three-headed dragon represented. Horiyuki threatened the king. RT answered with equal resolve. The confrontation left the watchers tense. The clash continued, unresolved for the moment. The Gremmeries Yasaka, Serafala, Gabriel, Kunu, and Leifri observed the scene with satisfaction. They felt certain that at last they would be rid of the man who had harmed them and destroyed the happiness of their Issei. From a distant building, Valerie Hyodo watched the events with a smile. RT addressed the factions, declaring that this was the price of sin and proclaiming death as judgment. During the broadcast, Issei appeared and delivered a decisive, brutal blow that ended Horiyuki's life. To make the deed unmistakable, Issei displayed a grim token of his victory and proclaimed his goodbye. The video call cut off. The factions were frightened by what they had seen, but some felt an odd, uneasy peace. Night fell. Issei stood in a cemetery before two graves marked Guru Hyodo and Miki Hyodo. The factions had taken the trouble to bury his parents. When asked how he had found their resting place, it was said he had forced a soldier to reveal it. Issei left flowers at the graves and spoke to his parents, promising to fulfill his vow of revenge and hoping that in another life they might grow up in a world without war or wrongdoing. He shed a few tears and left the cemetery. A bright star appeared in the sky. Humans below mistook it for a comet, but many cultures recognized it as the Star of Bethlehem. Issei stared at it, climbed onto the motorcycle he had bought, and rode off following that distant light. He reflected that he now lived in a world of war and death caused by those who had betrayed him, and that perhaps he would never know peace himself. Still, he resolved to strive so others might know the peace he had been denied. He warned the factions to enjoy the coming year of peace while it lasted, because when it ended he would return and the main act would begin. He declared himself the king of terror and rode into the night. Time passed. Ghidorah asked Issei if he was sure about what he intended to do. Issei affirmed his certainty. Ingvild pleaded with Issei to stop the madness and to spare more lives, but Issei insisted he would not relent. Before God Almighty and before his brothers, Issei stood by his decision. Ghidorah cautioned that Issei was playing with fire and risked being burned. Issei replied that his enemies had already played with the murderer, and the murderer would see them pay. Issei confessed that he had sinned greatly and claimed that the sins of the father would be paid for by the son. Others spoke as well. Kyome urged Issei to listen to Ingvild. Issei refused angrily. Circe promised to rescue Milikas. Issei chose mercy in one case, telling Satoru that he would be spared because he had not harmed him and should return to his family. Issei challenged Yasaka, saying that what seemed possible in this life might be impossible and daring her to see whether her love as a mother would be stronger than her love as a woman. Events moved toward a new chapter, the next arc beginning as the world waited for the consequences of Issei's choice and the return of the King of Terror. The singing at Mass was beautiful and soothing. The priest showed the host and the chalice while the congregation prayed. The focus shifted to one man, Issei Hyodo, who approached to receive communion. The priest presented the sacrament and the people responded with Amen. Issei returned to his seat as the service continued. The priest spoke of salvation and led the confession ritual. The congregation answered in turn. Issei struck his chest in penitence, repeating the ancient words of contrition and asking for the intercession of Saint Mary, the angels, and the saints. He concluded with Amen. The priest gave the final blessing, and Issei made the sign of the cross. The people rose and gave thanks. Later, Issei stepped outside under a black umbrella and put on a face mask to hide the scar on his mouth. He did not like strangers staring at it. Ghidorah remarked that going to Mass seemed unnecessary, but Issei explained that he wanted to pray a little. He admitted that he could not be certain God was listening, but that did not mean he could not pray. Ghidorah noted that spending time with Asia, Zenobia, and Irina had clearly changed him, and Issei, with a dry acceptance, agreed. Ghidorah then reminded Issei that he still owed 30 bowls of ramen. Issei had thought the debt forgotten, but Ghidorah insisted a promise was a promise, so they agreed to go buy the ramen. They ate together and then returned home. Ghidorah felt satisfied and full, while Issei admitted he had eaten 3 bowls and complained about the bitter cold. Ghidorah asked if Issei planned to return to his old ways. Issei made clear that nothing was finished yet. He wanted others to keep trusting that peace remained, because when the decisive day arrived they would be forced to face terrible sorrow. Ghidorah asked if a plan was in place. Issei had none yet and said he would devise one soon. When Ghidorah suggested which faction should be targeted next, he mentioned the Hinduist faction as an easier choice, and Issei agreed. Ghidorah then went to sleep for the night. At 9 in the evening, snow began to fall. The story's focus moved to a place where everything was about to change, Kuo Airport. 2 women, one with purple hair and the other with brown hair, stepped out into the cold. They had finally returned home after nearly a year and a half away. Both were eager to see Issei and hoped he was well. They took a taxi to the Hyodo residence, but when they arrived and opened the door they found the house exactly as it had been when they left. The place looked uninhabited, the rooms were empty and felt abandoned. The women found the situation strange and decided it was more likely that their friends were in Gremmery territory. They resolved to investigate the next day and went to bed, unaware that everything they knew had shifted during their absence. When they learned what had happened, nothing would be the same. The next morning the 2 women woke early and exchanged polite greetings. They showered, dressed, and went to a restaurant for breakfast. Over coffee, Ingvild wondered aloud why no one had been at the house, and they planned to follow up on their suspicions that day. Abe ate an omelette and sipped a cup of coffee, remarking that someone had asked her the same and that the breakfast was delicious while she ate pancakes with a cute, childlike expression. Ingvild showed a small bead of sweat at the awkwardness. After they finished, both paid, returned home, formed a magic circle, and teleported to the Grimoire territory. Issei was having breakfast with Ghidorah, who had emerged from his body in a small, cartoonish form and was eating cereal. Issei decided he had thought things through. He planned to announce his return after giving everyone ample peace, and now it was time for them to return to their reality. Ghidorah questioned how Issei would do it, and Issei only teased that they would see. Ghidorah asked if it could wait until after breakfast, and Issei agreed. In the Grimoire territory, Lord Issei, his family, and Rias's retinue were eating breakfast. Issei asked his son Milikas how school was going, and Milikas said his grades were excellent. Issei expressed pride, and Grafia echoed that she was proud of him. Venelana playfully noted how their grandson was putting in a lot of effort and asked her husband Zeoticus what he thought. Zeoticus marveled at their grandson's progress and imagined that he might become a great leader or even found his own faction in time. He then asked Rias for her opinion. Rias said she was happy that her nephew was working hard, though her smile felt forced. In truth, she cared most about finding Issei and marrying him as soon as possible. The rest of the retinue sat quietly. Kiba had become solemn after losing his close friend. Aquino was silent, Asia was quiet, Zenobia was lost in thought. Gasper was calm and Kaneko remained serious as always. The guests, including Kuroka and Rosweiss, kept to themselves. A message from a guard broke the silence and tension. The guard informed Lord Issei that Ingvild Leviathan and Abe Kyom were outside. Everyone stiffened. The two women did not know what had happened to Issei, and if they found out the truth, it could cause chaos. Issei swallowed and told the guard to let them in. Ingvild and Abe entered and bowed. They greeted everyone politely. Issei welcomed them and admitted he had not expected them back so soon. Ingvild explained they had missed being home, and Abe agreed. Issei offered them something to drink, and Ingvild declined, saying everything was fine. Issei asked them to sit. That morning in Lilith City everything seemed peaceful. Children played and people went to work. In the city center, a large monument to Issei Hyodo stood, its inscription declaring it the greatest monument in the world, worthy of their hero, the Red Emperor. People lived their lives in relative calm, but the enforcer of sins had returned. Issei stood in a building dressed in the suit and mask once used by the late Horyuki. He told his companion to prepare, promising a dramatic display. Ghidorah commented on the plan's extremity and asked if this would be the announcement. Issei confirmed that it would be his proclamation of terror, presented like a bold, flamboyant spectacle. Back with the Grimoire group, Issei asked how Abe and Ingvild's vacation had been, and they described it as very relaxing. Abe and Ingvild then asked directly why Issei was not with them. The family members grew nervous until Rias explained that he was traveling with his parents. Aquino added that their future husband also deserved rest and would return soon. Ingvild asked why Issei's house was empty, and Rias replied that they had felt lonely without him and missed him, which was why they had come. Ingvild said she would give him a surprise when he returned. They wondered aloud about Valerie's whereabouts. Kaneko said they had no idea where Valerie was, and Abe confirmed that she had vanished without a trace. Asia and Zenobia expressed worry. Issei tried to reassure them that when Issei returned he would be reunited with them all. Privately, Issei resolved that he had to find Issei. He had used every effort over the past year and felt he had failed. If someone was responsible for his brother-in-law's fate, he silently vowed to make them answer for it. Abe and Ingvild still harbored doubts and mistrust toward the family's words, but a sudden, enormous noise startled everyone and cut through the room. Issei counted down and pressed the detonator. A dramatic, city-shaking explosion flared in the distance, a spectacle that lit the skyline in a non-graphic, cinematic way and announced his return. The Grimoires went outside the mansion and saw that the city was under attack from 7 different points. Explosions erupted across the skyline, and the monument to Issei Hyodo exploded in the center of the city. Debris rained down. The blast caused massive destruction and approximately 6,000 casualties. From a distance, Issei spotted the silhouette of the man who had caused him so much harm. Issei reacted in disbelief and could not accept what he was seeing. Issei announced his return, declaring that it had never ended and that the main act was about to begin. He proclaimed that the King of Terror had returned and that no one would stop him. He invoked a phrase of finality and closure, leaving the city stunned. The announcement echoed across the airwaves and then fell silent. City of Bethlehem. It was midnight in a small stable when the cry of a newborn was heard. Joseph told Mary that the child was theirs, and Mary said the baby was beautiful. They agreed to name him Jesus. That night a child named Jesus was born. Shepherds guided by an angel came to see the newborn, and 3 men bearing gifts paid him homage. The child was presented as the one who would be king, the King of the Jews, known as the Son of God. City of Lilith. The city was chaos. Car bombs had destroyed much of the capital, ash and smoke filled the streets, fires burned, and people ran in panic. Thousands were wounded and many had died. By the time the Gremlins arrived, it was already too late. Issei reacted with anguish, repeating that this could not be happening. Ingvild demanded to know who had done this, and Abe asked what kind of monster could cause such devastation. Zeoticus ordered the guards to help the wounded and to search for the missing at once. The guards moved quickly to assist the victims of the attack. Zeoticus told Issei that they needed the truth. Venelana said they could no longer hide it. Issei asked to speak with the others in private and took the group back to the Gremlins mansion. In the mansion, Issei warned them that he would tell them the truth but asked them not to become overly agitated. Ingvild insisted that he speak at once, calling on him as Mausama, and Abe begged for answers. Issei revealed that a year ago a new threat had emerged, not an organization, but a serial killer who called himself the King of Terror. Abe repeated the name in shock. Issei said that for a year this monster had been ravaging their factions and that what he was about to say would be hard to believe. He explained that the killer had destroyed 3 factions: the Fallen Angels, the Egyptian faction, and the Greek faction. Ingvild and Abe covered their mouths in disbelief. Issei added that the assassin had killed many gods, including his best friend Azazel. When Ingvild demanded to know why they had not been told earlier, Issei hesitated and then revealed the most painful truth: the assassin had kidnapped Issei and his family. Abe and Ingvild reacted with stunned disbelief and anger. Issei said they had not disclosed this sooner because they feared how the news would affect them, but they could not keep it hidden any longer. Ingvild, overcome with rage and sorrow, struck Issei across the face and warned him that if anything happened to Issei, she would hold him responsible. Abe echoed her fury, and Ingvild formed a magic circle before leaving with Abe. Issei wept quietly. He knew they had a right to the truth, but he could not confess everything, that some had betrayed Issei for another person and that Issei's disappearance was tied to that betrayal, because revealing that would have only made matters worse. Issei returned home cheerful and smiling, declaring that he was finally home. Ghidorah commented that the events they had just experienced had been entertaining in a grim way. They planned strategy and discussed their next moves, but Issei suddenly cried out in pain. Ghidorah asked if he was all right and went to check him. Ghidorah told Issei that it did not appear to be a tumor, but that his head seemed to be remembering someone. Issei dismissed the thought angrily and said that the person could rot. He then resumed his plan, saying that it was time for a faction to fall and suggesting, in a cold and methodical tone, that they should eliminate Amao first. Ghidorah questioned why, and Issei offered no clear reason. Ghidorah proposed that they would keep everyone distracted while he took care of the rest. Ghidorah agreed to the plan and asked which person the Mao intended to kill. Issei answered with a riddle, saying that the surname began with the letter of a playing card, a common card that can be worth either 1 or 14, and asked who it could be. Ghidorah complimented Issei as the cleverest person he knew. With Ingvild and Abe. Ingvild and Abe were crying because someone had kidnapped Issei, and they could not bring themselves to believe he might already be dead. Ingvild refused to accept the possibility, and Abe echoed her denial, questioning why Issei had been taken. Abe insisted he did not believe Issei was gone. He said Issei was strong and would endure anything before letting harm come to those he loved, and Abe admitted that was part of why he had fallen for him. Ingvild agreed and said she also refused to believe Issei was dead, though her heart told her he was still out there. Abe said his heart felt the same but feared Issei was suffering. Ingvild then suggested though she knew it sounded mad, that they go search for Issei themselves. Abe hesitated, reminding Ingvild that she was just a human, but Ingvild reassured her that she would be there to help and that together they would find him. Worried about the possibility of facing the so-called king, and Ingvild answered that they would defeat him if necessary. Tired of crying, Ingvild insisted they recover Issei together. Abe wiped her tears and agreed that they would search united. Ingvild challenged Abe to come with her, and Abe agreed, asking to start in the morning so she could rest. Ingvild thought to herself that she would find Issei wherever he was, reclaim him, and win his heart. She urged him to hold on a little longer, confident he was alive, and vowed that in every life she would love Issei Hayadu. Territory of Glagia Labelas. It was around 11 at night. A tall, bald man with a beard was watching the news and yawning. The broadcast reported on the attack that had struck Lilith City that afternoon. At approximately 1:39 p.m., 7 vans rigged with explosives had detonated, killing around 14,000 people and injuring about 6,200, marking one of the darkest hours for the city. The man watched while sipping whiskey. He was Falbium Asmodeus. Only the television light illuminated the room as Asmodeus paced. In the darkness, a much taller, imposing silhouette stood and watched him. The stranger wore a mask whose yellow eyes reflected a calculating gaze. Asmodeus remarked that he was bored and mused that he might visit Circe the next day. He turned off the television, but before he could leave, someone approached from behind and placed a hand over his mouth. The stranger greeted Asmodeus quietly and teased that he looked bored. Asmodeus reacted with alarm and demanded to know who the stranger was. The stranger feigned surprise that Asmodeus did not recognize him and promised to free Asmodeus from his boredom. In a sudden, lightning-fast motion, Issei moved and executed a precise, stylized finishing move that ended the confrontation. The strike left Asmodeus unable to continue, and Issei then bound the body and placed a gray tape across it in a deliberate, theatrical gesture. Ghidorah asked whether the extra force had been necessary, since the decisive strike had already completed the action. Issei, calm and unapologetic, said he liked being thorough. Issei left a playing card as a message and declared that this would mark the birth of terror, asserting that he was the king and that no one should ever challenge the king. Ghidorah proclaimed long life for the king, sealing the moment with solemnity. The baptism of the Lord. At the Jordan River, John called on people to repent of their sins and be baptized in the name of God. A long line formed as people were baptized in the river. Someone asked John if he was the Messiah, and John replied that he baptized with water but that one greater than he would come and baptize with the Holy Spirit. A mysterious, beautiful man entered the water, submerged and emerged. A voice from heaven spoke as a white dove alighted on the man's left shoulder, saying that this was God's beloved Son and that God was pleased with him. Thus the baptism of Jesus of Nazareth took place. In a small village inn, a woman cloaked in a tunic entered. Her silver hair and the light around her made her presence striking. The innkeeper greeted her politely and offered to help. Valerie requested a room immediately. The innkeeper fetched a silver key and handed it to her, and then asked for her name to record in the register. Valerie gave her name as Valerie Hayadu. The innkeeper found the name curious. The host questioned why she would act in the name of Emperor Ro. At that moment a blade embedded itself in the wall. Valerie tossed a large wad of cash toward him. Valerie identified herself as the White Empress and explained that she was giving a substantial sum to ensure his silence. The host acknowledged her and recorded the name Valerie Hayadu in his register. The host assigned her room number. Valerie thanked him. She entered the room and removed her tunic, revealing part of her beautiful face streaked with blood. Valerie complained that the renegades had stained her with their filthy blood. Albion asked irritably whether she was satisfied now. Valerie said she was happy and would take a shower because she was dirty. She stepped into the bath and let the warm water cleanse her. She thought longingly of Issei, missing him after 3 seasons apart, and resolved that he would have to answer for leaving her. She got out of the bathtub, dressed, and turned on the television for a while. Valerie decided to see what was new. The broadcast announced breaking news that Mao Asmodeus had been found dead at midnight. Forensics and detectives were withholding the cause of death. Valerie asked if someone had killed Asmodeus. Albion suggested it might be the King of Terror. Valerie agreed and accused that person of having kidnapped her mate. Albion snapped that Valerie should stop thinking about Issei for just 5 minutes and called her reckless. Valerie insisted in a lifeless tone that Issei was everything to her and that Albion had no right to tell her to stop thinking about him. Valerie declared that Issei belonged to her, that he would be her husband, and the father of her children. Albion dismissed her as mad and wondered where the arrogant, proud Valerie had gone. Valerie replied that the old Valerie was dead and that now she would do anything to get her dragon. Valerie added that when she became a mother she wanted her children to see only a loving, kind, and gentle side of her. Albion continued to insult her, calling her unwell and desperate. Valerie snapped back, told Albion to repeat the insult, then gripped her sphere and squeezed it hard. Albion screamed. Valerie told Albion that Albion was only alive because Valerie needed her to find her husband. Otherwise Valerie would have destroyed her there and then. Albion, shaken, agreed to behave. Valerie released the sphere, turned off the television, and went to sleep with one thought. She longed for Issei and believed they would be together soon and build a family. She fell asleep dreaming of Issei. A short bridge sentence filled the gap in the scene. Issei had returned home at midnight and gone to take a shower. Water ran down his hair and face while he stood under the spray, thinking that if others had not trusted the wrong person, they might still be alive. Ghidorah poked fun at him with light teasing that avoided crude remarks. Issei reacted with mild annoyance, but the exchange stayed playful. After he finished showering, Issei wrapped a towel around himself. A neutral sentence bridged the scene where another presence might have observed him. Ghidorah asked if Issei's headache was better. Issei confirmed it was gone. Ghidorah advised that if anything returned, Issei should ask for help, and mentioned that a simple painkiller could help if needed. Ghidorah also said that living with Issei taught him surprising things, and he had sensed someone's discomfort earlier but refused to go into details. They discussed the corpse. Ghidorah warned that with Asmodeus dead, the underworld would be after Issei. Issei accepted that risk, saying it was a price he was willing to pay because he was also a sinner and needed to atone for his actions. Ghidorah cautioned that Issei was playing with fire and could get burned. Issei replied that those who had played with the killer would now face the consequences. Ghidorah expressed the hope that when everything ended, Issei could live in peace, because their past memories would always haunt them. Issei said his sins already tormented him, and he had chosen this life. He then asked Ghidorah how he had ended up secretly imprisoned in Tartarus. Ghidorah told Issei that he was not yet ready to hear his story, but maybe another day. Issei accepted this and told Ghidorah to rest, reminding him that there would be many plans to make tomorrow. Ghidorah replied that he felt the same. Issei fell into a deep sleep while Ghidorah remained thoughtful, wondering how Issei would react when he learned that Ghidorah was not of this world, that he came from a different dimension, and that his world was not the only one that existed. Mansion Asmodeus, 1:24 a.m. Forensic doctors, detectives, and guards photographed the crime scene and the body of the deceased Mao. The lead forensic detective, Issei, arrived alongside Mao Lucifer. Satoru showed his identification, and the guards and forensics team reacted with respect. Satoru asked what they had. The chief forensic officer reported that the victim had suffered severe neck trauma and multiple head injuries consistent with a violent attack. Satoru signaled them to look toward the wall, where a hand had been left embedded beside a playing card. Satoru put on gloves, took an evidence bag, and carefully removed the hand and the card. He examined the card and noted that it was an ace, which he associated with Asmodeus. He remarked that he had expected the killer to return and admitted that he missed solving the perpetrator's puzzles. Issei questioned whether Satoru meant that this had been done by the same individual. Satoru affirmed that it seemed so and added that he wondered why the victim's head had been wrapped in tape. The guards announced that they needed to take the body for autopsy and further investigation. Satoru instructed the forensics team to prepare a detailed report for his office, to seal the room, and to secure all evidence from the scene. He demanded to be informed of any movement or developments. The forensics team acknowledged his orders. The body was placed gently into a bag and taken out through the back door to avoid the demon press gathered at the main entrance. In a hallway of the mansion, Satoru gripped Search's arm and pushed him against the wall. Satoru reminded Issei that he had warned him this would happen. Issei admitted that he had been overconfident and never believed someone would be capable of killing a Mao. Satoru scolded him for his arrogance and reminded him that if Maos and factions had been targeted before, there was no reason a Mao would be exempt. He warned that Search's excess confidence clouded his judgment. Issei expressed fear that the entire underworld would be after him now. Satoru spoke plainly and sternly to Lucifer. If the killer overstepped the limits and anything happened to Satoru's family because of Search's recklessness, Satoru swore he would abandon the case and stop caring about what happened to Search's faction. Issei responded with fear and agreed. They left the mansion, Satoru intent on attending to the body. Issei, aware that Satoru had a family he wanted to protect, felt uneasy. He took out his phone and issued a public announcement to the guards and the underworld. A Phase Red mission was open to begin the search for the serial killer known as the King of Terror. Issei demanded the killer be captured alive and promised a substantial monetary reward to whoever found him. A response came in acknowledging the order. Issei later sent a message declaring that the King of Terror had played with fire and would now have the entire underworld on his heels, warning that he would be pursued relentlessly until he was stopped. A short neutral bridge sentence followed the announcement to keep the investigation moving forward. By my fault. Issei stood at the center of his fury and vowed vengeance on Ingvild and Abe, declaring he would make the Gremory answer and cast them into oblivion with an unrelenting determination. He accused Great Red of knowing and doing nothing, and Great Red responded that he had been unable to act. Issei retorted that it was curious, because he himself did not yet know what he would do to Great Red. Issei told Sona that he regretted the thought of her finding her sibling dead. Seeking absolution in his own way, Issei invoked Saint Mary and confessed that he would not ask forgiveness for past sins but asked forgiveness for the ones he might commit from then on. To the angels he turned his wrath. He called out to Michael and commanded him to feel his anger. Michael begged Issei not to harm his sister. To the saints and to his brothers he issued challenges. He announced that he had come for Trihexa. He addressed Demon King Lucifer, invoking eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and parent for parent. He demanded that they intercede for him and warned Issei Lucifer that he would end him. Issei threatened in return that he would kill the king. Before God, Issei declared that it was time for Rias Gremory to fall. At that time, a woman named Mary was at home when an angel appeared to her. The angel greeted her as one full of grace and told her that the Lord was with her and that she would conceive and give birth to a son who would be called Jesus. Mary questioned how this could be, since she was a virgin. The angel explained that the Holy Spirit would come upon her, and that the child to be born would be holy and called the Son of God. Thus the announcement of the birth of the Son of God, Jesus of Nazareth, was proclaimed. A year had passed. It had been a year of peace for the factions. Since the death of Horyuki, there had been calm, tranquility, and a sense of love. There were no traces of the serial killer once known as the King of Terror. The factions had gathered to celebrate Horyuki's fall, and despite some reluctance, they acknowledged that the aid of a killer had solved a difficult problem. Issei expressed his thanks to everyone for coming to celebrate the collapse of the Apocalypsis organization. Odin reflected on a year of peace and tranquility. Michael thanked the father that the ordeal had ended and noted there were still no signs of that killer. Brahma suggested that the killer might have realized the pointlessness of his actions. Thor proposed a moment to remember fallen faction brothers, and Freya agreed, raising a toast for peace. All united in the toast. Yet Satoru, serious and watchful, asked what made them believe the King of Terror would not return. Issei dismissed his concern, enjoying the festivities, but Satoru remained uneasy, convinced that nothing lasted forever. It was a rainy Sunday at 5 p.m. in the human world. In the city of Kuro, a cathedral stood under a cloudy, dim blue sky. People inside were attending Mass, and a choir was singing, filling the space with hymn and reverence. The moment held and the story moved on. At that time, Jesus was walking through the desert guided by the Holy Spirit. Exhausted by the heat and by hunger after 40 days of travel and fasting, he continued until Satan appeared and attempted to tempt him 3 times. Jesus refused each temptation and then continued on toward the city of Galilee. Ingvild and Abe were together, quietly making plans to find Issei. Ingvild wondered aloud where an assassin would hide if she were one. Abe admitted she did not know and said she did not think like an assassin or a sociopath. Hiding required a clever mind. Ingvild agreed, and they noted that wherever their target hid, he likely had Issei and his family with him. Abe voiced hope that they would find and defeat him together, though she sounded fearful. Ingvild reassured her that they could manage together and that if the Gremory family refused to help, they would proceed on their own. Abe, distracted by hunger, demanded a hamburger and pressingly prodded Ingvild's head. Ingvild hurried them off to get food. Issei woke from a nightmare that brought back memories of betrayal, torture, and madness. He realized it had only been a dream and glanced at the time, for in the morning, descending the stairs, he found a chibi-form Ghidorah watching a marathon of horror movies and wrapped head to toe in a blanket. Ghidorah explained that the movies had given him insomnia, and he could not resist another cup of coffee from this world. Issei teased the dragon for being afraid of a shadow in the basement, and Ghidorah confirmed the fear with a thumbs up. Issei offered to check whether the shadow was a ghost. Issei went down to the basement and saw only a small shadow that moved quickly. He approached and found what looked like a strange specter. Seizing it, he focused his energy and unleashed a controlled beam that dispersed the shadow in a flash of light. He joked that Ghidorah had been right about the ghost, and Ghidorah answered with a frustrated, mocking retort from somewhere nearby. Having lost his own sleep, Issei decided to train and experiment with a new technique, thinking softly that he had nothing to lose. As he began to work, a man with a strange figure watched from a distance and noted that someone had destroyed his specters. The observer claimed that the reward for finding the so-called King of Terror would be his. Rias and Aquino had shared a private NTMT moment and now spoke about Issei. Rias reminisced that Aquino kissed well, and Aquino admitted she had learned from Issei. They teased one another about how they would behave when Issei returned and playfully argued over who would be closest to him. Changing the subject, Rias worried about Ingvild and Abe learning the truth. Aquino agreed that it would be a problem and suggested keeping them under careful watch. Rias planned to tell the others in the morning. They laughed and decided to stay for another round of conversation. Both were determined that, should Ingvild and Abe ever discover what had happened to Issei, they would do whatever it took to prevent that knowledge from causing trouble. Yasaka watched the moon from her daughter's room while the child slept soundly. She smiled at the peaceful sight and thought that her daughter looked beautiful in sleep. Yasaka reflected that a sibling would change their household, and she reassured herself that when the child's father returned, their family would be complete and their future would be settled. Her daughter dreamed of a hopeful future. The details of that dream faded as morning approached. Yasaka's and her daughter's instability deepened with time, but it had not reached the same extreme as the white-haired dragon, who would unleash fierce, dramatic force to possess the one she desired. 5 hours passed. It was 9 in the morning, and Issei remained in the basement, focused on inventing a new technique. Ghidorah descended with Issei's breakfast on his back and asked what Issei was working on. Issei explained that he had been thinking about the villain Scarecrow from Batman Begins, who used a fear-inducing gas. He proposed a technique that would not simply inspire fear but would project a person's worst nightmares into their mind, delivered as a mist that entered through the nose and caused intense headaches and confusion. Ghidorah praised Issei's cleverness and approved, noting that the victims would suffer more. Ghidorah then excused himself to sleep, since he had stayed up all night. Issei began eating until he heard a laugh echo through the basement. He asked who was there and called for the person to show themselves. A figure he had believed dead materialized, Rainer. She greeted Issei, and he recoiled in fear, accusing her of being the cause of his suffering. Rainer responded with a casual, knowing attitude and suggested that she had expected this would happen. Issei confronted her, insisting she had been responsible for his troubles. Rainer feigned innocence and deflection, as if surprised by the accusation. Rainer paced around Issei and declared that it had been him all along. Rainer told him that she had killed him, but that he had allowed Gremory to reincarnate him. Issei, furious, blamed her for everything and said that if she had not killed him he would never have met Gremory. He called her a monster. Rainier smiled cruelly and said she had known he would be condemned to suffer. She added that his parents were dead and mocked him for it. Issei lunged to strike her but found he could not. Rainier taunted him, saying he could do nothing, that she was part of his illusions and would torment him for the rest of his miserable life. Issei, with tears forming, told her to be quiet. Rainier ridiculed his tears and called him weak. He reached his limit and prepared a technique he had invented, staring at her intently. Rainier scoffed that nothing he did would work, insisting she was only an illusion. Issei revealed his mask and said he wanted to show her his experiment. Rainier called him mad. He put on the masked persona and focused. Issei released a swirling mist threaded with small sparks from the palm of his hand. The mist struck Rainier, making her stagger and struggle for breath. She screamed as darkness crept in at the edges of her vision. She suddenly saw a different place, and angels appeared, pronouncing that Rainier would be cast out of heaven for her sins. Panic flooded her as fragments of old memories rose to the surface. She remembered being mistreated and humiliated by others. Those memories returned with raw terror. A distorted, booming voice told her to suffer, and the echoing chorus repeated the same condemnation until she begged for it to stop. Back in the present, Rainier screamed, and Issei smiled, saying that his experiment had worked and that it was time to end her suffering. He let the technique dissipate and Rainier woke up crying, insisting it had all been a nightmare. Issei seized her roughly by the collar and said, with cold certainty, that he was the king of nightmares and that even if she were an illusion, it affected her. Rainier pleaded for him not to do it again. Issei taunted her questions about fear, whether she feared death, God, or him. He stated that he did not forgive the dead and that although she was dead, her presence sought to torture him. Then he said goodbye and unleashed a concentrated surge of energy that unraveled her presence. Rainier cried out as her form faded and dispersed. Ghidorah descended swiftly at the sound of her cry and asked Issei what had happened. Issei told Ghidorah that they had work to do and that it was time to send a message to the Hindu faction, to show them the price of sin-death. The narrative closed on the idea that sin always brings consequences, irreparable like a mortal sin. Next episode, Gospel of Mark. In those days, Jesus of Nazareth came to the Sea of Galilee. There he found a fisherman named Simon. Jesus asked Simon to take him out to fish, but Simon refused, saying there were no fish. When Jesus insisted, Simon reluctantly agreed and called his brother Andrew. The two brothers rowed farther out to fish. Jesus placed his hand on the water and hundreds of fish appeared. The brothers, excited, hauled in as many as they could. Simon then told Jesus that he should depart because he was a sinner. Jesus told Simon not to be afraid and explained that from that moment he would make him a fisher of men. When Simon asked what they would do, Jesus answered that they would change the world. That was how Jesus met his first disciple, his right hand, Simon, better known as Peter. At Issei's house, location uncertain, the master of nightmares lay sleeping. Even in sleep he thought about how to destroy the Hindu faction. Issei wondered aloud what he could do. Ghidorah asked whether he was still thinking about how to destroy the Hindu faction. Issei admitted that he had no idea. Ghidorah responded thoughtfully. Issei then asked Ghidorah why he had ended up imprisoned in Tartarus and how he had reached that place. Ghidorah told Issei that he would tell him another day. Issei said that his curiosity was killing him. Ghidorah insisted that it was not the right time to know and that Issei would hear the story when he was ready. When Issei pressed for what he would need to be ready for, Ghidorah said it would be to understand what lies beyond reality. Issei reacted with surprise at Ghidorah's sudden philosophical turn, noting that the dragon seemed more human by the day. Ghidorah joked that philosophy documentaries did not watch themselves. Issei laughed and observed that Ghidorah was taking on more human characteristics. Ghidorah replied in a teasing manner that he would go to sleep and mentioned that there was lasagna in the oven if Issei was hungry. Issei asked how, of all things, Ghidorah had learned to cook. Issei continued thinking until he remembered something. Hindus liked festivals and colors, and he now knew what he would do. With Kiba, Kiba had never told anyone about that bleached blonde. Since the betrayal and the revelation of the truth, everything had looked different to him. He felt overwhelming guilt. Kiba confessed that he regretted the sin he had committed and recognized that some things could not be erased. He tormented himself with the hope that Issei, his best friend, might forgive him, a hope he believed impossible. Kiba expressed his wish that Issei was well and swore he would find the man who held Issei captive and make him pay. He vowed by his lord and by the memory of his dead friends that, if to atone he had to face the most dangerous beings of the underworld, he would do it so Issei could be happy again. Kiba imagined Issei could return to his former happiness, unaware that the most dangerous presence was the one his old friend had become, the criminal now wanted by every faction, the man who had thrown the supernatural world into chaos with explosives and violent attacks. With Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva were organizing the most colorful and dazzling festival they could. Diwali approached and there was much to plan. Brahma admitted his fatigue at the preparations. Shiva agreed that the festival had to be perfect, even larger than the last time. Brahma reminded them that their citizens would participate because they were gods. Vishnu said he had urged the others to hurry. Shiva raised a concern about a certain psychopath, and Brahma wondered if the man in question would be insane enough to try to ruin their celebration. Brahma doubted he would appear, noting that he was one of the 10 most wanted. If he showed up, the factions would deal with him. Vishnu hoped that was true and added that, if necessary, they would neutralize him quickly. After all, they were one of the most powerful factions. The other fallen factions had said the same, but every confident claim carried consequences. The concept of karma was present. The backlash of evil deeds can be severe, and in this case it thirsted for revenge. With Ingvild and Abe were acting like detectives, searching for clues to the whereabouts of the person they loved. Ingvild cursed their lack of leads, and Abe soothed her, telling her that getting angry would not help. Ingvild admitted her worry for Issei. Abe shared the same fear but urged Ingvild not to lose faith, insisting that they would find him. Abe joked that once they found him they would scold him with a couple of slaps for frightening them, and then they would be together again. Ingvild appreciated Abe's friendship and called her the best friend. The two agreed to continue their search for Issei. The narrator observed the beauty of their pure and sincere love for the person they sought, and then reflected that not all endings are happy. Even those who punish sin are not free from sin, and consequences are part of an endless cycle. With Elmhild Karnstein, a Yandra vampiress, lay awake looking at the moon and thinking of a single person, Issei Hyodo. She spoke to the moon, expressing her desire to have him by her side. Earlier she had attacked a woman who claimed to be an admirer of Issei. The attack had been sudden and ruthless but not described in detail. Elmhild tasted the memory of that encounter and found it unsatisfying compared to her obsession with Issei. She longed to possess him and to be with him. She imagined a future where they would be together and believed she could eliminate any rival to secure that future. She vowed to rescue him in her own way. Her thoughts revealed a mind unhinged by obsession. The narrative noted that she, like many others who had fallen, was consumed by sin and would face its consequences. Hindu faction 10 p.m. A massive crowd filled the plaza, color and joy everywhere. Families walked with their children, lovers strolled, and people of all kinds ate, drank, and danced. Diwali was being celebrated, and attention focused on a massive coliseum packed with spectators. The crowd cheered with devotion when the gods appeared. Brahma expressed gratitude to the people and announced that the week would be dedicated to celebrating Diwali as a religious festival. In a dark alley nearby, the protagonist smiled while holding a remote control. Brahma acknowledged the recent loss of friends to a chilling threat but stated that such losses would not stop the celebration. Vishnu reminded everyone that they had passed through dark times and urged moving forward. Shiva said that although they had faced critical moments, it was time to forget them and continue ahead. Brahma then formally declared Diwali inaugurated. The crowd erupted with excitement as fireworks ignited and artists in the Colosseum emerged to dance, using 1,000 colors. A festive energy swept the plaza even as tension lingered in the shadows. The Colosseum was adorned with decorations. RT remarked that they liked to dance. The Hindu gods smiled, and Buddha, a guest, remained silent but smiled as he sensed something in the air. RT announced that the party should begin. Issei pressed the button on the remote control, and, true to his pyromaniac nature, brilliant sparks and stylized flames lit the arena. At that time, the Son of God had gathered a multitude of followers and had chosen 12 disciples: Peter, Andrew, James, John, Philip, Bartholomew, Thomas, Matthew, James, Judas Thaddeus, Nathanael, and, above all, the one who would betray him, Judas Iscariot. In the Hindu faction, all the gods had gathered inside a vast Colosseum. Buddha watched quietly to one side while Issei stood at the center, expression serious. Brahma declared that no one would leave the place alive. RT laughed and suggested this would be entertaining, perhaps even violent. Shiva demanded to know what made RT think he could defeat them. RT admitted that the faction was powerful and wise, but questioned whether that wisdom would hold in battle. Vishnu asked if RT meant to provoke them. RT replied that he only wished to give credit to one of the strongest factions he would face, and added that one of them would have to fall and it would not be him. Shiva sneered and warned that with a snap he could make RT vanish. RT countered with a taunt that he could make Shiva regret the fight, and asked, roughly, how many arms Shiva would be willing to lose. Shiva, enraged, leapt forward in a sudden attack, descending with such force that the impact left a huge crater. Shiva proclaimed he would defeat RT and bring proof of the victory to the other factions. RT dismissed the threat and suggested making the encounter more entertaining. Lakshmi and Ganesha questioned RT's intention, wondering if he sought humiliation. RT answered that he had an idea. He would face them all alone. Hanuman laughed at the claim, but RT insisted he had been waiting for this moment and dared them to attack. All the Hindu gods surged forward at once, everyone except Buddha moving to engage. Issei spun his chains in the air like a wheel and launched himself across the arena, slamming the ground in a sweeping, destructive motion that shook the floor. Brahma vowed to kill him, but RT replied that he would be the first to do it. Issei hurled his chains into the Colosseum walls. When they embedded, the impact sent massive chunks of concrete flying, striking Vishnu and Ganesha and leaving them disoriented. Kali cursed and activated her Dharma seal. One by one, the gods activated similar seals that flared across their bodies. Issei thought that this had been expected and that it would be better to end the fight quickly. He worried that if Ghidorah awakened and he failed to deliver a proper spectacle, there would be consequences. Lakshmi warned that with those seals RT could never defeat them and mocked him as a worthless human. RT shot back with another taunt, suggesting she would see just how wrong she was. Lakshmi then summoned a sacred spear and offered mercy if RT would surrender, but RT refused. Lakshmi unleashed a skill called the Dance of the Four Winds, sending 4 powerful gusts toward Issei. He moved violently to evade them as the blasts tore across the arena, and when the dust cleared, Ganesha stepped into his path. Ganesha asked whether Issei was going somewhere. RT replied with a sarcastic greeting to Ganesha, and the clash continued. Issei charged his fists with lightning and struck, embedding his opponent against a wall. Hanuman responded by unleashing Dharma's sacred strike. The blow sent Issei flying through 7 tiers of the Colosseum. Winced and noted that it had hurt as he climbed back to his feet. RT then declared that it was time to use techniques and activated Ira Kali post-mortem. Issei summoned thousands of crimson lightning bolts and guided their fall with a sweeping motion of his hand. Shiva braced for the barrage, lifting a huge slab of concrete to shield his head. Issei surged forward and shattered the concrete with a powerful charge. Vishnu called upon Dharma Sudarshan Chakra, manifesting a small but lethal ring in his hand. He then invoked Chakra Anahata and targeted Issei's chest. Issei coughed, clearly injured, and thought that if Vishnu struck him again his circulatory system would collapse. Issei resolved that he had to stop Vishnu from using the ring. RT suggested switching to weapons and summoned the Hades claws. The other gods readied themselves, but Vishnu spoke up, claiming his ring was powerful and that he would handle the situation. RT acknowledged and prepared for armed combat. Issei lashed out with chains attached to the Hades claws to catch or hurt Vishnu, But Vishnu moved within human speed. Vishnu activated Chakra Manipura and struck Issei in the abdomen. Issei swore under his breath and realized the ring likely let Vishnu perceive his internal energy flows. If he could not take Vishnu's soul, he would at least neutralize his ability to fight. Despite the pain, Issei praised Vishnu for his skill and then unleashed Hades' claws specters of the underworld. Two massive purple specters surged at Vishnu and were dispelled, but Issei had already climbed the Colosseum wall with his claws and launched himself. One claw found purchase near Vishnu's ribs, and when Issei pulled, Vishnu staggered and let out a howl of pain. Vishnu retaliated with Chakra Sahasrara aimed at Issei's head, but Issei used his reflexes to dodge and climbed again, this time driving both claws into Vishnu's torso. Issei spun wildly while holding the chains, forcing the other gods to duck to avoid being struck. He combined his techniques Hades' Claws Interfectorum Ray and struck Vishnu solidly. The impact slammed Vishnu to the ground with tremendous force, shaking the Colosseum and filling the arena with a cloud of smoke that hid the combatants from view. Through the smoke, Vishnu attempted another chakra technique, Chakra Visada, but Issei launched the claws again and pinned Vishnu, pressing his foot down to hold him. Issei then disarmed Vishnu and retrieved the Sudarshan ring from Vishnu's grasp, placing it on his own fingers. RT declared that he would show how to properly use those attacks and invoked Anahata through the ring. The ring pulsed with power, and Issei delivered a decisive strike to Vishnu that ended the fight without graphic damage. When the smoke cleared, Vishnu was incapacitated and the ring now gleamed on Issei's hand. Brahma and Shiva stared in stunned disbelief as Issei stood holding the fallen Vishnu's discarded token. Issei announced that Vishnu could rest in peace and then gave the fallen god a final, non-lethal blow to ensure he would not rise again. The other gods erupted in anguish and outrage. Ganesha declared vengeance, and Brahma urged the others to kill Issei. With the Sudarshan ring in his possession, Issei had gained mastery over Dharma and had unlocked another technique, Karma. The gods advanced on him, prepared to overwhelm the new threat. Visada shouted a call for vengeance. As if in a tournament, the gods and Issei fought like seasoned professionals, moving faster than a shooting star. Issei struck Kali in the throat and grabbed Ganesha, slamming him against a wall. The devil's presence clung to Issei. His eyes glowed yellow and took on a reptilian sheen. Brahma invoked law, punishment and law, third eye. Both strikes combined into an enormous explosion. Shiva charged at Issei, and the two grappled with brutal force. Both wore murderous looks. Shiva used his other arms to throw Issei and snapped his fingers, unleashing a larger blast. Shiva boasted that he could destroy and create anything. From the flames, Issei re-emerged, declaring that he could kill anyone. Issei then struck at Shiva's spine with law, root, leaving Shiva unable to stand from the shock. Ganesha demanded that they stop and invoked law, great epic. Issei answered that he was tired of the pachyderm and intended to send him beyond reach. Using action techniques, Issei moved faster than any god and pressed his hand to Ganesha's chest, tracing 7 seals that immobilized him. When Ganesha demanded to know what had been done, Issei coldly replied that he had only intended to kill him. Ganesha's form blazed and then shattered, the idol of Ganesha collapsed, and Issei held a remnant of the fallen figure, mocking that the pachyderm would never return to the circus. Lakshmi cried out in shock and Kali screamed curses. Sarasvati urged the others to kill Issei together. The other 2 goddesses agreed, and Issei smiled with a cold, calculating expression, noting that 3 more names were about to be added to his long list. The 3 goddesses unleashed law, divine vortex. Issei responded with action, reflection of actions, causing their vortex to rebound and batter them instead. Lakshmi hurled an insult and threatened him. Issei appeared before her, placed his hand against her face, and declared that he was done tolerating her and that he would make her suffer. He then employed law, chakra, third eye. Issei struck Lakshmi decisively. Her form shattered and was thrown aside. The goddesses recoiled in terror. Energy from the clash splattered across Issei's face, and he stared at the motionless deities while they sobbed and begged him to stay away. Fear and despair overwhelmed them, and the scene fell into a tense, heavy silence. He had condemned them. Issei summoned 4 shadowy tendrils that struck both goddesses and drew out their life force until they fell motionless to the ground. Brahma, Shiva, and Hanuman watched with rage while Buddha remained inert. Brahma declared that Issei would pay for what he had done, his voice thick with grief. Shiva threatened to cast him into Tartarus. Issei proclaimed that he claimed these domains now and that he would make them live the same torment he had endured. Hanuman sprang at Issei from behind, but Issei moved with lethal speed and incapacitated him before he could land an effective blow. Hanuman collapsed and did not rise again. Issei taunted the remaining gods, signaling that the true fight had begun. The ring of Vishnu that Issei now wore darkened. Streaked with red as if stained by his resolve, he asserted that no one would take it from him. Brahma vowed they would kill him. Shiva promised suffering. The 2 gods launched themselves at Issei, smashing through a great portion of the ruined Colosseum. They repeatedly struck at his face, but he guarded himself. As the assault pressed in, Issei's fury spilled over and he unleashed blue lightning from his eyes that struck both Brahma and Shiva squarely. Both gods chanted and summoned a violent storm. An enormous blast tore through the arena, collapsing the Colosseum and devastating half of the Hinduist faction. The 2 gods believed they had killed Issei, but he emerged, his suit partially destroyed and his mask cracked, revealing a single yellow eye. Issei tore off the upper portion of his suit, revealing a scarred torso hardened by past suffering. He called upon the power of karma and unleashed an infernal death ray. A surge of black lightning shot from his hand and struck Brahma, crippling him and leaving Brahma to stare at Shiva with dread. Shiva swore he would erase Issei and make him suffer, then rushed him. When their bodies collided, a massive explosion erupted, the force resonating through the desolate city. They battered each other across ruined houses and collapsed buildings. The blows echoed through the empty streets. Issei accused Shiva of insulting him after all they had done, and continued to strike fiercely, but Shiva seized him with 4 arms and hurled him away into a structure that detonated on impact. Shiva, bleeding from his own wounds, vowed to end him and grabbed Issei's head, tightening the hold with all 4 arms. Issei howled and unleashed another surge from his eyes that struck 2 of Shiva's arms, rendering them useless. Shiva roared and, with his remaining limbs, smashed Issei into a building, bringing the wreckage down around them. When the dust settled, the Hinduist quarter lay in ruins. Issei rose, exhausted but determined, and prepared to finish Shiva. Shiva called him a king of terror and proclaimed a divine punishment, while Issei invoked karma and the power of his own core. They moved with inhuman speed. Shiva nearly struck Issei down, but Issei shifted and plunged through to Shiva's torso, delivering a grievous wound that left Shiva kneeling and weakened. Issei's eyes burned with fierce light. He told Shiva that he had promised to kill him. Shiva, weakened and stunned, recognized the face beneath the mask. When Issei removed it, he knew that scar. Shiva, with his mouth wet with blood from the battle, stammered Issei's name in disbelief. Issei confirmed it and told Shiva that he had not been born a monster but had been turned into one by them. Now he was the hunter and they would be the prey. Issei seized Shiva's head and twisted, and Shiva fell still. Brahma, exhausted and wounded, arrived at the scene. When he turned, he saw the face of the man who had once always helped them. Brahma, stunned and desperate, asked why Issei had done all of this. Issei answered with a single question in return, asking why. Why did they kill my parents? Brahma accused Issei of having killed hundreds of innocents. Issei answered that none of them had been innocent, that they had all mocked him as he bled and humiliated him, and for that reason they would all perish. Brahma insisted that Issei was not like that and asked who had done this to him. Issei replied that it had been them, and that one of the responsibles stood before him now. Brahma asked if Issei meant to kill him. Issei replied that he intended to end him. Issei activated his new technique and released the gas he had invented. The gas sent Brahma into a nightmare, where the dead souls of his faction appeared to torment him. Issei ordered Brahma to suffer the consequences of his actions. Brahma begged for it to stop. Issei then summoned his ultimate technique, Inferno after death, and unleashed a brilliant surge of energy that overwhelmed the chief deity. The deity dissolved into light and was no longer a presence on the battlefield. When Issei thought it was over, he saw Buddha appear. Buddha greeted him warmly, and Issei responded with cold distance. Buddha said he would not judge him and admitted that he, too, had not believed Issei when he was betrayed. Issei asked, serious but calm, whether Buddha admitted his sin. A shallow wound on Issei's head still bled lightly, and his hair lifted in the wind. Buddha knelt and said he did not deserve Issei's forgiveness, but he wanted to accept his fate and asked a favor before his end. Buddha asked Issei to promise that, when Issei had fulfilled his destiny, he would live a happy life far from suffering and pain. Issei replied that he would decide that for himself. Buddha placed a simple necklace in Issei's hand and asked him to wear it as a token of respect from a man to his king. Issei said he would kill Buddha quickly because he believed Buddha had earned it, but he promised that after his revenge he would try to build a new, happy life. Buddha thanked Issei, his eyes wet with tears. Issei drew his pistol and asked for final words with a faint, unreadable smile. Buddha told him to be happy. Issei answered that he would be happy, addressing Buddha as a lord, and then moved to complete what he had come to do. At that time, Jesus of Nazareth was preaching with his disciples. He declared that the poor in spirit are blessed because the kingdom of heaven belongs to them, that the meek are blessed because they will inherit the earth, that those who mourn will be comforted, that those who hunger and thirst for righteousness will be satisfied, that the merciful will receive mercy, that the pure in heart will see God, that the peacemakers will be called children of God, that those persecuted for righteousness are blessed because the kingdom of heaven belongs to them, and that they should rejoice when insulted or persecuted for his sake, for their reward will be great in heaven. Each of these teachings spoke to human virtue and the need for change to enter the kingdom of God. Issei's house, 10 p.m. After destroying the Hinduist faction and enduring hours of Ghidorah's scolding, Issei had returned home utterly exhausted, his muscles aching and his body battered. He sat on the sofa, yawning and thinking it had been a terrible day. Ghidorah teased him about not bringing the dragon along earlier. Issei brushed it off, and when Ghidorah threatened to kill him, Issei replied that if that were the plan, Ghidorah should do it. Instead, Issei decided to take it. But 30 minutes later, Issei had finished bathing and was drying his hair. He reflected on the strange ring that allowed him to locate and disrupt chakra points and to influence dharma and karma. Ghidorah noted that every faction Issei defeated seemed to leave an artifact that made him stronger, as if each loss became a new memory to power him up. Issei admitted he might have done that, but took comfort in having gained another boost. Ghidorah teased that Issei had told him he could shoot lightning from his eyes and wondered if he was Superman. Issei said he only released that power in anger and that his body hurt more because he had combined Dharma with his own abilities. He just wanted to sleep. Ghidorah told him to rest. A noise outside the house interrupted them. Issei and Ghidorah sensed multiple presences that did not feel supernatural. Ghidorah withdrew into Issei's mental space at Issei's instruction. Issei put on pants, tied his hair, and went downstairs to investigate, calling out that the property was private. He received no answer, so he grabbed his katana and a piece of cloth over his mouth and called out again, louder. Shadows moved beyond the house, and Issei pursued them. He ran with superhuman speed after the intruders until they led him into an abandoned warehouse. The atmosphere made Ghidorah uneasy, and Issei shared the concern as he scanned the space. In the dimness, black humanoid specters manifested. Issei engaged them, dispatching them swiftly with rapid, practiced strikes and his dark katana, moving like a whirlwind through the attackers. Ghidorah observed that they were the same type of specter that had appeared in his house before. Issei suspected someone else was controlling them. A new voice sounded, drawing Issei's attention. He turned and saw a tall, imposing woman emerge in the moonlight, standing with her arms crossed and an air of deadly confidence. She introduced herself as Spectra, calling herself the assassin of 1,000 specters. Ghidorah, observing from within, wondered why Issei resisted temptation and hoped this time his companion would act. Issei demanded to know what she wanted. Spectra answered that she had only one goal, to kill him. Issei challenged her, confident that her sword alone would not be enough against him. Spectra claimed to know everything about him and revealed that a price had been placed on his head. She said that the demon lord Lucifer had sent her to capture him and that she would collect the reward, alive or dead. Issei declared that she would not succeed because he was, in his own words, terror incarnate. Spectra questioned whether he truly believed that. Issei Hyodo. Issei was interrupted mid-sentence when the woman moved faster than he expected, and he barely managed to dodge her kick. He muttered an expletive as she pressed the attack. The woman kept striking while Issei defended himself. He thought she was incredibly strong. Ghidorah laughed and suggested, teasingly, that she would make a fine wife for him. Issei snapped at the dragon and called him stupid. The assassin did not stop. The darkness around them made Issei hard to see, but she seemed to predict his every move. Issei shoved her back, drew his katana, and stepped into the moonlight. Spectra, stunned, also drew her katana. When she saw Issei, who had his back exposed, she flushed briefly but continued the fight. Issei noted that she defended herself well and challenged whether she could fight. They charged together, and when their blades met they created a rhythm like a beautiful dance beneath the moon. Spectra unleashed an attack she called Dark Death, and Issei answered with Symbol Death. A small flash erupted where the strikes met, but they would not yield. Spectra managed to cut him and Issei began to bleed. He cursed and became distracted. Spectra recognized her opportunity and used an attack she named Dark Shadow. She drove her blade into his chest. Issei gasped and stumbled, clearly injured, but the scene stayed non-graphic and stylized. Spectra laughed, confident she had the upper hand. Issei grimaced as the pain flared. He then forced his katana free from his chest. His wound closed rapidly in an almost supernatural manner, leaving a large scar. He touched the mark and cursed at the pain. Spectra was stunned that he was still alive and swore she would kill him. She lunged again, but Issei grabbed her arm and struck her. He hit her repeatedly until she fell unconscious. Issei muttered to himself that she was insane. Ghidorah, incredulous, asked if she had really stabbed him. Issei admitted it had hurt, and concluded that he could not leave her alive. Ghidorah half-jokingly suggested kidnapping her. Issei agreed and carried the unconscious woman over his shoulders back to his home, aware that tomorrow would be a very long day. The factions. The 4 remaining factions, including Elmahild's group and the vampires, gathered. Issei announced that he had received information. Terror had destroyed the Hindu faction. Odin reacted angrily and demanded confirmation. Issei insisted it was true and cursed the murderer. Michael asked what they would do, noting that Terror had destroyed one of the most powerful factions. Satoru produced photographs of the fallen Buddha and Michael was shaken. Satoru explained that Buddha had died from a fatal head wound. Thor commented that they had just left the funeral for Mao Asmodeus and now faced another loss. Issei silenced them, warning that if the killer continued unchecked, there would be no one left to stop him. He had placed a bounty on the murderer's head, but no one had captured him. Odin warned that desperate problems called for desperate measures. Issei declared martial law and ordered his guards to secure and patrol his domains, suggesting the others do the same. The factions agreed and departed. Issei paced angrily and then, exhausted, went to sleep, worried that his sins were bringing consequences. Ingvild and Abe. Ingvild and Abe were investigating the crimes of the King of Terror like detectives. Abe told Ingvild that his findings suggested they were dealing with a true serial killer, someone who left clues and symbols and marked his victims. Ingvild praised Abe's insight but wondered why the killer would leave evidence. Abe speculated that perhaps the killer wanted others to see what he was capable of. Ingvild worried for Issei and expressed hope that he was all right. Abe felt in his heart that Issei was alive. Ingvild shared that she had heard the Hindu faction had been wiped out. Abe reacted in shock and asked them to stay calm. Ingvild explained that the killer had slain the gods and inhabitants there. Abe agreed that if the reports were true, this was the work of a madman. He suggested they travel to the Hindu faction to look for clues. Ingvild, impressed by Abe's quick mind, agreed and told him to prepare. They set off for the faction in search of answers. Issei's house, 9 a.m. In the dark basement of Issei's house, a beautiful woman sat bound to a chair, restrained but conscious. Spectra began to wake, and the first person she saw was Issei. He remarked wryly that the sleeping beauty had awoken without a kiss. Spectra demanded to be released and called him a despicable name. Issei laughed and refused to obey her demands. He pulled up a chair and sat across from her. Issei asked how she knew where he lived and how she knew who he was. Spectra spat and refused to answer. Issei offered a choice, torture or death. She chose death. Issei said he would carry out what he had promised, but in a tone that implied he intended to interrogate her first. He brought out a varied set of tools meant to intimidate. Spectra warned that such things would not work on her because she had been trained to endure them. Issei told her that everyone had dark pasts and asked her name and what her history was. Spectra insisted she would never tell him. Issei tested her stubbornness and demanded that she look at him. She refused and remained silent. A quiet moment followed as Issei considered his next move. Spectra asked whether the scar on her mouth terrified him. Spectra then stated that she would not say anything. Issei responded that he understood and asked if she was sure. Spectra swore and insisted. Issei declared that he would begin. Spectra shouted that they could torture her all they wanted, but she would not be broken because she had been trained for this. Issei asked who had said he would torture her physically. Spectra reacted with confusion. Issei spoke about the human mind, saying it could be manipulated and that sometimes it only took one action to tip someone into madness. He compared society to a bad joke that turned people into beasts in a modern world where they devoured one another and looked for culprits where none existed. Spectra dismissed his ramblings. Issei wished her pleasant nightmares. Spectra questioned what he meant. Issei raised his hand and used a mist and lightning technique that slipped into Spectra's senses, pulling her into a dark, dreamlike world. Spectra called into the darkness, wondering if anyone was there. She spoke to the void until laughter answered, and when she turned she saw herself and her sister as children playing. The scene warped, shifting into a painful memory. Her sister appeared lifeless and the vision suggested that Spectra's hands had been stained. The image blurred and changed again to show Spectra being forced and mistreated as part of harsh training. In that vision she cried out for help while a harsh voice called someone useless and another pleaded not to be struck. The scene moved on to another memory, showing her boyfriend lying motionless. Back in the real world, Spectra was sobbing and Issei watched her suffer. Issei commented that her name was Issei with a cold laugh. Spectra begged him to stop and promised to tell him what she knew if he would end the ordeal. Issei snapped his fingers and she woke, still crying. She found Issei standing before her with a serious, threatening expression and eyes that seemed to glow with anger. Issei demanded that she tell him everything she knew about Issei, warning that if she did not, the suffering she had endured would be nothing compared to what he could make her experience. To be continued. At that time, Jesus of Nazareth was with his disciples, followers, and some children, and he told them the story of the Good Samaritan. The story taught them to love and respect their neighbor and to cherish others above all, because to love them is like loving God. Issei hosted everyone at his house at 10 in the morning. He asked who Issei was. Issei explained that she worked as an assassin and mercenary, taking jobs to survive. Issei asked her to tell everything about herself. Issei began to speak of her childhood. She said that when she was a child, her parents died in an accident and she was left an orphan, responsible for her little sister Sakura, who had been 5 when Issei was 7. Hunger tormented them, and Issei decided to go out to find work and food. In her memory, she recalled telling Sakura that she was going to look for something to eat and that Sakura should stay home. Sakura offered to come, but Issei refused, insisting she was too small to go out. Issei promised she would not be gone long and urged her sister not to leave the house. That night, a kind man had given Issei 2 hamburgers without asking for anything in return. She returned home expecting to feed her sister, but she had a terrible feeling and hurried through the house. She found Sakura lying lifeless on the floor. Issei cried out for her sister and begged for help. From the shadows, 2 men emerged like ninjas and moved toward them threateningly. A stranger intervened with lightning speed and disarmed and incapacitated the attackers in a dramatic, anime-style flourish. Issei was startled and stumbled back onto her sister's still form. The stranger introduced himself and apologized for arriving late. He said his name was Hiroshi and that he followed the way of the samurai. He explained that he had learned there were dangerous people causing harm, and that he had been an old friend of Issei's father. Issei demanded that he stay away from her sister, but Hiroshi insisted they had to leave immediately. Issei refused to leave without her sister and cried bitterly. Eventually, Hiroshi took Issei and Sakura's lifeless body to another place so Sakura could be buried. Issei mourned deeply that day. Hiroshi said he had known her father from childhood and took Issei into his home, where she met his son Kyusuke. A week passed and Issei gradually grew close to Hiroshi and his son. Kyusuke, a year older than her, was always at her side. One day, Hiroshi was training with Kyusuke, teaching katana techniques, and Issei watched with interest. Hiroshi noticed her and suggested she join them. Kyusuke invited her to train as well. Hiroshi encouraged her, saying she would become an extraordinary warrior if she practiced. Issei trained with them every day. Hiroshi provided a home and education, and he became her teacher and guardian. Years passed, and when she turned 14, she realized she had fallen deeply in love with Kyusuke. When Kyusuke confessed that he loved her and asked her to be his in the future, Issei cried tears of joy and accepted his promise. Later, Ghidorah commented that it was a brutal origin story. Issei noted the remark and told her he would explain later, asking her to continue. Issei agreed and resumed her story. That day was the happiest of Issei's life. Her master, who had seen everything, was very pleased. She was no longer just his student, she was going to become his daughter-in-law and part of his family. Because Issei had worked so hard, her master summoned her to his dojo. Hiroshi told Issei that he was proud to have raised such a good girl and presented her with a dark katana that had belonged to his father. He explained that it could control shadows and form specters, that it was very powerful, and that she must use it wisely. Issei hesitated, insisting the sword should go to Kyusuke if it was a family legacy, but Hiroshi had already spoken to Kyusuke and said he was happy to give it to her. Issei thanked him, and Hiroshi asked only that she make Kyusuke happy. The memory left Issei feeling like the owner of the world. Hiroshi had been a kind man, and she had no regrets about having known him. Issei pensive recalled that Hiroshi had been a good Samaritan, and Issei agreed. She felt she had regained what she wanted, a family. But she added that everything comes to an end. When Issei asked what happened next, Issei described the end of that part of her life. She recalled leaving the house to buy ingredients for dinner. She had been delayed, and when she returned she smelled blood. Rushing inside, her nightmares returned. In front of her lay the bodies of her master and her beloved. She screamed and felt utterly alone. A woman surrounded by men appeared and taunted her. Issei drew the spectral katana and fought fiercely, cutting down the men who attacked her in a whirlwind of shadowy strikes. When she attempted to strike the woman responded with a wave of power that knocked Issei down and paralyzed her. The woman taunted Issei about being without family and without a teacher. Issei, filled with rage, vowed to kill her. The woman introduced herself as Oboro Kokowa and coldly claimed responsibility for the deaths. Issei was stunned by the revelation. While she remained helpless, the attackers committed atrocities against her. By dawn she had buried those she loved, and she swore revenge. She adopted the name Spectra and became a mercenary, spending every day searching for clues that would lead her to Oboro. Back in the present, Issei, still crying, told Issei that a woman with a supernatural aura had taken everything she loved. For the first time, Issei felt pity and embraced her. Issei returned the embrace and found some comfort. Issei told her that it was all right to have let it out and that he understood, for the supernatural had taken everything from him as well. After drying her tears, Issei asked Issei to tell his story, why he was called the King of Terror and why he destroyed factions. Issei agreed to explain. 2 hours later, he had told her that his path was one of vengeance. Issei summarized that his former allies had betrayed and humiliated him and that he was now taking revenge, which Issei confirmed. Issei then noted that Issei carried a dragon named Ghidorah. Ghidorah introduced himself as the dragon of nightmares and terror, while Issei called him the king of fools. The dragon snapped back at Issei, and Issei smiled for the first time in a long while. She greeted Ghidorah politely, and then warned Issei that factions were seeking him and wanting him to return. Issei untied Issei and instructed her not to run when she was released. He asked again for the name of the woman who had caused her so much suffering. Issei told him Oboro Kokowa, and Issei muttered that he had once nearly broken her neck. Issei then told Issei how he had first encountered Oboro a year earlier. He remembered walking the streets of Tokyo 2 months after having gone after someone he had mentioned earlier, and finding himself at a port where a ship was moored. It had been full of drags, money, and kidnapped women being held by a group of men who treated them like objects. Issei intervened. He charged in, fought fiercely, and subdued the men in dramatic, non-graphic fashion. After defeating them, he freed the women, who asked who he was. Issei, crying and frightened, first joked that he was Batman, then corrected himself and told the women that he was the man who was saving them and insisted that they leave. The women thanked him and went away. A feminine voice then criticized the scene and introduced herself as Oboro Kokowa. Issei accused her of abducting the women, and Oboro confirmed it. Issei threatened to kill her. Oboro replied that he would not, and she revealed blades that extended from the gauntlets on her hands. Issei closed the distance, covered her mouth to silence her, and she was startled. His eyes filled with rage. He slammed her against a shipping container and unleashed a furious, relentless assault that left her incapacitated and terrified. When she weakly asked who he was, Issei declared himself the king of terror and said he was her executioner. As he prepared to go further, the sound of sirens and the arrival of the police forced him to flee. In the present, Issei reflected that Oboro feared him, and learning her history only intensified his desire to stop her permanently. Issei asked if he knew where Oboro was, and Issei said he likely did and asked if Issei wanted revenge. Issei affirmed that she did. Issei told her to wait while he retrieved his new suit of armor. He left the basement, entered a secret room, and donned a formidable new armored frame. When he returned, he told Issei that it was time to act. Issei only smiled and followed him, both aware that revenge often fed an endless cycle. At another time and place, Jesus of Nazareth walked with his disciples and followers. A blind man who had been told Jesus was there called out to him. Jesus attended to the man, and the blind man asked to regain his sight. Moved by compassion, Jesus told him that his faith had healed him. Back in Tokyo, at 11 p.m. on a rainy night, Issei and Issei stood on the rooftop of a 50-story building outside the city's core. Issei told Issei it was time to work. When Issei asked what his plan was, Issei said he improvised and leaped. From the rooftop, Issei, startled and flushed, followed him. While falling, Issei grabbed Issei's hand and they crashed through a window into the building. Inside, Issei scanned the layout with a form of enhanced vision and reported that there were around 700 guards in the building and that Oboro was in the main office on the top floors. Issei reacted with annoyance at having to climb back up after their drop. Issei explained his idea. They would create a diversion to draw Oboro's attention. He planned to confront and intimidate her first, to make her react, and then hand the final confrontation to Issei. Issei closed his helmet, and the mask hid his expression while his eyes took on an eerie, reptilian glow. He used his suit's energy to cause a short circuit that plunged the building into darkness, momentarily disorienting guards and sending alarms and lights into chaos. Issei triggered the fire alarm to add to the confusion. A group of roughly 15 ninjas appeared to counter them. Issei activated the blades built into his armor and moved with calculated, decisive strikes, taking down the attackers one after another in a swift, stylized manner reminiscent of an intense action sequence. Issei drew her katana and summoned spectral allies, commanding them to locate and eliminate the remaining threats. The spectral forces obeyed and began neutralizing the guards. From Oboro's security room, she watched the monitors as her team was overwhelmed by attackers. The cameras showed the armored figure that Issei had become, an imposing presence that made her pause and wonder who he was. Issei, in the corridors, moved with precise, trained efficiency, dispatching dozens of ninjas with strong, rapid techniques. When one ninja refused to reveal Oboro's location, Issei neutralized him immediately, leaving him unable to continue. The hunt continued, tension high as both sides closed in and the night's events spiraled toward the confrontation that everyone had been preparing for. Issei had already taken out half the ninjas when about 100 men appeared and trained their weapons on him. With a focused glare, he unleashed a massive bolt of lightning that swept them aside, incapacitating the attackers. Issei cursed them and the fight continued. He and Issei pressed upward, clearing each floor of Oboro's men until they reached the 49th floor. Issei thought that on the next floor waited the woman who had ruined her life. Issei told her to leave it to him and promised to have her ready. They rode the elevator in tense silence. Issei complimented Issei on her name, and Issei flushed at the remark. Issei asked what she planned to do when this was over. Issei admitted she did not yet know. Issei warned her that killing him would not be a good idea, and Issei, grateful for what he was doing for her, said she doubted she would. They reached the 50th floor, where a lone ninja ordered them to stop. Issei scoffed, grabbed the ninja and tossed him out of the building through a shattered window. Only the distant cry of the falling man echoed after them. When they saw the door ahead, Issei told Issei to wait and said he would handle it. Oboro felt the presence of two intruders and readied her claws. An explosion blew the door inward. Smoke filled the entrance as Issei walked forward slowly and fixed his gaze on Oboro. She snarled and called him a disgusting human. Issei replied that he was nobody she needed to fear. Oboro revealed herself and threatened to tear him to pieces, activating her blades with a cruel smile. Issei admitted he found the sight of her smile unsettling and activated the blades of his own suit in response. Oboro launched herself at Issei with superhuman speed. Issei countered with a technique he used as a focused energy blade called Dharma Ajna Blade, striking her and forcing her to stagger, clutching her head. Oboro retorted with a fierce claw attack she called Satan's Claw. Issei answered with another technique, Dharma Manipura Blade, and managed to disarm her, sending her claws flying and robbing her of her primary attack. Issei seized Oboro by the throat, slammed her against the ceiling briefly, and threw her to the floor. He followed with a flurry of controlled blows that left her weakened and struggling to rise. Oboro cursed at him but insisted she would never surrender. Issei told her that he had left her in that same state before and asked if she remembered him. Oboro demanded to know what he meant, still defiant despite her condition. RT deactivated his mask, revealing his full face, and reminded Oboro that she should remember the man who had nearly broken her neck a year ago. Oboro stammered and begged him not to do this again. RT said he had come to finish what he had started and forced a choice between death and torture. He released a gas he had invented. Oboro inhaled the gas and slipped into a black, nightmarish world. Flames erupted around her and the cries of people she had harmed echoed, forcing her to relive their pain. She screamed for help until Issei activated his technique and she woke up crying. Oboro pleaded for her life. Artie soothed her briefly and touched her face, and she frantically offered him anything to spare her money, property, servitude, begging that he not do it again. Artie smiled coldly and said that he would not kill her, but that another would. When Oboro asked who that other was, Artie named the woman whose life Oboro had ruined, Issei. Issei arrived filled with rage and drew her katana. She told Oboro that she had not died and that she had lived only to take vengeance for her family, her master, and her fiancé, reminding Oboro of the deaths Oboro had caused and other cruel acts. Issei declared that Oboro would feel the pain she had caused. In a swift, decisive action, Issei struck, and Oboro was mortally wounded. Oboro's last sight was the woman she had harmed. Issei collapsed afterward, sobbing and shaken by the weight of what she had done. Issei watched. Issei told Issei that she had succeeded and that those she loved had been avenged. Hearing that, Issei forced herself to stand. Issei said they should leave and that he would destroy the place. He pressed a button and the building exploded, collapsing behind them. In Kuo City, at the cemetery at 10 in the morning, Issei prayed at the graves of her family, master, and fiancé. She told them they had been avenged and expressed hope that they might be reborn happily. She thanked them and, with tears, said she still felt the pain of their loss but took some solace in knowing that the one who took them was gone. Issei watched from his parents' gravesite. Issei promised she would visit again. Before she left, she felt a hand rest on her shoulder and heard words urging her to live her life and love once more. She cried at the comfort and took it as the voice of the love she had lost. She went to find Issei to offer her thanks. Issei explained that he, too, had a promise to fulfill, to end the supernatural threat, even if it meant giving his life, so that perhaps one day he might see his loved ones again when they were reborn. He left flowers at his parents' graves. As he prepared to leave, Issei called after him to thank him for everything. Issei said there was no need to thank him. Both had their promises to keep. He hoped she would live a new life away from violence. When Issei asked what he planned to do, Issei replied that he would continue the work he had begun. Issei asked if this was goodbye. Issei said it might be and wished her well. She asked if he needed help. Issei said he had done it alone before and did not intend to change his path now. Issei suggested that his friend would not mind helping. Ghidorah responded with an emphatic affirmation. Issei asked what Ghidorah was up to, and Ghidorah answered that it was nothing to worry about and that Issei would find out later. Issei shrugged and told Issei to come along. Issei smiled for the first time in a long while. Her heart felt like it was beginning to beat again. She decided to follow the advice she had heard and to try, someday, to love again. In those days they asked Jesus how to pray and how to speak with God. Jesus instructed them to say the Lord's Prayer. He guided them to address God as their Father in heaven, to honor His name, to ask that His kingdom come and His will be done on earth as in heaven, to ask for daily bread, to seek forgiveness for their offenses as they forgive those who offend them, to pray not to fall into temptation, and to ask to be delivered from evil. They closed with Amen. Issei's house, 1 p.m. By the afternoon, Issei and Issei had returned to the house. Issei had agreed that she could stay as long as she did not cause trouble. They were eating yakisoba together. Issei said that it tasted delicious, and Issei said he was glad she liked it. He noticed Ghidorah eating quickly and realized the food had been to the dragon's liking. Issei asked Issei which faction he planned to destroy next. Issei replied that warriors died and entered a beautiful paradise where they dined at the table of the gods, and he dismissed most of those gods as insignificant, calling their chief a cranky old man. Issei reacted with confusion, and Ghidorah suggested the small Norse faction. Issei confirmed Ghidorah's guess. Issei warned him that the faction was not to be taken lightly. Issei scoffed and claimed he had already slain many gods and was not afraid to kill more. Issei worried aloud, and Issei said the only ones who might trouble him were Thor and Odin, the rest were nothing. Issei cautioned him not to be overconfident, and Issei retorted that the overconfident ones soon begged for mercy. When Issei asked what he would do after he finished with the supernatural, Issei admitted he did not know. He said he was immortal and could not die if he wanted to. He might travel, or he might keep Ghidorah by his side. Ghidorah reacted with surprise to that idea. Issei laughed. She felt happy in a way she had not in a long time, and her heart beat more strongly than before. Issei finished eating and told her she could choose any of the house's many rooms if she wanted to rest. He said he would wash the dishes and then train a little before going out to cause a few problems. Issei expressed concern about where he would go. Issei said he might take down mafias or begin targeting the Norse faction. Issei insisted she would go with him because she was worried about what he would do. Issei feigned irritation and asked whether she would punish him if he left her behind. Issei affirmed she would, and Issei laughed, calling her hopeless and telling her she could come along if she wanted. Ghidorah teased that someone seemed eager to win the king's favor and suggested they would make a nice pair. Issei blushed deeply and Issei reddened as well. He had not blushed in a long time. Issei threatened, half-jokingly, to strike Ghidorah with a stick if he repeated himself. The three heads named Peace, Revenge, and Cruelty startled at the remark. Issei said he would go wash the dishes and left, carrying everything to the kitchen. Ghidorah remained with Issei. Issei told the dragon not to say that again. Ghidorah insisted it was true and that his friend was a good match. Issei ran off, leaving Ghidorah alone. The dragon thought that it was good Issei could love again and resolved to look after his brother's happiness. Ingvild and Abe arrived at the now-destroyed Hindu faction and began searching for clues about the killer. Ingvild was shocked at how much of the place had been ruined. Abe was furious. They searched carefully and found evidence of a violent confrontation, traces on the walls, fading scorch marks, and strange symbols on the floor. Abe pointed out a wall with a depiction of a three-headed dragon that had somehow remained intact, as if the message it bore had been missed. They found signs that explosives had been used and concluded that the killer preferred to operate in abandoned, shadowed places. Abe reminded Ingvild that Lady Athena had been killed in an abandoned warehouse, and Ingvild agreed that this site felt like the same kind of place. Abe speculated that the attacker liked to plan and strike from dark, isolated locations. Ingvild noted that with every clue they were getting closer to Issei's location. Abe asked what they should do next. Ingvild decided they would search all the abandoned warehouses in Japan, starting with Kuro. Ingvild told Abe that they would need something to defend themselves if they found him, and that Abe would need protection most of all because she was human. Abe acknowledged that she was only human. Ingvild agreed. Abe explained that she had taken martial arts and ninja weapon classes while on vacation. Ingvild said it was time to prepare. Abe answered affirmatively. Ingvild reflected that they were getting closer to Issei. Meanwhile, Valerie sat alone in a hotel room, clearly unhinged, repeating Issei's name and lost in obsessive thoughts. She felt a sharp, unbearable ache as if someone else were stealing his affection. Earlier, in a fit of jealous rage, she had attacked a group of fangirls who had been following Issei and eliminated them in a violent outburst. The episode left her more unbalanced than before. Valerie imagined a secluded country house far from Kuo, where she could be hidden from prying eyes and keep everything as she wished. In her mind, she pictured being surrounded by many children and having a life that bound Issei to her. She longed to keep him close and control his world. Issei, who was 21 in this story, appeared at the house. He greeted Valerie, and she responded with possessive affection, pulling him into a tight embrace. Issei asked after the children, and Valerie replied with thinly veiled threats about not letting him go and ensuring he would stay by her side. Issei protested, bewildered. Valerie insisted that he belonged to her and ranted that she would do whatever it took to make him stay. Albion, observing Valerie's breakdown, noted that the person she had once been was gone. He watched in silence as Valerie continued to spiral, consumed by possessive obsession and the conviction that nothing would stop her from claiming Issei. Elsewhere, Issei and Issei were dressed and moving through an abandoned warehouse in Kuo. They were searching for important documents that Issei had stolen some time ago but then misplaced in this place. Issei offered to help find them. Under the moonlight, they combed the dusty storage and accidentally collided, falling on one another. Issei flushed with embarrassment while Issei remained focused, both breathing heavily from the stumble. A teasing voice from within Issei's body, Ghidorah, mocked them for lingering together and suggested they go to a hotel instead. Issei's face turned even redder, and Issei warned Ghidorah sharply to stop. Issei helped Issei to her feet and they brushed themselves off. At that moment, the warehouse door opened and two female figures stood in the doorway. A voice demanded to know who they were. Issei ordered Issei to stand behind him, and she obeyed. Issei tightened his mask and entered a serious, guarded stance. A rough voice from the doorway dismissed them and told them to leave. Another voice demanded an answer, and the rough-voiced speaker asked if they wanted to know who he was. Issei declared that he was the King of Terror. When he said it, a rope and blade ninja weapon whipped toward him, missing his head and embedding in the wall. Issei warned him to get back, drew her specter katana, and raised her mask. Issei cursed and acknowledged the weapon. Two shadowy figures lunged, but clouds had hidden the moon and kept their faces from view. Their attacks were fierce and rapid. Even Issei, with years of training, found it difficult to land a blow. Issei swore and activated his night vision. The advantage let him see that there were two women, though he could only make out their shapes, not their features. He dodged and moved to assist Issei. He shouted a warning to her about an incoming attack from above. Issei noticed and evaded a kick that struck the ground hard. Issei joked that she was grateful to terror. Issei replied that it was nothing and teased Spectra by name. One of the women screamed that he should die and hurled the ropen blade again. Issei caught it with one hand. The other woman demanded that he let go. Issei warned him not to be distracted and then pinned the other woman against the wall, holding her fast. As the moon began to reappear, Issei pulled the rope, made the blade spin, and sent it slashing into an old table, shattering the wood. He taunted that he wanted to see her eyes when she fell and activated the blade on his arm. As the moon came fully back into view, Issei finally saw the woman's face and froze, stunned and afraid. He stumbled back and dropped to the floor, whispering the name Abe. Abe was coughing and trying to recover. Issei asked if Abe was all right, but the other woman struck Issei and knocked her to the ground. Abe urged Ingvild to take advantage of the opportunity. Ingvild grabbed a metal bar, seized Issei, and pinned him to the wall, accusing him of being a murderer. Abe demanded to know where Hyodo Issei was, and both women pressed their questions. Issei felt disoriented, others were present as well, and he could not understand why he had not ended the fight. Ingvild threatened him and demanded answers. Abe repeated the pressure. Issei replied that they wanted to see Hyodo Issei. Ingvild and Abe looked confused. Issei pushed them back, but they stayed on their feet, and he removed his mask, revealing the scar across his mouth. Ingvild and Abe reacted with disbelief and emotion. Issei said he was glad to see them again. Ingvild and Abe called his name and began to cry, then embraced him. Issei stood frozen, knowing he had to explain everything to them. He told them he was happy to see them. Issei rose and stood with her katana in hand. Issei asked if she was all right. Her expression had a sharp edge. She was clearly jealous. With surprising speed she lunged toward the two women, but Issei barely managed to stop her and told her to calm down. Issei demanded how she could remain calm when the two had attacked him and claimed they would kill him, yet he embraced them. Issei asked for patience and then introduced Ingvild and Abe to Issei. The introductions were tense and cold, but they agreed to leave the place together. Later, at Issei's house at 9 in the evening, the atmosphere was strained. Issei and the two women glared at one another with open hostility while Issei, still in his armor, served tea. He asked about their trip. Ingvild said it had gone well. Abe said they had relaxed and visited many places, but then she pressed him on why he called himself the King of Terror. Issei said the story was long and asked whether they had returned with Gremory and Circe. Abe, frightened, explained that Gremory and Circe had told them a man called the King of Terror had kidnapped him and his parents. Issei gripped his cup tightly and demanded the truth, asking Abe to repeat what she had been told. Abe confirmed that they had been told the King of Terror had kidnapped him and his parents. Issei questioned whether that was what they had been told. Ingvild stared at him intently. Ingvild affirmed that they had been told, and Issei responded with a furious outburst, smashing a glass on the table. His eyes flared with a stormy light as he swore vengeance, threatening to kill the man he blamed. Issei tried to calm him, and Ingvild asked why he was insulting the man, reminding him that he was family. Issei explained, calming slightly, that the scars on his mouth were the reason for his anger. Abe softened and said she wanted to hear what he had to say. Issei accused the others of betraying him and announced that they had not been told the truth. Ingvild asked what truth he meant. Issei declared that every faction had betrayed him, even his former fiancés, and told them to sit because the story would be long. He began to tell what had happened while they were traveling, how they had turned their backs on him, humiliated and abandoned him, how they had chosen others over him, and, most painfully, how his parents had been killed. An hour later, Issei summed up that this was the beginning of his fall and the start of a supernatural reckoning. He said this is how he met his new ally, Ghidorah, and how he became the most wanted criminal in the supernatural world. He claimed responsibility for the deaths of millions and for devastating many supernatural factions, including those of fallen angels and several ancient orders, and for destroying the Demon Council. He described these events as sweeping, catastrophic conflicts rather than detailing any injuries. Ingvild could not believe it and began to cry at Issei's words. Abe asked how it was possible that he had become a serial killer and a genocidal figure. Issei explained that the death of his parents, caused by the sins of others, had altered his view of the world and filled him with a relentless thirst for revenge. He admitted that he had become cold and driven by anger, willing to annihilate supernatural beings without hesitation. Ingvild told him he had become a monster. Issei accepted the label and said that no faction heard his name without fear. Abe asked if he intended to continue. Issei replied that he would not stop until no supernatural being remained. Ingvild asked if he had no remorse. Issei said he felt nothing but disgust and offered them the choice to leave if they could not accept his mission, which was to wipe out supernatural beings, especially the Gremry. Both women fell silent and bowed their heads. The man they had loved was now the most dangerous criminal in the supernatural world. A sudden sharp sound broke the silence. Ingvild had slapped Issei. She demanded how he could say such things after all they had suffered trying to find and save him, accusing him of being heartless and indifferent to the innocents who suffered. She called him selfish and blind to the pain his vengeance caused. Issei lost his temper again and struck the table, shattering it in a burst of force that frightened Issei and Abe. He lashed out, insisting that they could not understand what it felt like to lose everything, to be betrayed by those he had saved and loved, to be replaced and humiliated, to see the people who once praised him turn away and despise him, even children. He spoke of his parents' deaths as the final blow that had stripped away any belief in empathy or innocence, and he accused the world of lacking morality. The scene ended abruptly. A short neutral bridge sentence followed. It was a beautiful morning in the city of Kuro. Issei woke to find Issei holding him. She was just waking up as well. Issei greeted him warmly, and Issei replied that they should go downstairs for breakfast because he had things to do. They went down and found Abe and Ingvild preparing breakfast. Abe welcomed him politely, and Issei responded with a tired greeting as he yawned. They sat down to eat. Ingvild was quiet and watched Issei sadly until she finally broke the silence to apologize for what had happened the night before. Issei told her to let the past be the past and smiled, saying the incident had left a mark on his face. Ingvild laughed lightly, knowing she could not change his mind but hoping to win his heart honestly. Issei watched Ingvild with obvious irritation and drew closer to Issei. Issei asked what was wrong, and Issei snapped that nothing was wrong. Both Ingvild and Abe shot her annoyed looks. Abe asked how Issei and this woman had met. Issei warned them they did not want to know, but when pressed he explained that they had met because she had once tried to kill him. The women reacted in surprise, and Issei added that one thing led to another and now they lived together. Ingvild scolded him for bringing the woman who had tried to kill him into his home, and Abe called it madness. Issei shrugged, saying that one has to take risks and reminding them that he was immortal, so he could afford to be daring. Issei bluntly admitted that she did not like the newcomers and that things had been better before they arrived. Ingvild retorted that she had known Issei much longer, and Abe agreed. Issei asked them to calm down and invited Ghidorah to say something. Ghidorah refused. Issei then introduced his new friend, Ghidorah. A small chibi dragon emerged from Issei's body and presented himself as Ghidorah, the dragon of terror and nightmares. Abe found Ghidorah adorable and reacted with delight. Ghidorah appeared puzzled by her reaction. Ghidorah insisted he was not adorable, a vein pulsing at his temple. Abe moved in, scooped him up, and hugged him as if he were a plush toy. Ghidorah demanded to be released and called for Issei's help. Issei asked Issei and Ingvild if they heard anything. Issei said she did not hear anything, and Ingvild agreed. Issei decided to leave them to socialize and warn them not to get into a fight, then left, leaving Ghidorah being squashed by Abe. Ghidorah called after Issei to come back, and Issei refused before walking away. Ghidorah muttered an insult as Issei departed. Only Issei remained at the table with Ingvild and Abe. Ingvild glared at Issei and asked what she wanted with Issei. Issei replied that she was wondering the same about Leviathan. Ingvild made it clear that she would not abandon Issei and that she would stop anyone who tried to hurt him. Issei scoffed and said she intended to protect Issei for the rest of her life, even if it meant keeping him away from the others. Ingvild asked whether Issei was in love with him. Issei flushed and denied it, insisting she was his friend and that she would protect him. Ingvild proposed a contest to see who could win Issei's heart first, and Issei warned her not to challenge Leviathan. Abe reminded them that he was present, and Ghidorah silently wished for relief while still trapped in Abe's embrace. Issei was preparing a tablet he planned to send to Demon King Lucifer. He muttered curses under his breath as he set it up. Placing the tablet in a cardboard box, he traveled to the underworld and, upon arrival, forced a guard to deliver the package personally to Issei. Issei made it clear that he would not kill Demon King Lucifer yet and that he would deal with him and his family later, but he wanted to see whether the threat would have the desired effect. Issei was in his office reviewing important documents when a maid brought him a package. He asked what it was, then told the maid to wake Graphia and have Millikas get ready for school. The maid complied, and Issei opened the package. Inside was a tablet with a message asking to be turned on. When Issei powered it up, a yellow three-headed dragon symbol appeared, followed by a dark background and an image of Issei in his outfit. Issei introduced himself on the screen as the King of Terror. Issei reacted with anger, calling him a psychopath. Issei hushed him and mentioned that he had heard Issei had put a bounty on his head, then questioned whether anyone could actually find him. Issei said it would be a matter of luck. Issei scoffed and demanded that Issei stop looking for him. Issei insisted that no one gave him orders. Issei then offered an ultimatum: choose someone from his family, and by the next day Issei would find that person gone from his home. Issei threatened to kill Issei if he harmed his family. Issei observed how much Issei loved his family and said he, too, cared about people, then insisted that the faction attacks had not been personal. Issei accused Issei of killing thousands of innocents and said it could not be brushed off as impersonal. Issei replied that he did not operate the way others planned. Factions, police, and leaders all had plans, and he had turned their schemes against them, using coordinated strikes that caused widespread destruction. Issei called him a terrorist who harmed innocents, and Issei only laughed and questioned the very meaning of innocence. RT told Lucifer that everyone was a sinner and warned him not to play innocent, claiming he knew which sin he meant. Issei, losing patience, demanded to know which sin. RT apologized and then reminded Issei of the betrayal of Hyodo Issei. Issei fell silent and asked how RT knew. RT replied that he knew everything and, with cold resolve, added that if he ever grew tired of Issei he would eliminate him. Issei demanded where Issei was. RT answered that Issei was somewhere out there, perhaps in one place or several. He did not know the exact location. Issei threatened death if RT touched Issei. RT dismissed the threat and said he would not kill Issei or them, not for now. Issei accused RT of seeking to kill for pleasure. RT countered with a thought experiment. If he told the press that a citizen would die or that a convoy of guards would explode, people would accept it as part of a plan, but if he announced the death of an insignificant demon king, everyone would lose their heads. He used that as a lesson about how the world reacts. Issei called RT sick. RT denied being sick and spoke philosophically, saying people were like animals wrapped in paper bodies. Strip away the surface and a different face appears. He described humanity as beasts in a jungle of concrete and brick who show fangs and instinct when angered. RT told Issei that both of them were beasts who restrained their instincts, but he had given in to his. He said he would show Issei what that meant. Issei asked what he intended to do, and RT asked if Issei would leave him in peace. Issei agreed. RT told him, as a final taunt, that he would soon show Lucifer the true instinct of man and warned Issei to dispose of the tablet if he wanted to survive because it could explode. Issei ended the video call. A countdown appeared on the screen. Startled, he threw the tablet out the window. The device detonated in a sudden, massive explosion that frightened everyone nearby. Issei smiled afterward, dressed in ordinary clothes, and left the basement. He thought to himself with a grim satisfaction about who he would be made to target next, musing that soon only 2 demon kings might remain. Issei stood in her room and looked at herself in the mirror, overwhelmed by conflicting emotions. Each time she saw Issei her heart raced. She drifted into sleep and dreamed of herself at about 30, with a son who had long, dark blue hair tied back and striking yellow eyes. In the dream she searched for the boy's father until she saw the man who stirred her current feelings, Issei, standing with them and smiling. She woke with a jolt and heard the same quiet phrase echo in her mind, "Love again." At last she understood. She felt love for Hyodo Issei. She resolved to keep him by her side and protect his happiness, even if she had to fight to do so. Ingvild and Abe were in the kitchen preparing chocolates, each determined not to lose Issei. Ingvild thought that she would heal Issei's heart and prove he did not have to suffer alone for the rest of his life. Abe pledged silently that no one would hurt him again and that she would always be there for Issei, loving him for as long as she lived. Both shared the same goal, to win Hyodo Issei's heart. A proverb hung in the air like a warning: sin brings an endless chain of misfortunes and regrets to be carried forever. Ajuka Beelzebub was in his office planning future raiding games when he heard a noise. The room was dark with the curtains drawn. He called out to see if anyone was there and stood up to investigate. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him and gripped his neck. Ajuka struggled and demanded to be released. RT greeted him with a smile and identified himself as the Punisher of Sin. Ajuka demanded to know what RT wanted. RT said that Ajuka would be his message to the Demon King Lucifer and expressed hope that Lucifer would not mourn his friend. Ajuka protested in confusion. RT said goodbye. With a swift, decisive move reminiscent of an animated battle sequence, Issei incapacitated Ajuka without gore or lingering injury. He then used a dagger to pin a letter to the wall nearby. The letter bore the words for the Nordic faction. RT declared that now Ragnarok could begin. To be continued. Until next time. Buildings, houses, streets, and neighborhoods had been blown apart, and a section of the Colosseum had gone up with the people inside it. Flames rose, driving everyone into a panicked flight. The gods were alarmed, and even Buddha watched as something stepped out of the fire wearing a mask and showing yellow eyes. The figure held a microphone and introduced himself as the entertainment. Brahma demanded to know what he was doing there. The masked man, identified by the gods as the same person they recognized, replied that he was enjoying the party. Vishnu called him a wretch and accused him of realizing what he had just done. The masked man responded affirmatively. Shiva cursed at him, and the masked man urged Shiva to calm down and hinted that there was more to come. Ganesha accused him of murdering hundreds of innocents, and the masked man asked whether that mattered to him. Hanuman called him a sick person, and the masked man admitted as much, claiming his intent had been to send a message but that seeing all the gods of that faction had made him unable to restrain himself. Lakshmi swore he would pay for his crimes. The masked man silenced her and explained that, since they were in a colosseum, he might as well entertain the public. All the gods leapt into the arena and stood imposingly before the masked figure. Issei only smiled as the entertainer said how much he had missed being in action and produced chained blades, spinning them. A gunshot cracked through the air. Buddha was struck and toppled to the ground, collapsing without visible struggle and with a peaceful smile. The masked man, now revealed as Issei, accepted that Buddha had acknowledged his error and spoke of forgiveness for his sins, hoping that in time Buddha would be forgiven and, if reincarnated, would become a good person. He addressed Buddha with a final farewell. Issei fell to his knees, wounded. He heard a booming voice call his name. Ghidorah cursed at Issei loudly. Issei responded with a startled exclamation. Ghidorah scolded him for starting the action without him. Issei retorted by teasing the dragon for falling asleep. Ghidorah accused him of messing things up and threatened to kill him repeatedly. Issei merely smiled, surprisingly joyful. He thought about the many explanations he would have to give his brother, but acknowledged that those conversations would have to wait for another time. In the distance, a girl who controlled specters watched the scene through binoculars. She realized that the King of Terror was the former Red Emperor. She judged that this information was worth a fortune but decided to keep the discovery to herself, finding the situation entertaining and wondering whether the King of Terror could handle her. To be continued.